Marvel, reincarnated as Killian. I am the master of technology. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 251 SHIELD. Coulson. At this moment, after receiving Thor's photo, Dr. Selvig's pupils shrank slightly. Obviously, he was so shocked by what he saw that he couldn't speak. After all, if the photo was real, then it would be enough to prove that it was true, as the man in front of him said, that the other party was teleported through the Rainbow Bridge. But how could this be possible? Let alone the extremely high requirements for the body required for such a large-scale teleportation. Even ordinary metals or diamonds would probably be evaporated without protection, right? Exclamation mark. And the other party was just an ordinary person. After all, if the other party was not an ordinary person, they would not have been run over by their car before. This is true. I think I really believe it. Selvig, Daisy. Unlike Selvig's shock, Jane on the side also widened her eyes after seeing the content of the photo, and looked back and forth between the photo and the man in front of her with surprise, as if she wanted to confirm something. Oh my god. I take back what I said just now. I feel sober now. After hearing Jane's words, Daisy, who didn't think anything was wrong, immediately leaned over to look at the photo. After seeing it, she was also completely convinced by Jane. Wait a minute, excuse me, I have something to talk to them about. Seeing the two people who believed each other so easily, Dr. Selvig also stood up and said something politely to Thor. After the two looked at each other and nodded, Selvig took the two to the car not far away. Jane, I don't know what you think, but I don't think this photo can explain anything. Maybe it's the shooting angle, or maybe it's a naturally formed beam of light. And I think there's something wrong with him. Thor, Asgard, and the Rainbow Bridge all remind me of a children's book, a fairy tale that only children would read. If it weren't for the things he just said he was from Asgard, maybe I would believe it, but don't you think that what he said plus these stories are typical children's fairy tales? And only 3-year-olds would believe it. At this moment, after pulling a few people into the car, Selvig closed the door and spoke to the two of them. Although he didn't know why, his sixth sense told him that Jane was very wrong now. His curiosity and belief in the man in front of him were a little beyond his expectations. Why? I don't think so. You know, it's you who has been urging me to pursue every possibility and every abnormal idea. After hearing what Dr. Selvig said, Jane looked at him with a puzzled look and asked. After all, it was the other party who taught her to look at the world with a curiosity, to be humble about the world, and not to deny it because she didn't understand it. That's why she has been so bold to study these things that seem like wild ideas to outsiders. After all, this is also the most important thing in doing scientific research, that is, to dare to think of points that others can't think of. Otherwise, Newton couldn't have discovered gravity, and Einstein couldn't have discovered the Einstein-Rosen bridge, because they dared to think about every abnormal idea. That's why they achieved this achievement that others can't achieve in their lifetime. Although it's a bit too bold to let her believe that Thor is a real person in the myth, but what if? Exclamation mark. And she is not making random guesses. After all, there are photos on the side. Photos don't lie. But Jane, you have to know one thing, I'm talking about science, not magic, and I'm not talking about making you believe in fairy tales. Looking at Jane in front of him, who seemed to be stuck in a dead end, at this moment Dr. Selvig could be said to be pounding his chest and stamping his feet. At this moment, he finally realized how it felt to have his cabbage seduced by the yellow-haired man. Magic is a science we don't understand yet. This is a famous saying of Arthur C. Clarke. After hearing Selvig's words, Jane still argued. Come on, he's just a science fiction writer. He's a pioneer of scientific truth. Only in some aspects. Well, if there really is an Einstein-Rosen bridge, the other end must be connected to something, and more advanced life can travel through the wormhole. Jane. Primitive civilizations, such as the Vikings, may worship them as gods. As the two quarreled to the last moment, Daisy on the side couldn't help but add, yes, that's it, thank you. After hearing her graduate student speak for her, Jane thanked him in time. After all, she had a dispute with her colleague who was both her father and friend, and what she wanted most was to be affirmed, even if this person was her student. Hey. At this time, Selvig, who was standing in front of the two, looked at them with a complicated expression, wanting to say something, but he didn't know what to say. Then, just when Jane wanted to continue asking, there were bursts of sounds of aircraft in the sky in the distance, and then, they saw that they were surrounded by many aircraft at some point. When those aircraft discovered them, they immediately turned on the searchlights and shone them on them. It's over. Jane, I think we seem to have encountered a big trouble. At this moment, looking at the densely packed aircraft and the illuminated searchlights around, Daisy on the side also leaned towards Jane with a face full of fear, and then complained nervously. After all, she had only seen this kind of scene on TV before. I didn't expect that I would be able to experience it one day. Outsiders below, please do not move around or do anything radical. We are the FBI of the United States. According to our detection, there is a strong energy fluctuation in the area. Now, according to the Global Emergency Management Method, we will conduct relevant investigations on you. This unit has been ordered to investigate. Please do not make any radical actions. Warning again, please do not make any radical actions. As the people below were at a loss, the aircraft above also heard an amplified mechanical warning. Who are they? Your Federal Law Enforcement Department. At this time, after watching himself and others being surrounded, Thor did not look panicked at all, but looked interested, looking at the aircraft flying in the sky, and then asked Dr. Selvig beside him. After all, it should be said that although the Earth is backward, these antique aircraft are also very comfortable to look at. Of course, there is only this way. For them, only when the technological strength is not enough will they care about the appearance of the aircraft, and exchange the appearance for performance. Yes, and it's the kind with the most powerful deterrent. Don't tell them what you said to us before. Even if they really believe you are an outsider, they will probably take you for a live dissection. After hearing Thor's words, Dr. Selvig on the side also whispered. Although he didn't have a good impression of the man in front of him, he felt that the other party was talking nonsense and even wanted to seduce his half-daughter who he had raised for so long and watched grow up. But no matter what, facing this kind of organization that might make you never get out of it in your life if you are not careful, Selvig still doesn't want the other party to fall into the hands of these FBI. After all, he grew up in the United States, and he knows the style of these government departments too well. Or almost every American knows the style of these government departments, which are domineering and tyrannical. If the madman next to him really falls into their hands, then even if he doesn't die, Selvig estimates that the other party will be skinned. So domineering. You want to dissect right now? Are all of you on Earth so barbaric? After hearing what Dr. Selvig said, Thor also opened his eyes wide at this moment, looking at the other party with an unbelievable face and speaking. After all, dissecting others at will, in Thor's opinion, is the behavior of barbarians, even the giants. Thor probably thinks that's the same. They just eat people as food at most, and listen to the man next to him. These natives seem to want to take him over as a research subject. It is said that the older and more backward the place, the more sturdy the people are. He didn't believe it before, but now he believes it completely. At this moment, Thor felt that the task his father gave him was not ordinary. No wonder it can be regarded as a king's experience. It is indeed a bit challenging here. At this moment, Thor's eyes were replaced by a strong excitement. After all, if he completes such a challenging king's experience, then when he ascends the throne, it will be more convincing. At this moment, Selvig was watching Thor's eyes change from shock at first, to excitement and eagerness later. He felt numb all over. For a moment, he even wondered if he didn't speak clearly enough and made the other party misunderstand something. How could someone get more and more excited after hearing that he might be taken for autopsy? Or did they actually have two language systems and misunderstood each other's meaning? Exclamation mark. This was the only explanation Selvig could think of, otherwise it would be impossible for the other party to react like this. In short, Thor, don't talk for a while, let us do everything. I'll explain. At this moment, Jane, who was standing by, stood up and spoke after seeing Dr. Selvig's suspicious look. Looking at Thor's reaction now, Jane was increasingly convinced that the other party's identity was real. After all, not to mention that a person's first reaction can represent his truest emotions, even if this point is ignored. In this era, it can be said that it is extremely rare not to know the existence of the FBI. Especially now as the era of technological explosion, almost the whole world is using smartphones. The last time they went to Antarctica for an expedition, Even those Inuit were using pioneering smartphones. He didn't believe that if Thor in front of him was really on Earth, that place could not be more remote than the Inuit. Hello, I am the head of the FBI department, Director Kelson. We have detected an abnormal phenomenon here, so can I ask what the four of you are doing here? After getting off the plane, a gentle-looking man, under the cover of a team of agents, walked towards the few people. At this time, Kelson showed his ID to the few people and asked, "We are American citizens. I am Jane Foster, this is my graduate student, and these two are our instructors. This time we are here to conduct astronomical research. Here are our IDs and work permits." After seeing the ID shown by the other party, Jane immediately knew that the other party was real. Of course, even if it was not real, looking at this formation, it would not be much worse, so Jane cooperated very well and took out her ID to introduce it to the other party. It was obvious that there was a long pause when talking about Thor, and Kelson, who had always been a diplomat, naturally saw what the other party was hiding. Really? It must be very hard to come so far to do astronomical research. After receiving the other party's ID, Kelson did not choose to expose the other party, but pretended not to know, continued to maintain a professional smile, and reported the information. After all, although in Kelson's eyes, these people must have hidden some information, but they did not look like spies, so he did not let his men be too alert. He just waved his hand and asked them to seal off the surroundings and start collecting evidence at the scene. Yes, but everything scientific is worth it. After hearing Kelson's words, although she didn't know why, at this moment, Jane looked at the smile on the other party's face, but she always felt as if she was seen through by the other party. It always felt strange, but in order not to expose Thor, she still forced herself to continue talking. Haha, really? I've checked the ID, there's nothing wrong with it. But may I ask, have you seen or discovered anything here? After looking at Jane's ID, Kelson politely returned it to her and asked, "Well, we came here immediately after seeing a strange beam of light falling from the sky, and then we saw this strange symbol on the ground." Seeing that Jane was still trying to hide something, Dr. Selvig, who had known these experienced members of the organization for a long time, immediately stood up and took the initiative to speak. Chapter 252 Unbelievable Thor. After all, if Jane continued to talk, it was estimated that either their underwear would be found out, or they would all be locked up for investigation. If it really came to that, he could guarantee that he, Jane, and Daisy would be able to come out, but Thor, the outsider, didn't know. Really. After hearing what Selvig said, he couldn't help but look back at this moment. After seeing that the agent behind him didn't give him any abnormal feedback, he was relieved. Yes, I can guarantee it. At this moment, Selvig nodded quickly. Now he just wanted to leave here immediately. Anyway, the information had been obtained, and as long as he could leave safely, it would be a victory. Really? I believe you, but next, according to the prescribed procedures, I need to check the documents of your people present. I hope you can understand and cooperate. After all, this is also for your safety. After hearing the other party's words, Kelson also nodded, and then continued. At this moment, whether it was from Jane's point of view or Daisy's, the man with a kind smile in front of them was like a demon, slowly and constantly torturing you, testing your bottom line, and then eating you up in one bite. Sorry, we don't have our ID with us. Can I give it to you next time? After hearing Kelson's words, Dr. Selvig, who was present, knew that he might have gone far this time, but he still continued to speak with a smile. Of course not, but if you really don't have your ID with you, then I can arrange for my people to get it for you. As long as there is no problem with your identity verification, you can leave. Kelson just smiled and refused Dr. Selvig's proposal. You are not following the rules. We are legal American citizens. You have no reason to search us. After hearing Kelson's words, Dr. Selvig couldn't help but protest. No, of course I have reasons. I suspect that your purpose of appearing here is not pure, and according to our data, something has fallen here before. According to American law, Article 7, Section 93 of the Law on Extraterrestrial Objects applies. Anything that falls on American soil belongs to the government, and citizens have the right to hand it over. So we have the right to conduct corresponding inspections. At this moment, Kelson can be said to have said all the relevant laws and regulations he knew. Dr. Selvig, who was standing opposite him, was speechless after listening to him. He really didn't expect there was such a law. We didn't pick up anything. Now we are standing here. Can't you see it? Jane, who was standing aside, couldn't help but stand up and speak after hearing Callison's words. In her opinion, the guy in front of her was deliberately targeting them. Thank you for your reminder, but I think you missed something. Your car, I still need to check it, thank you. After hearing the words of the woman in front of him, Callison immediately seemed to remember something, patted his forehead and said to Jane in a friendly manner. But at this moment, in Jane's opinion, Callison's smile was more like begging her to beat him up. She swore that if there were no armed men with real guns and live ammunition around her, she would definitely punch the man in the face. Why are you still standing there? Didn't you hear the lady's reminder? Go and check all the suspicious items in the car. Don't let any of them go. After saying that, Callison turned around and said to his men. After hearing Callison's words, the agents present immediately walked straight to the car that Jane and her group were riding in, just like bandits entering the village. Then they rummaged through the boxes and cabinets. It can be said that everything that can be seen and not seen was turned over. Wherever they passed, it was like a swarm of locusts passing through. Jane, who was outside, felt a visible pain in her heart. You have to know that those were all the information she had spent several years, or even more than 10 years, to collect and organize. Wait, what are you doing? Didn't you say we were just checking? What are you moving? Just when Jane was trying to hold back, she couldn't help herself when she saw those people actually packing her things and moving them away. She immediately rushed up and wanted to snatch back the things that should have belonged to her. Wait, Jane, listen to me, this matter is not simple, it is more serious than you think, just let them take it, we don't care about it for now. Just after Jane ran out for 2 steps, Selvig pulled her back, then leaned close to her ear and whispered. Just by chatting with the man in front of him for a few words, he knew that these people were definitely not from the FBI, but definitely members of another more mysterious organization. It just so happened that one of his friends had contacted the other party before, and he couldn't find them until now, and there was no news at all, as if he had evaporated from the face of the earth. Don't care. This is my life. However, for Jane, who was already angry at this moment, Selvig's words were useless. She just went to the people in black suits to get her things back. Excuse me, we are investigating security threats. The beam you just mentioned is more like an energy weapon in our opinion, so we need your various information for temporary use. I hope you can understand. Callison, who was standing aside, walked up with a smile on his face after seeing Jane still rushing up, and then explained. Temporary use. Do you mean robbing by force? At this moment, Jane wanted to take back her own information, but the men in black didn't even pay attention to her. They just swung their arms and threw her to the ground. Hey, you guys are a bit too much? After seeing the kind-hearted person who helped him being pushed down like this, Thor couldn't bear it anymore and immediately stepped forward and kicked the man in black out. Several agents on the side, after seeing their teammates being attacked, immediately put down their work and surrounded Thor, trying to subdue him. At the same time, the agents holding guns on the periphery noticed this and aimed their guns directly at Dr. Selvig and Daisy, who wanted to go up to persuade the fight and eat melons. Bang! In the crowd, those who tried to control Thor were easily knocked down by his punches and thousands of years of fighting skills in 2 or 3 strokes. After seeing this scene, Callison on the side couldn't help but shrink his pupils. He knew clearly what kind of fighting power these agents he brought with him had. It can be said that almost every one of the S.H.I.E.L.D.'s field agents is an elite in the elite camp of each unit, and can beat several people at once. If it were ordinary people, there would be even more. And now, 4 of them were easily knocked down by the ordinary-looking blonde man in front of him. It can be said that this was a completely one-sided battle. Okay, stop it. Sir, I think we have no ill intentions. Let me state once again that we represent the country and the government. We are requisitioning this lady's things in a friendly manner. Since you were in a hurry to help your friend, and our staff were indeed reckless, I will not pursue this matter. But believe me, if you continue to resist, you don't want to know our methods. When seeing that the other agents around him were eager to try and wanted to rush up to compete with the blonde man, Callison also stood up in time to stop all this. After all, in his opinion, the agents he brought with him were probably not the opponents of the blonde man, and if weapons were used, the 2 sides would completely tear each other apart. So far, for Callison, the other party has not had anything that would make them tear each other apart. Moreover, he also represents the government and the official, so he still has to be thorough in his attitude. Okay, Thor, stop. They have already pointed their weapons at us. If we continue, we will be shot into sieves. After Callison finished speaking, Dr. Selvig raised his hand and walked forward to comfort Thor. What a joke, mortal weapons want to hurt a god. After hearing Dr. Selvig's words, Thor walked out with a proud face at this moment, ready to rush towards the people in front of him, knock them down, and then take back Jane's information. After seeing this scene, Callison, who was not far away, couldn't help but look more solemn. After all, he had worked in S.H.I.E.L.D. for so long and had been on field duty hundreds of times. He could see that the man in front of him was definitely not arrogant, and he should really have the ability to ignore the weapons under his command. In this case, the next scene might not be under his control. Bang! Exclamation mark. But before Callison could start to say anything, one of his men shot Thor in the head. However, at the critical moment, Thor turned his head away as if he felt the danger of death. However, even so, the bullet still scratched a scar on his face, and when it passed Thor's cheek, it took away a burst of blood. Thor, calm down. No, I don't want those documents anymore. At this time, looking at the man in front of him, who had only known each other for half a day, he risked his life to get the documents back for him, and was almost shot to death. Jane rushed up and hugged Thor, who was still in a daze, as if he felt incredible about all this, and spoke loudly. However, for Thor now, his whole person was still stuck on the key issue that he was injured by the indigenous weapons. For a moment, he didn't even notice the wound on his face. And Callison, who had been watching this scene, couldn't help but frown. It is said that eyes are windows to the soul. Sometimes, you can even tell a person's character and goodness from his eyes. As an agent, Callison has also put a lot of effort into this course. He can be very sure that the other party's shock is real. Even if it is just about momentum, he will believe that the other party is a real superpower, but for some reason, the other party feels unbelievable about all this. One is observation and the other is speculation. These two make Callison's character image, for the blonde man in front of him, have an extremely complex conflict. How is this possible? After a long while, Thor came back to his senses and stroked his injured cheek, and then said in disbelief. You know, before this, he always thought that his father had only taken back his armor and Thor's hammer. Unexpectedly, his divine power was also taken back. And this means that he has become a completely ordinary person, even a mortal who is not as good as the children of Asgard. I'm sorry, sir. I think my friend was a little impulsive. So, you can take the information. We will definitely not stop you, but I hope you can understand his feelings. After all, we have done so much research and investigation for so long, but in the end, a group of people suddenly broke in with guns pointed at us, and shamelessly, they directly snatched our information. This is unacceptable to anyone. After hearing that shots were fired at the scene, Dr. Selvig on the side was also incredulous. After all, he didn't expect Thor to be so stubborn that he would rush forward even when a gun was pointed at him, and the other party also fired directly. If Thor hadn't reacted quickly enough and predicted it in advance, he would have been lying in the morgue now. So looking at Selvig, who was about to lose control, he also walked up and spoke like a peacemaker. I'm sorry, Miss Jane Foster and Dr. Selvig, my men were a little out of control. Believe me, we are good people. I will pretend that the incident just now never happened. I won't cause trouble for you, and you don't need to continue to stop us, okay? But let me give you a suggestion. You'd better take good care of your blonde friend, otherwise you won't be so lucky next time you face other people. After hearing what Dr. Selvig said, Callison immediately stood up, looked at the blonde man not far away, then looked at Dr. Selvig, and Callison spoke. Chapter 253, SHIELD is surrounded. Okay, no problem. After hearing that the other party had just turned the page on this matter, Selvig was subconsciously relieved in his heart. You have to know that these guys, according to some information spread by their small circle, will not show any mercy to you. If you encounter some tough and bad attitudes, they will directly lock you up or deal with you secretly. It is already a stroke of luck to be able to escape unscathed like now. Oh, by the way, this is the compensation we give for the requisition of information. These are enough for your and this gentleman's medical expenses and information fees. After hearing Selvig's agreement, Callison did not continue to chat with the two. After all, no matter how special this man is, he is just like that. His mission this time is to investigate the appearance of abnormal celestial phenomena, not for men, So he took out a check from his pocket and handed it to Selvig. Then, just as Callison was about to lead the team to retreat, he only heard bursts of breaking air. They had originally blocked the scene, but at this moment they were surrounded by a brand new space fighter. This is avant-garde universe. According to the Earth Federation law, you have been marked by our company. We will send a team to contact you. Please do not make any radical moves, otherwise we have the right to take all military measures against you. Warning. You have been. At this moment, a familiar voice came from the sky to Dr. Selvig and others. All of this seemed to make them feel like they had experienced a reincarnation, if it weren't for the fact that the black-clad people in front of them, who were originally showing off their power, also felt at a loss. Sir, what should we do now? This is the armed force of avant-garde technology. Even the Tyrant Squad has been brought. After hearing the voice from the sky, looking at the several aircraft slowly falling not far away, and a team of super tyrants coming out of them, the bald agent next to him couldn't help but come to Callison's side and asked, "After all, you have to know that the two forces had unpleasant experiences before, and now Avant-Garde Technology Cosmic Company is in existence on Earth that is superior to the 5 permanent members of the UN Security Council. To put it bluntly, it is said within their ranks that the Earth Federation is ruled by the 5 permanent members of the UN Security Council and Avant-Garde Technology Cosmic Company, but in fact, Avant-Garde Technology Cosmic Company is the leader. After all, the two are not at the same level in terms of technological capabilities or armed capabilities. Even the weapons they have now are given to them by others after being eliminated for generations in order to maintain the fragile hearts of the major powers on Earth. Although there may be some outrageous and exaggerated elements in these words, the influence of Avant-Garde Technology Cosmic Company is absolute. In fact, it is an enlarged version of Super SHIELD. Now with a collision between the two, let alone the political influence, just the force, Baldy believes that the other super tyrant can completely defeat them. Even if they learn the tactic of mutual destruction from Iraq, it is nothing more than delaying for a while. After all, before this, S.H.I.E.L.D. had learned about the tyrant's combat power through the military's video data in order to study the armed forces of A-Tech. An initial experimental biological tyrant could kill the Afghan army, not to mention the humanoid tyrants that were constantly improving and evolving. The combat video completely shattered their 3 views. After countless people discussed it, they finally came to the conclusion that it was strong. It was so strong that non-tactical nuclear bombs could not solve it. It was simply a perfect war weapon. And now, a super tyrant team like this was sent out, and they had no chance to play. Just wait and see. They should be here for the information. Wait for menus and tell your men not to act rashly. At this moment, Callison was extremely nervous. He thought he was just investigating a celestial phenomenon when he went on this mission, but he didn't expect to track Pioneer Technology. You know, that was a company that made their boss feel embarrassed. After hearing what his men said, although Callison was nervous, he still remained calm and replied. Otherwise, if these men saw that he, the leader, was so nervous, they would probably surrender directly and there would be no fun at all. Okay. After hearing what Callison said, the bald man on the side also responded directly, and then gave orders through the intercom, requiring each agent to open the safety of the gun and lower the muzzle. After making sure that there would be no accidents, he returned to Callison's back and waited. "Hello, I'm from the Strategic Homeland Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau." After waiting for a while, Callison greeted the team led by a man with a military aura, and at the same time extended his hand, saying with a full welcome expression, "Did they say they were from the FBI? How come it's the Strategic Homeland Defense Bureau now?" Daisy and others who were standing not far from Callison also asked with confusion after hearing Callison's self-introduction. After all, no matter what, the FBI is much more powerful than this bureau, right? Exclamation mark. Why not introduce the FBI at this time? Yes, that's it. I heard this in our circle before. The reason why they reported to the Strategic Homeland Defense Attack and Logistics Support Agency instead of the FBI is because their organization is more mysterious than the FBI. It's also more powerful. The Strategic Homeland Defense Attack and Logistics Support Agency is also known as SHIELD. It can be said that this is a highly confidential organization. They are a group of lackeys. Anyone or anything they identify as dangerous will be controlled, either strictly guarded or imprisoned. It can be said that death is the best outcome for those who fall into their hands. This is also why I just told Jay not to pursue it further. I can feel that the attitude of the person leading the team this time is relatively good. If someone else comes, and they really get serious, none of us will be able to leave. What awaits us is almost life imprisonment." After hearing what Daisy said, Dr. Selvig also showed a solemn expression and spoke. If all his analysis before this was just speculation, then with Callson's self-introduction, it all confirmed this point. These people are the SHIELD. That everyone is afraid of. Oh my god. Is it so scary? But, isn't this a society ruled by law? How can such an organization still exist? Daisy, who was standing by, suddenly became more angry after hearing what Dr. Selvig said. She looked at the agents who claimed to be FBI agents not far away with disbelief. She thought they were just law enforcement officers and they were just unlucky to run into such a thing. She didn't expect them to be the mysterious organization that was said to kill people without blinking an eye. Huh? It's a good thing that you acted quickly, Doctor. We didn't have a conflict with them. Otherwise, I'm afraid our graves would be covered with grass. After that, after she reacted, Daisy patted her chest and said as if she had survived a disaster. After all, this thing is really scary, no less than traveling around Afghanistan. Does this mean that I can never get my information back? Jane, on the other hand, had a different reaction from the others. After hearing what Dr. Selvig said, she was devastated. After all, those materials were her life. If those people hadn't really opened fire and pointed their guns at Thor's head, she really didn't want to hand them over. Jane, isn't your focus too strange? In the hands of these robbers, shouldn't we be thankful that we are still alive? Didn't you hear what Dr. Selvig said? In their world, it's either life imprisonment or being under surveillance. I think it's good enough that we can get out of this unscathed. After hearing what her mentor said, Daisy on the side couldn't help but emphasize. After all, the reason why she came all the way here was just to graduate successfully under Jane's hands. You know, now in the world, it can be said that the power of mentors is extremely great. A graduate student must satisfy them in their hands before he can graduate successfully. If you meet some bad mentors, you probably have to sacrifice your whole life. That's why she chose to come to Jane. What she didn't expect was that although Jane didn't have the troubles of those male mentors and didn't let herself get involved, she probably had to sacrifice her life. If she had known this would happen, she would have thought it would be better to find a male mentor to choose from. It would only take a few minutes, so she would just treat it as being pushed by a pig. Of course, this is just what Daisy thinks. If she really had to choose, she might as well die. Sorry, I'm too weak and let you compromise. Although Thor didn't know much about S.H.I.E.L.D. at this time, he could tell that it was a very powerful armed force and an organization with great influence. He walked up to Jane and apologized like a child who had done something wrong. It's okay, you've tried your best, and I should be the one to say sorry. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have been involved in this incident. It wouldn't be like this now. After hearing Thor's apology, Jane also said with a guilty look on her face, especially at the end, she pointed to the wound on Thor's face. After all, the other party almost died just now, just to get back the information that was stolen from her. It's just a minor injury. I've experienced more painful injuries on the battlefield before. But this is the first time I've been compromised like this. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but don't worry, I will find a way to get your things back. After hearing Jane's words, Thor casually touched his wound and spoke. After so long, he has recovered. It's just that he doesn't have a divine body. He will prove to his father that he can do better even without a divine body. On the other side, after seeing Callson coming forward to say hello, Seven, the leader of the team, glanced at him lightly, chewed his gum in his mouth with disdain, and then ignored him. As if nothing had happened, he walked past Callson and walked towards Thor and others. Seeing this scene, Callson's other men couldn't help but feel humiliated and even wanted to fight back. After all, they have always claimed to be elite agents who maintain global stability and have enough missions and responsibilities. When have they been ignored like this? However, all this was stopped by the quick-eyed and quick-handed Callson. After all, he knew too well the fighting power of these people. If a conflict occurred now, even if their director knew about it, he could only swallow his anger and then silently say in front of everyone that he deserved a good death. Are you the one who came from the depths of the universe? After coming in front of Thor, Seven also put away his previous contempt for Callson and others, and after recalling the brief mission that Baymax had given him at the beginning, he asked with a curious look on his face, When he came, he saw the information sorted out by Baymax. A huge energy beam shot from the depths of the universe to the Earth, and in it, there was actually a humanoid creature. All this was simply incredible. Yes, the great prince of Asgard, Thor. After hearing the words of the person in front of him, Thor also straightened his chest and protected several people on the side behind him, and said with a firm face. For Thor, although he did not become the king, he was the pride of the Asgard gods, and the pride of being the eldest prince. For a moment, everyone present could not help but believe Thor's words. After all, temperament is something that can only be cultivated through professional training and edification over a long period of time. And Thor's innate kingly aura is even more extraordinary. Asgard. Thor. It seems interesting, the one in the myth. Unlike other ordinary people, 7, as an old man in the company, who has seen a lot of secret information and data on the Earth, believed Thor's words directly after hearing them. His eyes lit up, and then he looked at Thor in front of him and said excitedly. Chapter 254 Thor is knocked out. After all, as a super-enhanced person in the company, and because 7 had been a soldier before and had to retire due to injury, he also has a violent tendency in his bones. Fighting and killing can be said to be his lifelong creed. However, those people in the company are almost all clones or tyrants. They can fight, but there is no feedback between them and normal people. For 7, it is more exciting to fight with sandbags than to fight with them. So he has been very bored in the company all the time. In simple terms, he has a lot of talent but nowhere to display it. Now, after hearing that there is a person who claims to be a god and came to the Earth in such a strange way, 7 immediately wants to fight with the other party. After all, who can resist the title that can be comparable to or even surpass the god? Of course, is this the way you Earthlings say hello? After hearing 7's words, Thor, who is also a war maniac, can read the fanatical eyes of the other party, so he agreed without any hesitation. After all, although he has no divine power now, 3 or 5 people still can't get close to him. As the eldest prince of Asgard who has been fighting outside for many years, he is confident that even if he has no divine power, he can easily deal with this kind of earthling. Then the two of them began to show their posture in the open space that everyone silently gave up. As the dark clouds in the sky filled up at this time, the originally sunny sky was also covered by the suddenly gloomy dark clouds, and the continuous thunder sounded, which looked like a scene of a century-long war. This. Jane, who was standing aside, hesitated subconsciously after seeing Thor actually wanted to go up. She wanted to go up and say something, but was still held back. She didn't forget that Thor was shot and injured by someone just now. If the other party was really the legendary Thor, how could he be so weak? What are you doing? Don't you see that they are about to fight? You still want to go forward. After holding Jane, Dr. Selvig couldn't help but speak in her low voice. But Thor, Jane couldn't help but speak up after hearing what Dr. Selvig said. I know you're worried about Thor, but don't forget that the person opposite him is also an ordinary person. As long as the big guys behind that person don't show up, didn't you see that several SHIELD agents were knocked down by Thor before? Don't be anxious when things happen. What did I teach you? I think you have almost forgotten it now. Looking at Jane, who had lost her rationality for this man who had been in the news for less than half a day, Selvig said with a look of regret. He couldn't figure out how this man who hadn't even been confirmed to be a legendary god could have such great charm and seduced away the soul of half of his daughter in just half a day. Come on, stranger. I can feel the surging fighting spirit in your heart. Use your greatest strength to fight me. At this moment, Thor, as the person involved, looked at a mere mortal in front of him, and he was very self-righteous. He also spoke loudly after making a fighting posture. Really? Then I'll go all out. After hearing Thor's words, 7 immediately opened fire. After he finished speaking, everyone present only felt that the temperature at the scene began to soar suddenly. And as the center of the battlefield, the effect is even more significant. As one of the parties involved, Thor, now, even before he started to do anything, he already felt the temperature in front of him soaring, and the sweat on his body began to penetrate from his body to the surface. At this moment, the other party gave Thor the feeling that he was facing the legendary lava giant. However, this is the Earth. How is this possible? Roar. But before Thor could continue to think about it, he saw that 7, who was originally an ordinary human in front of him, had already turned into a monster full of orange lava. Looking at him, 7 even roared in response to the output, and for a moment, everyone present was inadvertently blown away by the huge roar. At this moment, even Thor crossed his arms in front of his face to resist the extremely hot and powerful wind. The next second, before Thor could continue, he saw the man in front of him who had turned into a flame monster, and a huge flame shot out of his mouth directly towards him. At this moment, Thor also drove his body and forced himself to dodge to the side. Boom! Exclamation mark. For a moment, the place where Thor was standing was blown into a deep pit by Seven's attack. My god, is this still a human? This is too scary. Will Thor die? Hiss. Dot. In an instant, after seeing the horrible and destructive scene caused by Seven, everyone present couldn't help but take a breath, and then spoke one after another. Even after seeing this, the bald agent who originally thought that the tyrants were the biggest threat couldn't help but doubt that he had misjudged the person. He swore that after this, he would have to fully understand and investigate some seemingly ordinary people he met before taking action. Otherwise, if he were to lead the team and encounter such a ruthless person once, they would all be dead. As the person in charge of this incident, Killian was also extremely glad that he did not do anything extreme just now because of the other party's disregard after seeing this scene. After all, let alone the full team of tyrants on the side, Killian estimated that the magma man in front of him could beat all of them without blinking. Thor. At this moment, Jane, who was watching the scene, was different from the shock and fear of others. At this moment, after seeing this horrific scene, she couldn't help but feel worried about Thor who was fighting. After all, facing this inhuman monster, even the agents with guns before could pose a threat to him, not to mention this man who was already full of flames. What are you doing? As a god, are you so cowardly and evasive like this? At this moment, after seeing his attack, Seven, who thought he should be counterattacked and focused on resisting, found that the other party had no movement after escaping to a car. Seven couldn't help but frown and speak. After all, he wanted to have a real exchange with this legendary god. Even if the other party was too heavy and killed him, it didn't matter. Anyway, he just wanted to challenge the legendary god. But for some reason, the current process seemed a little different from what he imagined. Maybe these gods have their own fighting strategies? Exclamation mark. With this thought, Seven began to walk cautiously behind the car on the side, but just when his inner vigilance reached the highest level, he suddenly rushed out, wanting to give the other party a surprise attack. But the next second, the scene he saw made him dumbfounded. The big man collapsed to the ground. From the explosion and the dent on the car door, it was not difficult to see that the man in front of him was pushed by the air wave generated by the explosion in midair while dodging his attack, and then he hit the car door directly. And then, fainted? Exclamation mark. At this moment, Seven was extremely speechless. He really didn't expect that this legendary god would be so weak? Exclamation mark. Didn't you cross the universe in your physical body just now? No matter how weak you are, you won't be knocked unconscious by the aftermath of the explosion. Thor. At this time, Jane, who thought that another fierce battle scene should begin, couldn't help but find that the other side was always calm. When she thought of Thor's ordinary body before, she immediately became nervous and directly broke away from Selvig's arm. When she carefully came behind Seven, looking at Thor lying on the ground, Jane also rushed up and spoke anxiously. Don't worry, it's okay, he just fainted. What about Thor? If all the gods are like this, I can become the lord of the gods. After seeing Jane on the side caring about the god, Seven also put away his desperate liberation mode, and then looked at Thor who had fainted with a disappointed expression and spoke. However, seeing that the other party had fainted, Seven did not do anything radical. After all, the reason why he came here was arranged by the company. If this alien visitor was really eliminated, the company would probably kill him first. Okay, I need to take him away now. Do you want to come together, or what? At this time, looking at everything around, Seven, who was a little bored, also spoke to Jane and her companions who were trying to wake up Thor. As for the people from S.H.I.E.L.D. on the side, they were completely ignored by them, and they didn't even look at them. Let's go together, I want to go with you. Just when Daisy and Dr. Selvig were still hesitating, Jane took the initiative to speak, but after seeing Daisy and Selvig's hesitation, she immediately changed her mind. After all, they didn't know what was waiting for them at Avant-Garde Technologies this time, so Jane had no reason to drag the two of them in. No, I want to go too. But what surprised Jane was that Selvig also took the initiative to ask to go together. Then you all go. I'll go too. It just so happens that I also want to see what avant-garde technologies looks like. After seeing that her mentor and half of her mentor were going, Daisy also hesitated and stood up and spoke. After all, no matter what, her mentor's treatment of her and academic guidance were beyond reproach, and to be honest, avant-garde technologies is the dream workplace for many college graduates today, and she also wants to see what it's like inside. Okay, no need to make it seem like a life and death separation. We're just going to have a talk. There aren't too many horror or suspense elements for you to think about. Seeing the speeches of several people who seemed to be going to the execution ground, Seven also shook his hands impatiently and said, after all, for them, even this alien, the so-called Thor, was so weak that he couldn't even beat him, not to mention the other forbidden biological soldiers of the company. According to Seven's inference, such an existence was nothing more than inviting them to be guests, and then collecting blood information and going through the procedures. Then they could be released. Ah. Ho ha ho ha. Really? After hearing Seven's impatient words, Daisy, who was standing by, couldn't help but laugh in embarrassment. After all, although the reputation of pioneer technology had always been good before, this time it involved this person who was suspected to be an alien, and she was afraid of any accidents. Now, after hearing the words of the team leader, she instantly relaxed. Okay, take it away. Just like that, as Seven's voice fell, the group was taken to the headquarters of Pioneer Technology. Because of Mexico's unique location, it is in the United States and not far from Florida, so Pioneer Technology has not built any large bases nearby. So for safety reasons, and because of Thor's unique identity, he was taken to the headquarters of Pioneer Technology. Here is. After a long time, with the landing of the plane, everyone really came to the industrial park of Pioneer Technology. At this moment, Thor, who had woken up from the initial dizziness, also touched his still loading head, while trying to stand up from the ground, and said in confusion, "This is the headquarters of Pioneer Technology. Didn't you say before that you wanted to see someone who can speak on Earth? Then the chairman of Pioneer Technology is definitely the one you said." At this time, seeing that Thor had woken up, Jane walked over to support him and whispered in his mouth, "Really? It's so simple." After hearing Jane's words, Thor, who had thought that this time on Earth was destined to be a long and arduous test, immediately spoke in disbelief. After all, after being stripped of his armor and weapons by his father, and then being exiled, and then coming to Earth, he found that he was deprived of his divine power, and then was surrounded by human organizations. All of this made Thor feel that hell had begun. Chapter 255 Thor's Surprise. Unexpectedly, it has passed like this until now? Exclamation mark. Is he the legendary child of destiny? Okay, we are already here, let's go to the conference room. The chairman wants to see you in person. After receiving the latest notice from Dabe, Seven looked at Thor in front of him with a strange look, and then said, "Okay, trouble. Friend, I have to say that you are very strong. Even in our Asgard, you can be a centurion with your strength. After I meet the person I am looking for and get back my original strength, we will have another real contest." After hearing the other party's words, Thor, who came back to his senses at this moment, also looked at Seven in front of him with a burning gaze, and then took the initiative to walk in front of the other party and said, "For Thor, failure is not, and he is still just a mortal body. He believes that as long as he meets the person his father said and gets back his power of Thor, then he can hang the hammer even without a weapon against such an opponent." So Thor looked at it, even if the other party knocked him out, it didn't matter to him. "Get back your original strength, Centurion. Then I'll wait." At this moment, after listening to Thor's words, Seven couldn't help but understand the other party's eyes. If the other party's strength is really because of teleportation or some unknown reason, it has become so weak, it seems that it can be explained clearly. After all, no matter what, as the god of thunder in mythology, no matter how strong he is, he can't be the same as ordinary people. Then, after finishing speaking, Seven led a few people to the office building not far away. On the other side, Killian, who was in front of the balcony of the office, also stood in front of the glass, looking at Thor below. This time, although he didn't know why Thor was exiled so early than the original plot, it should not be that the conflict between brothers broke out in advance? Exclamation mark. After all, Odin should have some time before he fell into Odin's sleep. And since Odin is still there, Thor will definitely be tested, and from the words that the other party will find the person in charge of the Earth as soon as he wakes up. Killian speculated that the other party should be authorized by Odin to come to the Earth to find someone. Could it be that Asgard wants to form an alliance with humans? Exclamation mark. That's too much? Just an idea makes Killian feel like laughing. After all, the current Asgard is a behemoth that rules the 9 kingdoms. It can be said that this is equivalent to the Earth Federation on Earth now, and the Earth is just a small tribe in Africa in the eyes of the other party. It is simply impossible to let a powerful Earth Federation form an alliance with a remote small tribe. Or do you want this thing? Exclamation mark. At this moment, Killian's deep eyes can't help but look up at the sky. To be honest, if Thor hadn't been deprived of his divine powers in the original plot, then Killian might not necessarily meet him. You know, thousands of years ago, the ether particles in his body were sealed by Thor's grandfather, and not long after he took it out, Thor came to Earth, and it's no wonder that Killian didn't think too much. So at the beginning he arranged for Seven to deliberately let him compete with Thor. Then, Thor not only didn't fight, but was knocked unconscious, and even his hair was taken away without knowing it. So Killian can be sure that the other party has indeed lost his divine power, and the people of Asgard don't know why, just watching. I think, even if Thor is not exiled because of his arrogance in the original book, it is not far from it. While Killian was still thinking, accompanied by the sound of the elevator door ding, it opened, and Seven led Thor and his 4 companions in. After entering the door, Jane, Daisy, and Selvig looked at everything they saw along the way with an expression like Liu Leolio entering the Grand View Garden. For them, every technology and item used in the Pioneer Technology Company building is something they have never seen before. Even the elevator, which should be ordinary like other buildings, is full of everything. It can not only adjust the scene but also has the guidance of artificial intelligence, and can answer any questions they have raised in the process. It can be said to be magical. This was even more so when they arrived at Killian's office. A pure future technology style of decoration, transparent glass and virtual images became the main colors of this office. Coupled with those man-made scenery, it can be said that they felt dazzled at the sight. This is also the style Killian likes. A single color tone can easily make him feel boring and dull, so the complex and colorful office decoration will make him feel much better. Hello, I heard that you are Thor, the god of thunder from Asgard. After coming to his senses, looking at the tall Thor in front of him, Killian also deliberately pretended not to know the other party's background, walked up with a surprised face and stretched out his hand and said, "Yes, it's genuine, the son of Odin of Asgard, Thor. To be honest, this trip to your Earth, the humanistic scene I experienced in just half a day is really a bit different." After shaking hands with Killian enthusiastically, Thor also directly complained about what he had experienced since coming here. Haha, that's the case. After all, although we have established the Earth Federation, there are many countries and forces under its command. For a while, some may be dissatisfied. However, after receiving your words, Your Highness, I will propose on behalf of our company that they standardize law enforcement actions. But may I ask, Your Highness, what is the purpose of your coming to Earth this time? After listening to Thor's words, Killian also echoed with a smile, while playing the video captured by the Pioneer Technology satellite of Thor riding the Rainbow Bridge from the universe to the Earth, and spoke. Unlike the satellite used by Jane and others, which only captured a human figure, the Pioneer Technology satellite, as a super satellite, has a dynamic capture capability that can be said to be thousands or even tens of thousands of times that of civilian satellites. Therefore, in the video, it can be clearly seen that Thor's figure landed on the Earth in the light of the rainbow. And it was not until this moment that Jane, Dr. Selvig and others beside him truly believed in Thor's identity as an alien. And Thor also understood why the man in front of him was not like those people he had met before, who thought he was crazy or doubted his identity as soon as they met. It turned out that human technology had developed to such a level that they could capture the scene of him riding the Rainbow Bridge to the Earth. It must be said that this surprised Thor little. Of course, he thought it was a good surprise. Otherwise, if there was no such video, who knows how long it would take for him to find Killian alone. After all, according to what Jane had said to him before, for an ordinary person to meet such a big man who was already at the top level of mankind, it could be said that it was almost impossible to go to heaven. So for a while, Thor couldn't help but feel a sense of emotion. Once upon a time, as a prince of Asgard, he could easily meet his father, and the lords of the 9 kingdoms could meet him whenever they wanted. But now he has fallen to the point where he has to go through many twists and turns to meet the person in charge of an indigenous planet, and in the end he even felt fortunate. The main reason for my visit this time is that my father had said before that there was a human being on Earth whom he had observed many times. That man led the Earth from the planetary era to the interstellar era. For this kind of backward and remote galaxy, this is obviously different. He led a civilization across the ages with his own strength. This is also extremely rare in the universe, so I decided to come and take a look. It would be best if we could recruit him. Although my father has a different attitude, it is undeniable that both I and my father value this earthling very much. Of course, there are some twists and turns in the process, so I won't say much, but the final result is the same. So can you help me find this man? In return, you will also gain the friendship of Thor, the great prince of Asgard, and Asgard. After hearing Killian's words, Thor at this time also made clear his purpose in front of everyone for the first time. After listening to Thor's words, everyone present couldn't help but fall into silence. At this moment, they really didn't know whether Thor in front of them was really stupid or just pretending to be stupid, or there is a saying that stupid people have good fortune? Exclamation mark. Puff. As the person involved, Killian, although he had thought of many ways to exile Thor to the Earth before, he didn't expect that after hearing Thor's words, the reason for being exiled to the Earth was actually related to himself, and the whole person couldn't help but burst out. From this, it is not difficult for Killian to figure out the reason why Thor came here. I'm afraid that the process in Thor's mouth is countless times more complicated than the twists and turns he said. After all, although Killian has not seen the so-called God King Odin, just through his performance in film and television, he can see his arrogance and his heartfelt disdain for other races. In the original book, Thor took his girlfriend Jane to Asgard to try to treat him, and at the beginning, Odin ruthlessly tried to drive him away. If Odin had not changed his mind after discovering the ether particles in Jane's body, Jane would have died somewhere. Of course, the most important thing is that Killian really didn't expect that he could attract the attention of the legendary king of the gods, Odin. After all, the other party was in the 10,000 years, and he was already busy with the affairs of his two sons, and he didn't know how to deal with them. In this situation, he still had the leisure to focus his attention on him. For a while, after hearing this news, Killian couldn't help but start to examine himself. Maybe he should find a way out for himself. After all, Odin was okay. The old man himself had reached his twilight years, and he no longer had the ambition of aggression in his youth. He only wanted Thor to take over his throne safely and survive the Ragnarok. But some other libs were different, such as Yggo and the Kree. For a while, Killian felt that he was an enemy wherever he looked. What's wrong? Why are you all looking at me with such strange eyes? I'm telling the truth. You even saw the video of my arrival on Earth. You don't still suspect that I lied to you about this reason, do you? After saying this, Thor at this moment looked at Killian's chuckle in front of him, and Jane, Selvig, Daisy and others who were looking at him with stunned expressions. At this moment, Thor felt that he was suffering from a serious crisis of trust. He spread his hands and tried to explain to make everyone believe him. Thor, is there a possibility that the Lord Killian you see in front of you is the person you are talking about? Earlier, you just said that you wanted to meet the person in charge on Earth, so I didn't tell you too clearly, but the person you mentioned who single-handedly led mankind into interstellar civilization, then I think, apart from Lord Killian, there is no one else. Even many of the technologies and research we have used so far were announced by Pioneer Technology. At this time, after seeing Thor's confused look, Jane on the side couldn't help but walk to his side, and then explained in her low voice. After all, sometimes, although Thor looks stupid, coupled with his big body, he gives people a cute feeling, but sometimes this dull reaction arc also makes people feel socially embarrassed. That means he is the person I am looking for. After listening to Jane's words, Thor first looked at Killian in front of him with a puzzled look, and then when he came to his senses, he looked at Jane with shining eyes, and then glanced back and forth between the two people, and then spoke excitedly. After all, he did not forget that before he lost his divine power, his father's mission for him was to go to Earth and meet the person on Earth who made him feel worthy of attention. Yes, if your description is correct, then I think this person is me. After listening to Thor's words, Killian at this time couldn't help but touch his nose and spoke. Chapter 256 Asgard Kingdom Researcher. He really didn't expect that he would be called by the legendary Thor. That's great, my friend. Are you willing to be my follower and join Asgard? Believe me, as long as you nod, when I am taken back to the kingdom of God and inherit the throne of Asgard, I can appoint you as a researcher of the kingdom of Asgard, and the scientific and technological information of Asgard will be open to you. You don't even have to wait for me to become the king of God. As long as you are willing, I can take you to see my father at any time, invite you to join, and give you an official position. After hearing Killian's admission, Thor also laughed and walked in front of Killian, then patted Killian's shoulder with his big hand, and directly invited him sincerely without any politeness. After listening to Thor's words, Killian also understood why Thor, although he has always been careless and reckless, has always had people willing to follow him. To be honest, although this kind of attitude may be considered rude to some people, Thor's identity makes up for it very well. From the perspective of outsiders, Thor is approachable and easy to get along with. It is no wonder that even though Thor was exiled and Loki had ascended to the throne as the temporary king, the three warriors of Asgard and Sif were willing to go to Earth to find Thor at the charge of treason. Of course, for Killian, that was all. For him, although Asgard's technology did make him excited, but he also knew that the mess in Asgard that was to come would be even worse than that on Earth. First, Loki colluded with the frost giants to invade and wanted to overthrow the Asgard regime. Then the Dark Elves invaded and wanted to retaliate against Asgard. Then Hela broke the seal and wanted to rule Asgard. The lava giants revived and wanted to bring Ragnarok to destroy Asgard. Then Thanos came to make up another shot and killed half of the people in Asgard. And there was the God Butcher behind. It can be said that there are too many people who want to conquer Asgard. Just for the above, Asgard is almost targeted by most of the top forces or great people in the universe. And now at this juncture, if Killian joins Asgard, it can be said that the risk is even greater than the benefits it brings. Not to mention, he really doesn't want to face Odin, an old monster who has lived for thousands of years. Although Odin seems to be just like that from the film and television, he is played around by his son Loki and can't even control his eldest daughter, but who knows Odin's private considerations? After all, who can lead his people from a single cosmic kingdom to conquer the 9 cosmic kingdoms and drive out the old gods such as Zeus from the earth? Who can be a powerful god king who is originally in his sphere of influence? Even Killian suspected that it was for this reason that when Thor went to Zeus's territory to seek help, he was ruthlessly rejected and ridiculed by Zeus. Of course, these have nothing to do with Killian. He will not join anyway. Okay, then let's do this happily. Oh, wait, what did you say? Maybe I didn't say it clearly. I am the eldest prince from Asgard, and our Asgard is the real ruler of this universe, ruling the territories of 9 kingdoms. As long as you are willing to join us, you can become our spokesperson in Asgard, and we will also open the technology library for you, and you can even come to Asgard to work. If you don't believe it, I can take you there in person. Thor, who thought that his recruitment should be stable, was stunned for a while after hearing it clearly, and then hurriedly explained. He didn't forget the task given to him by his father, which was to let him come to recruit this person. If he couldn't recruit the other party after finally meeting him, how could he complete the new king trial given to him by his father, and how could he ascend the throne? Exclamation mark. How to become the new king. I believe you, otherwise I wouldn't have asked my men to bring you here. But there's no need. It has told me everything about you and Asgard. Looking at Thor, who was determined to recruit him, Killian really didn't know what Odin had said to him to make him so persistent, but Killian still revealed the ether particles in his body and explained. After all, he knew that this thing couldn't be hidden for long. When the Dark Elves came to him, Asgard would definitely know about it, so there was not much point in hiding it. It was better to be frank. And Killian also felt that one of the reasons why the other party was sent here might be that Odin wanted him to investigate the ether particles. Ether particles. It's actually here with you. No wonder my father discovered the fluctuations of the ether particles before, but didn't know the specific location. I didn't expect it to be integrated into your body. At this moment, after seeing the ether particles emerging from Killian's body, Thor also spoke with a look of surprise. After all, the ether particles were almost ancient artifacts for him, and he knew very little about such things, but since his father valued them, there must be a reason for it. Yes, and it also told me one thing, the Dark Elves have revived. If you don't want to be affected, then your highness, you should go back quickly. Otherwise, I may not be able to protect you in the coming war. After hearing Thor's words, Killian nodded immediately and continued. Dark Elves? You also think they have revived? Great, I didn't expect that our opinions are the same. But it was different from what Killian thought. After hearing Killian's words about the revived Dark Elves, Thor was excited and looked at Killian happily and said, "You know, before this, he told his father that the Dark Elves might not be extinct, but his dull and pedantic father rejected it, and now he finally got this answer somewhere else. The Dark Elves are not important. What is important is his decision and consciousness. As expected, he is the one who is truly suitable to be the chosen one of the king." At this moment, looking at the excited look of Thor in front of him, Killian couldn't help but be confused for a while. At this moment, he suspected that this guy was Loki in disguise. "Good man, that's the Dark Elves. They attacked your Asgard palace as if it was a game. You didn't go home to prepare for the enemy, but you are so happy?" Exclamation mark. This Thor is colluding with the enemy. Wait a minute, do you mean that the Dark Elves are coming? But after a while, Thor finally came to his senses and looked at Killian in front of him with an unbelievable face. Although his reaction arc may be a little long sometimes, it doesn't mean that he doesn't understand the importance of this matter. You have to know that the Dark Elves, a race that even his grandfather had to use the power of the entire race and unite the major forces in the universe to completely eliminate, will definitely bring terrible disasters to the universe after reviving. Wait a minute, what do you mean by the Dark Elves? Daisy, who was standing by, couldn't help but stand up and speak after hearing Thor's expression suddenly become so serious and shocked. Of course. Without paying attention to him, Killian nodded and spoke. "Haytimer. Did you hear that? Take me back. It's an emergency." Haytimer. After hearing Killian's confirmation, Thor's face was solemn. He didn't say anything to Killian anymore. He walked to the windowsill not far away, looked up at the sky, and shouted loudly. But this time, what made him feel wrong was that after he shouted many times, the familiar rainbow bridge that he had expected did not shine on him and send him back. There was not even a little movement. What's wrong with him? Looking at Thor, who was shouting at the sky inexplicably not far away, Daisy asked with a puzzled and curious look on her face. Although it has been confirmed that the man in front of her is indeed an alien god, for some reason, Daisy always feels that he is a little silly. I don't know. Maybe this is the way alien gods communicate. After all, every race has its own cultural characteristics. After hearing Daisy's words, Killian on the side also took the initiative to walk closer, shrugged and said, "Hello, Dr. Selvig, Dr. Jane Foster, and this Miss Daisy." After greeting Jane and Selvig, looking at Daisy, who was eager to try and looking at him expectantly, Killian still called her name. It would be fine if he didn't see the two people before, but in this case, both of them came to the door, so it would not be in Killian's style if he didn't recruit them. You know, the two people in front of him, no matter which one, can be said to be a senior scientist who is not inferior to Samuel. In the movie, Jane can see through the instruments that the doctor in Asgard uses to examine her body and try to treat her, and point out their principles. And Selvig was even more amazing. With no previous experience, he was able to master the technology of the cosmic cube in a very short time and create a portal that could open a large teleportation channel. All of this is amazing. To be honest, I have been paying attention to you for a long time, but I have been dragged down by various situations and have not been able to find time to visit you. Since you are here this time, I would like to invite you to join my Pioneer Technology Company. I know that you are studying astronomy recently, and most people are not optimistic about it. I can promise here that as long as you join Pioneer Technology, you can do whatever research you want, and Pioneer Technology will provide you with $100 million in research funds every year for any of your research. How about it? Of course, $100 million is just an initial investment. When you really get started later, the research funds will increase. After greeting them, Killian smiled slightly at the few people who were obviously at a loss. He took the coffee machine next to him, poured a cup of coffee for each of them, and after handing it over, Killian immediately invited them. Hiss. At this moment, after hearing Killian's words, the three people present couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. Although Jane and Selvig were both senior scientific researchers who had experienced many research projects, they had never heard of Killian spending hundreds of millions of dollars. Daisy, who was standing by, felt like she was about to faint. $100 million in research funds, you know, there are more than a dozen colleges in the United States, tens of thousands of graduate students, plus tutors, principals, etc., and it's only $800 million a year. and their boss directly offered $100 million, and made it clear that it would increase in the future. You know, in the United States, research funds include labor costs and the like. Specifically, about 20% can be withdrawn to be used as various direct expenses, holiday benefits, etc. As for how to allocate it, it all depends on the project leader, that is, her tutor. And 20% of $100 million, this is $20 million. If it were her, even if she only gave him 1%, she would be satisfied. After all, thanks to the emergence of pioneer technology, its various consumer goods and electronic products are also being updated at a very fast speed, so this also leads to the fact that their original wages are not enough now that the consumption level is rising. After all, electronic products and the like are just consumer goods for daily life, and they don't care about your normal life, so those evil capitalists will not give you a salary increase, which leads to the fact that now everyone wants to buy things when they see them, but looking at their own wages, they may not be able to afford them even if they grit their teeth. Even she, a research girl who didn't buy much, has gone on to overdraw her credit card because of the various novel gadgets of pioneer technology, and finally now has a heavy debt. In this glass cabinet, there are 4 little white mice used as experimental materials. After being thrown into the observation box, the alien larvae kept turning over and screaming, appearing particularly irritable, but after a while they calmed down, and then slowly got into the gap of the rockery piled with stones in the observation box, and even if the mouse passed by leisurely, it did not move. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 257, Sudden Attack. But the project we are studying now does not have much practical use. We are studying astronomy now, which is of no help to private enterprises. Compared to Daisy, who was already dreaming of getting a high salary, Jane, who was also shocked by the high conditions offered by Killian, felt shocked, but quickly recovered and asked Killian in front of her seriously. Because she has been studying astronomy, she knows better than anyone else that astronomy is almost the least worthy of investment for private enterprises. They have always relied on Selvig's senior connections in the circle and finally relied on the US government to get research funds. After all, astronomy, how to say it, is a scientific research project that is worth long-term investment, but it is difficult to get returns in the near future. Compared with those high-tech scientific research projects, although the investment cost is high, as long as the research is successful, the company can get back the investment in minutes, and even make a lot of money. Astronomical research is more about seeking the interests of mankind. In addition to the huge amount of investment, it is almost difficult to get returns on this. So generally speaking, for research in astronomy like this, only the governments of various countries will give part of the scientific research funds to subsidize the research of these astronomers. It may not be of any help to other private companies, but it is different for pioneer technology. The information, location and galaxy routes of galaxies are all valuable treasures. There are still many secrets in the solar system and even the entire universe that we are not familiar with. We need to deeply explore the natural laws. In the future exploration of the solar system and even the universe, we also need to find usable resources in these natural laws. You must know that hundreds of years ago, people still regarded the Earth as the center, and even the Sun was the center of the universe. If there was no research on the application of celestial bodies, there would be no basic science as we understand it today. If there was no research on stars, we would not know that the interior of stars is powered by nuclear fusion reactions, and we would not know that stars will also die, and the remains of death will become white dwarfs, neutron stars or black holes. Without the study of the universe, of course we would not know that there are more strange phenomena in the universe, let alone the existence of dark matter. Without LEGO and Virgo, we would not know the existence of gravitational waves, nor would we answer the doubts about general relativity, and we would not know that the merger of two neutron stars is so wonderful, etc. And these are all substantial uses. The path of pioneer technology has been laid out. With the official launch of the space carrier, the development of deeper space is inevitable. It's just that the people under my command don't have much experience in astronomical research, or there are no two authoritative talents, so I would like to invite a few of you to join. It's not only for the future survival of mankind, but also for your own dreams. Why not do it when you have the best of both worlds? And I can guarantee that with pioneer technology as a backing, similar things like today will never happen again. After hearing Jane's question, Killian also spoke immediately. After all, for the current pioneer technology, there is indeed a lack of talents in astronomy. You must know that human exploration of the deep space of the universe is not completed by sending a spacecraft there and taking a tour of the target place. If that were the case, the universe is so big that humans alone, unless they dig out half of the resources of the universe, they may not be able to explore all places until the universe is destroyed. Therefore, this requires astronomers to conduct long-term exploration and investigation of various galaxies, planets and some rare natural phenomena before this. This is reflected in Jane, who can initially explore the true meaning of the entire universe with just the power of a few people. That is, the appearance of the world tree, the 9 kingdoms. In the original book, it was because Jane recorded the records of the 9 planets where the 9 kingdoms were located in her notebook that Thor naturally connected them together and drew them into the world tree. It can be said that Thor's role in this is just to explain to Jane why these planets are arranged in this way, as well as some mythological and cosmic things. Similarly, Killian also believes that as long as Jane is given enough time and financial support, the other party will definitely give him a bigger surprise. And Killian is never stingy with talents. At this moment, after hearing the reasons given by Killian, whether it is Selvig, who is already experienced, or Jane, who is determined to make her own contribution to the cause of astronomy, they can't help but look at each other subconsciously. After all, although Jane has always wanted to pursue Yu's discovery in astronomy, she knows that her uncle, who was once her father's colleague and half her father, has been supporting her all the way. Otherwise, she would have been defeated by reality. Now that she has a choice, she wants to ask for his opinion. At this time, Selvig looked at Jane, hoping that Zhutian could agree to Chairman Killian's request. After all, whether it is salary, the degree of attention or the stage to display talents, Chairman Killian in front of him has already expressed enough attention to them, especially Jane. Dr. Selvig sincerely hopes that his daughter can agree to the other party. As for himself, if he can ensure that everything goes well for Jane, he naturally hopes to continue to shine in this industry. After all, for him, although so much time has passed, the direction of astronomy is still his passion, but unlike Jane, he knows very well how to weigh passion and reality. Daisy, who was standing by, looked at the 2 people who were already interested, and then looked at Thor who had just wanted to recruit Killian. For a moment, she couldn't help but sigh. They were both human beings, but the difference was obvious. Okay, I admit that you convinced me, Mr. Killian. After looking at Selvig for a long time, Jane finally looked at Killian with an interested face, and then spoke. To be honest, as a scientist, compared to others, after experiencing what happened today, Jane really valued Killian's last point, the protection of pioneer technology. After all, without anyone to back her up, she couldn't imagine how she would get through today when facing the shield. Ho ha, welcome, welcome, believe me, Dr. Jane Foster, you will never regret joining us. After hearing Jane's words, Killian laughed, shook hands with the other party, and then looked at Selvig. For me, as long as there is a laboratory that can satisfy my research, it doesn't matter where I work. After seeing Killian's vision looking at him, Selvig spread his hands and said, Great, you are welcome as well, Dr. Selvig. Oh, of course, if Ms. Daisy is willing, she can also follow your mentor and join. After hearing Selvig's agreement, Killian also smiled and then opened his mouth to welcome him. After that, he looked at Daisy beside him and didn't forget to add a sentence. Yes, I am very willing. After hearing that she was also invited, Daisy was also very excited and said. After all, she knew her own weight. If she wanted to enter avant-garde technology by herself, it would not be very likely. After all, avant-garde technology can be said to be watched by talents from major universities across the country. There are tens of millions of people competing at the same time, and the pressure is simply ridiculous. Now there is such an opportunity that allows her to join directly, so she will not pretend to be reserved. However, after seeing her researcher who had no reserve at all, Jane couldn't help but hold her forehead slightly. God knows what she brought out. Hatimer. Boom! Exclamation mark. At this moment, just as everyone was looking at Thor's continued shouting helplessly, a huge explosion suddenly came from not far away. What's wrong? At this moment, feeling the sudden roar, Daisy couldn't help but squat down in fear, and then looked around with a face full of fear. But compared to Daisy, Thor at this moment, the whole person also stared at not far away with his pupils wide open. As he looked, he saw that the explosion flames caused by the collision had not yet extinguished in the sky above the edge of the pioneering technology several kilometers away, and layers of sky blue transparent protective film suddenly appeared on it. Not far away, an extremely ugly T-shaped black ship appeared above the atmosphere. On the ground, there were also the wreckage of several small spacecraft. Sir, they have energy defense devices. According to our detection, the ether particles are inside this protective shield. Inside the large spacecraft, the dark elves on Earth were finally found through remote positioning of the ether particles. The driver looked at the protective shield that suddenly appeared in front of him and couldn't help but speak to the leader who was sitting not far away. Damn, such a backward and remote planet can actually have such technology. Start the backup plan and let the hidden team bomb all their space carriers to pieces. Don't let them react. You increase the firepower here. No matter what, you have to blast a hole for me to let our people in. After hearing the driver's words, Malekith, who came back to the driver's seat, said angrily. Originally, according to his idea, after coming to Earth and silently bombing the target location, the ether particles will naturally appear, and he can also take back what belongs to him naturally. Unexpectedly, the Earth here actually has such advanced technology as energy shields. Yes. After hearing the leader's order, the other motherships that were originally hidden in the air immediately emerged, and their artillery fire began to hit the protective barrier of pioneer technology without reservation. At the same time, on Earth, as the Dark Elf mothership was no longer hidden, the various countries on Earth began to detect the changes in the pioneer technology headquarters through satellites. A brand new flying ship that had never been seen before and was completely inconsistent with the design concept of human spacecraft appeared in their field of vision. However, before they began to arrange their own space carriers to bomb the Dark Elves, there were urgent calls for help again and again. They suddenly discovered that their country's space carriers were actually bombed by small spaceships that suddenly appeared. Many times, before they even reacted, several large space carriers were destroyed and written off. Hundreds of billions of materials plus the motherships themselves were directly written off in the universe. Sir, an unknown alien spaceship has been detected attacking the defense barrier. At this time, in the Pioneer Technology Building, which is the center of the war, under the arrangement of Baymax, all the staff in the building began to go to the underground shelter. At this time, Baymax also reported what happened to Killian. I didn't expect them to arrive so soon. I thought it would take a few days. After hearing Baymax's words, Killian, who also walked to the balcony at this time, looked at the iconic Dark Elf spaceship that was constantly bombarding the energy protection wall with artillery shells, and couldn't help but speak. Although the Dark Elves have disappeared from the stage of history for thousands of years, just from the spaceship in front of him, Killian can see that they were once extraordinary. Able to wake up in a few days, and then cross the universe and come to the Earth, this ugly-looking big guy, the technological power contained in it, in Killian's view, can be said to have stood at the top of the Marvel Universe's technological system. Do you know them? Your enemies. After hearing Killian's words, Thor, who was originally confused, turned around and asked. To be honest, he was still a little confused. He was originally calling Hadamar to go back, but Hadamar, who had been calling him back, seemed to have disappeared for some reason. And this big guy who suddenly appeared opened fire without saying anything. If he had not been on the battlefield for a long time and was used to this level of artillery roar, he estimated that any ordinary person would be scared and fall off the guardrail. Of course, this is the Dark Elves I just mentioned. They came here based on the ether particles. I thought it would take some time for them to arrive, so I asked you to leave quickly. I didn't expect this process to be faster than I thought. After hearing Thor's words, Killian also spoke up. Chapter 258. A devastating counterattack. Dabe, start counterattacking. After explaining to Thor, Killian also ordered Dabe in the headset. Then, in Thor's puzzled eyes, the Dark Elf mothership and those small spaceships that were still bombarding the Pioneer technology were suddenly bombed by the stealth fighters that appeared from the horizon. In an instant, several of the small spaceships of the Dark Elves, which were originally few, were blown up. The Dark Elves on them also followed the spaceships and turned into flames, staying on this planet forever. Report to the commander, the enemy has stealth technology, and the 5 small spaceships on the periphery have been destroyed. I suggest that we should reevaluate the strength of the natives of this planet. At this time, the pilot in the mothership also spoke with a shocked face after seeing this scene. From the appearance to now, just a face-to-face encounter, they were forced to lose so many small spaceships. You know, each of these is the only crystallization of their civilization. Moreover, it is made of high-strength special metal. It can be said that ordinary energy shells cannot destroy their small spaceships at all. And now, it was destroyed by the indigenous forces on this planet. Damn it, throw black hole grenades. Go at it regardless of everything. As long as I succeed in getting the ether particles, victory will be ours. Looking at the energy shield in front of him, after they bombarded it for a long time, but it still did not move, at this moment, Malekith felt that he had encountered the biggest Waterloo of his life as soon as he appeared. The whole person looked angrily at the huge building complex behind the shield, and then gave an order. After all, since they were chased and intercepted by the entire universe of Asgard at the beginning, and many bases were pulled out, these spaceships are now the last wealth of their clan. Each one can be said to be his favorite, not to mention that there are his clansmen on these spaceships. Originally, he thought that this time it should be stable, but such a big change happened. Although the situation has taken a sharp turn for the worse, Malekith still firmly believes that victory will stand on his side. After his order was issued, the huge mothership's gunfire began to stop, and then the entire mothership's gun barrel began to deform continuously. Finally, after it became a long barrel-like muzzle, it fired again, and this time it was no longer the familiar shells. Instead, it was small grenades. Then, in Killian's surprised eyes, as soon as those grenades touched the energy shield, they saw that under the collision of the two, those grenades suddenly exploded with powerful energy. Just like a black hole, it began to devour everything around it crazily. Just like this, after a few seconds, the energy wall that was originally extremely strong and even surpassed Wakanda's vibranium defense wall was swallowed up by these black holes. At this moment, several huge holes suddenly appeared in the sky. After seeing this scene, dozens of small spaceships of the Dark Elves began to take advantage of the gaps and flew into the loopholes at a very fast speed. As expected of the former old ruling king, there are really a lot of good things. After seeing his own energy defense wall being broken by the black hole grenade of the Dark Elves, Killian did not have any dissatisfaction, but looked at the scene in front of him with burning eyes and spoke with envy. You know, among the weapons of the Marvel Universe, if Asgard's Rainbow Bridge is a super killer against the galaxy level, then the black hole grenade of the Dark Elves is really an unreasonable single killer. A bug-level weapon that can ignore the physical defense and directly destroy the powerful curse warrior of the Dark Elves, who can punch Thor's Meow Hammer, which is said to be impossible for anyone to stop as long as it is in flight. You know, the strength of the curse warrior is definitely more than what you see in the movie. One person can even challenge several gods. Even though Loki's sword pierced his chest, he still acted normally, which showed his terrifying strength. Even if they were not killed by their own weapon, the black hole grenade, Killian estimated that both Thor and Loki would have died there. This shows the abnormality of the black hole grenade. And now, as long as he thought that such a good thing was not in his hand, Killian couldn't help but feel very sorry. A feeling of throwing a pearl into the dark came to him. What are you talking about? Run. At this moment, looking at Killian who was still sighing at the Dark Elf spaceships, and looking at the Dark Elf spaceships that had already flown over not far away, Thor was also in a hurry and pulled Killian up and prepared to run away. You have to know that he has no divine power now, and his body is just an ordinary mortal body. If he is bombarded by those spaceships, he will definitely be bruised and purple. The only difference is that these pieces will have to be found everywhere and put together later. Don't worry, there will be no problem. If you believe me, just stay here and watch. After rejecting Thor's pull, Killian looked at the other party's puzzled look and just spoke calmly. Are you kidding? This is his base camp. If he can be controlled by these cosmic survivors who have been hunting for tens of thousands of years in his base camp, then he has no chance of survival. At this moment, after seeing Killian's expression that did not seem to be fake, Thor's originally nervous heart could not help but relax. Yes, he is the leader of a planet. Even if he does not consider his own safety, he should consider the safety of the tribe. Since the other party did not run away at this time, it means that he must have the confidence. Thinking of this, Thor looked at Jane and others who had recovered from the initial panic, and did not continue to insist, but accompanied Killian to watch. However, as the alien spaceships got closer and closer, Thor's heartbeat began to speed up. After all, not everyone can remain calm when they know that they have no divine power and will die if they are touched. Looking at Thor, whose palms have begun to sweat, Killian's mouth corners slightly raised, and he did not hide anymore. Destroy them. His lips moved slightly, and he slowly uttered a few words. Above the sky, facing the dark elf spaceship, countless huge figures suddenly appeared. At this moment, Thor felt that he was teleported to the wrong place by his father, not to the earth, but to the kingdom of the giants. In front of him, hundreds of thousands of big guys with a height of 7 or 8 meters, wearing huge windbreakers, looked at the wind direction of the spaceship with indifference. The dark elf pilots who were driving the spaceship were surprised at the size of these giants and their ability to appear out of thin air, but after all, they were the overlords who had dominated the universe for thousands of years. After only a short while, he regained his composure, and then began to press the launch button in his hand. Countless energy shells suddenly poured out of the machine gun invented towards these giants. For a while, the sky was full of energy shells, like a barrage, and they were set towards the entire crowd. At this moment, Killian's super tyrant army saw these flying shells, and there was no commotion. Just by raising his hand, a telekinetic barrier appeared in front of them, and these shells in the sky just hit it directly, and the barrier did not move at all. After seeing this scene, the pilots driving the spacecraft couldn't help but raise their eyebrows, thinking of the defense barrier they had attacked before. However, since those defense barriers can be broken by black hole grenades, although the number they carry is not large, they can also be used for attack. Thinking of this, they prepared to adjust the weapons to launch ammunition and replace the energy ammunition with black hole grenades. But before they started the next operation, then they saw the big guys standing in the air not far from them, just raised their hands, and the small spaceships flying over were immediately frozen in place as if the freeze button was pressed. Then these spaceships began to collapse towards the center as if they were pinched by an invisible big hand. At this moment, in just a few seconds, the spaceships that were originally rushing towards them were suddenly pinched into metal balls. The dark elves inside had already become minced meat before they even reacted. This is impossible. How can there be such a powerful army on a remote planet? At this time, Malekith, who was behind those spaceships and driving the mothership, saw that his advanced troops were crushed into powder by the suddenly appearing army after just a face-to-face encounter. Malekith put his face against the glass in front of him with an unbelievable look, and then spoke in shock. You know, if the energy defense barriers they just broke through can be explained by the good development of the technology tree of these natives in these years, then these big guys who look similar but powerful are even more difficult to accept. You know, it takes a huge price for the dark elves to train a cursed warrior who is only more than 2 meters tall, and these natives in his eyes? They actually have such powerful warriors? But Malekith didn't have much time to be shocked. For these super tyrants, the order they received was to listen to Killian's instructions and eliminate the invaders in front of them, so they would not show any mercy. I saw these super tyrants. With a flash, they instantly appeared on the huge mothership that Malekith was riding, and then accompanied by continuous flashes, one after another super tyrants appeared in front of them. For a while, the entire spacecraft suddenly appeared on the hull with these super tyrants, and the originally stable flight began to shake. Without waiting for Malekith and the dark elf soldiers on the spaceship to react, the super tyrants began to dismantle Malekith's mothership like dismantlers. In just a blink of an eye, when Malekith came back again, he could already feel the strong winds pouring in because the mothership's hull was torn apart. Damn it! Curse, stop them! Seeing that his only remaining mothership would be destroyed if this continued, Malekith spoke angrily. After hearing Malekith's order, a huge figure in the deepest part of the mothership opened his eyes like the abyss, and then began to drive his body and ran out. With just one blow, a super tyrant who was dismantling the glass in front of Malekith's cockpit was knocked out. That's it, Gers, kill these damn ants and take back the ether particles. After seeing the powerful warriors of his tribe succeed in one blow, Malekith spoke excitedly. However, before Malekith could continue to be excited, in just a blink of an eye, the super tyrant that was knocked away recovered its shape in midair, and then appeared in front of Gers with a flash. Before the cursed warriors on their side could react, they directly punched down in the same way. At this moment, Malekith could even see the ground of the planet under his feet. Because with a punch of the super tyrant, Gers, who he thought should be the most powerful warrior in the universe, was directly hit from top to bottom in front of him. And his soldiers were also beaten into pieces by the super tyrants who came in with just one punch. Looking at these super warriors who didn't know what they were, Malekith at this moment only had regret and jealousy. He hated himself for not investigating the opponent before setting off blindly. He was jealous that such a powerful warrior was not born in his tribe. If he had such a powerful army, he would not be afraid of Baal, let alone the entire universe. It was a pity that God did not bless him. When Malekith came to his senses again, he was enveloped by a huge figure, and then he felt that he was controlled by a huge force and could no longer struggle. Chapter 259. The overall situation has been decided. At this time, with Killian's order, everything was over after the super tyrant on the scene controlled Malekith. Looking at the scene where the overall situation had been decided, Killian did not massacre the remaining Dark Elves, but just let the super tyrant control them all. You know, in Killian's view, these Dark Elves are treasures all over their bodies. You know, although these Dark Elves have been sleeping for thousands of years, their spacecraft can quietly avoid Killian's super satellite and enter the gate of the base before the stealth mode is released. In the end, if they hadn't chosen to bomb in advance and wanted to eliminate Killian and his team before they reacted, Dabe would have detected weapon lock and high-frequency energy reaction, and then activated the energy defense shield in an emergency. Otherwise, these Dark Elves can fly back and forth over their heads without scruples. It is not an exaggeration to say that if they were a little closer and entered the energy defense shield of Pioneer technology, it would also cause huge losses to Killian and his team. You should know that in modern warfare, the most important thing is secrecy, and the Dark Elves, relying on the powerful concealment characteristics of the spacecraft, even successfully attacked Asgard in the original book. And this is the strength of the Dark Elves. If Killian can integrate this technology, it can be said that in the future, he can hit anyone he wants in the universe. Even if he drives the spacecraft to Asgard's forehead, he will not be discovered. Not to mention the black hole grenade and other technologies. And compared to these technologies, for Killian, these Dark Elves have a more important place. That is the almost endless lifespan. This is fully reflected in both the Dark Elf soldiers and Malekith himself. Those soldiers can still follow Malekith to fight high-intensity battles after waking up after sleeping for thousands of years, and Malekith himself is even more bug. You can use the power of the reality gem at will. You know, Killian was extremely suspicious of this thing because Thor's grandfather Baal found that it was a super suicide device after getting it, so he didn't use it. But he was afraid of being coveted by others, so he sealed it up. After all, this thing, as long as a person is a little stronger, he can sacrifice his vitality to the reality gem in exchange for his wish. So instead of putting it in his own treasure house and being coveted by others, it is better to seal it in a place where no one knows. But the only thing that Baal didn't expect was that with the passage of time, the sealed treasure house he built was also worn away with the passage of time, and the power on it was also gradually eroded. In the end, a time and space portal was opened. Of course, these are naturally welcome to Killian. It's over just like that. However, compared to Killian's calmness, Thor, who was standing by, could not help but speak in disbelief after seeing Killian so easily destroy the Dark Elves that his father and grandfather regarded as their great enemy. You know, before he was exiled, he had asked his father, although his father had firmly told him that the Dark Elves had all perished. But he could still see from his father's attitude that he was deeply afraid of the Dark Elves? Exclamation mark. You know, Thor had lived for thousands of years from childhood to adulthood, but he had never seen in his father's eyes that deep fear of an object or an enemy. Even when facing the leader of the Frost Giants, it was the same. In Thor's worldview, he originally thought that since his father was so afraid, the opponents of the Dark Elves should be ridiculously strong. The result was actually like this? Exclamation mark. Before they could even exert their strength, they were defeated by the Earthlings' army, and even the leader was captured. At this moment, Thor only felt that his father might be really old, otherwise, why would he be so afraid of these guys? Of course, those big guys might be very strong, but in Thor's view, as long as he got back his divine power and restored his body of the god of thunder, these big guys would be nothing more than a hammer. After all, in Thor's eyes, the combat effects caused by those super tyrants just now were nothing more than the ability to control a magic and move at super high speeds. And it just so happened that his divine body was most restrained by these fancy things. But looking at the scene in front of him, Thor had to admit it. As an indigenous person born in such a backward and remote place like the Earth, it was terrible that he could develop such powerful technology and army. Horizontal ellipsis. How? After sleeping for thousands of years, the former overlord of the universe is just this kind of stuff. He dares to come without even doing basic investigation. Humph. Trash is trash, it should only be trampled underfoot. At this moment, a green figure several kilometers away, looking at everything happening in front of him, also showed a sarcastic expression, and then said disdainfully. But even if he said so, the man's eyes still showed deep fear. But, I didn't expect that the mere Earth would have such a powerful strength. Forget it, I will leave the reality gem with you first, and I will come to you after I get another one. After leaving the defeated Malekith, the man then took a deep look at Killian, who was standing on the high-rise building. Although they were several kilometers apart, he could still see the man with huge energy in his body at a glance. Then, after slowly turning around, the man's figure just turned into a phantom and disappeared from the spot. At this moment, he was in an underground experimental base thousands of miles away. How bad is the situation now? After seeing the cosmic cube, which they had been studying for a long time and had even been providing them with stable energy for their new energy weapons, suddenly burst out high-frequency energy fluctuations, Nick Fury, who had already rushed to the base, could not help but ask the person in charge of the base. Sorry, sir, the worst problem now is that we don't know how bad the situation is. After hearing Nick Fury's words, Calson, who had returned to the base at this moment, also spoke immediately. Take me to see it immediately. After hearing Calson's words, Nick Fury walked directly into the direct elevator not far away without looking back. You have to know that the Cosmic Cube is their real strategic nuclear weapon within their own company. With the Cosmic Cube, they can manufacture a steady stream of high-energy weapons, and according to their data, even if they fully utilize the power of the Cosmic Cube to manufacture weapons, they have only developed less than 1/10,000th of its energy. It may even be smaller. The energy in the Cosmic Cube was beyond their imagination, so no matter what, Nick Fury could not accept such a thing, which was inexplicably out of control under his nose. Dr. Aurora Bolton, 2 hours ago, a strong energy fluctuation was detected from the Cosmic Cube. After seeing Nick Fury walk into the elevator, Calson and Hill followed him, and then explained the situation at the scene. After all, he also knew that in this situation, the abnormality of the Cosmic Cube was definitely the top priority for Nick Fury after he rushed over. To put it bluntly, maybe now in the director's mind, even he was labeled as suspicious. So he needed to explain the scene as clearly as possible to clear himself of suspicion. I remember that I did not approve him to conduct any test of the Cosmic Cube. After hearing Calson's words, Nick Fury, who came from the roof of a building dozens of meters above the ground to 80 meters underground in just a few seconds, spoke after walking out of the elevator door. For Nick Fury, the abnormality of the Cosmic Cube in this situation can only be caused by someone violating regulations. Otherwise, S.H.I.E.L.D. has controlled the Cosmic Cube for decades, and there has never been any abnormality from the beginning to now. It is even blunt to say that he knows all the information about the Cosmic Cube. The current situation can only be someone's trick. Sir, he didn't conduct any tests, and he was not even in the laboratory at the beginning. I checked the surveillance and questioned the guards on the scene. He was resting in his room. The Cosmic Cube was triggered automatically. After hearing Nick Fury's words, Calson also spoke. The Cosmic Cube started automatically. What is the energy level of the Cosmic Cube detected now? At this time, after listening to Calson's explanation, Nick Fury's frown became more compact. He knew that Calson would not lie to him in this situation. You must know that in this base, not to mention the 24-hour all-round monitoring that covers every corner without blind spots, there are even guards everywhere. Under such high-intensity supervision, it can be said that these words can be easily investigated for their authenticity, so Nick Fury also walked inside and asked. For Nick Fury now, if the Cosmic Cube starts up by itself without human intervention, it would be more worrying than if it were human intervention. After all, although they have studied the Cosmic Cube for so many years, their application and understanding of the Cosmic Cube are still only on the surface. You have to know that at the beginning, when the Cosmic Cube was taken back by them, the developed data had been destroyed by the Hydra people, otherwise, they could save decades more time. When Nick Fury thought of this, he couldn't help but feel a burst of anger. It has been climbing, and Dr. Aurora Bolton tried everything, but couldn't stop the energy reaction of the Cosmic Cube. so I urgently arranged for the evacuation of personnel. After hearing Nick Fury's words, Killian at this time also spoke directly. How long will it take to completely evacuate? It is expected to complete the evacuation in half an hour. Hurry up. With Nick Fury's last sentence, Killian did not continue to follow up, but turned around and walked behind him, and began to concentrate on arranging the continued evacuation of personnel. You know, they can say that all the research data on the Cosmic Cube is in this base. In addition to the primary issue of solving the Cosmic Cube, whether the research can be restarted in the future, these personnel and these data are the top priority. So Killian also knew the seriousness of the matter and walked away directly. Sir, I think it's no use to evacuate now. At this time, seeing Nick Fury gradually speeding up his pace, Hill followed him and suggested. After all, according to the information she has learned now, the power of the Cosmic Cube can sweep the entire underground base and everything within a radius of tens of kilometers. If it continues, within a few hours, the energy of the Cosmic Cube can destroy the entire American continent and even the entire Earth. So if the problem of the Cosmic Cube is not solved, even if they all evacuate from this base, it will be useless. What you mean is that I should let them all go home and rest. After hearing what his deputy said, Nick Fury just quickened his pace and answered. If we can't control the energy of the Cosmic Cube, there will be no such thing as a safe distance. But compared to Nick Fury's stiff and stubborn, Hill continued to speak. You go and ensure the safe transfer of the second stage prototype. After hearing his deputy's pessimistic speech, Nick Fury also directly ordered to send him away. After all, although the actual situation is indeed as the other party said, but what? For Nick Fury, as long as it is not the last moment, every step must be done according to the established procedures. You know, Nick Fury has been on the battlefield. If everyone gives up resistance and does not defend just because there is a missile group aimed at you not far away, then this war game is not played. In the end, it's just a matter of whose weapon is more powerful, and then the other party surrenders, isn't it? Reality and war are not played like this. The actual situation changes rapidly. Until the last moment, you never know what will happen in the future, so Nick Fury will never compromise and bow to reality. This is the collision of rationality and sensibility. Chapter 260, The Cosmic Cube Moves. Sir, do we really have to give priority to them? It was obvious that Hill and Nick Fury had different ideas. After hearing Nick Fury's order, Hill also had a puzzled look on his face, but insisted on asking. In this situation, paying attention to these unimportant things was just messing around in Hill's opinion. But the other party was her superior after all. In SYNOPSIS, the superior can crush people to death. If you don't do it, there are plenty of people who will do it, and you will be killed. Unless it's the end of the world, we have to follow the established procedures. Move all the equipment below, and every component of the second stage prototype must be loaded and transported away. There will be a transport plane waiting for you outside. After hearing Hill's words, Nick Fury also stopped, turned around, looked at the deputy in front of him with deep eyes, and then said in a deep voice, "Okay, sir." After hearing that the superior in front of him was so dissatisfied with his attitude and even issued a final ultimatum, Hill did not insist on it anymore. After answering, he turned around and walked outside. Looking at the deputy in front of him who had different ideas and completely different working styles, Nick Fury couldn't help shaking his head. He wanted to train the other party as his deputy as much as possible, but perhaps the natural difference in thinking between men and women led to the fact that even if Nick Fury wanted to hand over his long-standing working style to the other party was not very interested. Even for his words and arrangements, he had his own way of doing things. This is a good thing and a bad thing. The good thing is that as a leader, she has her own persistence that will not change, which happens to be the most important thing for a leader. Because as a leader, and leading a top spy organization like SYLD with tens of thousands of agents, as long as the leader has even a trace of doubt about his decision, it is possible that the organization he leads will split or even be cannibalized. But this is also not good, that is, if you are wrong, then the person involved will easily go into a dead end. The specific situation depends on the other party's luck. After shaking his head, Nick Fury turned around and continued to go down to the underground base. Tell me about the situation, Doctor. After arriving at the last underground laboratory, Nick Fury spoke immediately when he saw Dr. Aurora Bolton, who was constantly debugging on the spot and trying to stop all this from happening. Director. After hearing Nick Fury's words, Dr. Aurora Bolton put down the things in her hands and walked towards him with sweat all over her forehead. He really didn't have any way to deal with this broken thing now. Who knows how the cosmic cube, which had been stable all the time, could suddenly work at such a high intensity, and even the energy fluctuations continued to rise. If this continues, the entire Earth will be blown up by the cosmic cube sooner or later. And this is why Aurora Bolton did not evacuate at the first time. Because it has reached this level, unless the cosmic cube can suddenly cool down, it will be the same wherever you run. Just like this, Dr. Aurora Bolton and Hill have the same view. So what are the specific situations we can know now? After watching the other party walk in front of him, Nick Fury also asked directly. "Excuse me, sir, the cosmic cube is a little bit disobedient right now." After walking in front of the other party, Dr. Aurora Bolton spoke in a black humorous tone. "So should I smile?" After hearing the other party's words, Nick Fury also said with a fake smile. Compared with employees, he actually prefers Asian employees. They work seriously and meticulously, and they are not like the other party, who make some inappropriate jokes at critical moments. However, he is also used to the fact that American employees like to make jokes at critical moments. It can only be said that each has his own way. No, I'm not kidding. The cosmic cube has not only been awakened automatically, but it is even running autonomously. If this continues, it won't take long before we can all go to see God together. Looking at Nick Fury in front of him, Dr. Aurora Bolton also spoke immediately. As if to verify what Dr. Aurora Bolton said, the researcher at the side took a metal stick and placed it in front of the cosmic cube. When he tried to touch it, it was only a brief contact, and the power leaked from the cosmic cube turned the metal stick into ashes. How about unplugging the power and try? Looking at the severe environment at the scene, Nick Fury immediately suggested. After all, the cosmic cube has always been driven by energy to produce energy to make weapons. Since it is driven by energy, it can definitely be blocked by shutting off the energy. No, sir, the cosmic cube itself is a huge energy source. We all extract energy from it, so there is no such thing as unplugging the power. And we also tried to turn off its power, but it turned on by itself and couldn't be turned off at all. If its energy level continues to rise, then... After hearing what Nick Fury said, Dr. Aurora Bolton led the other party towards the cosmic cube and said, "Isn't this exactly what we want, Dr. Aurora Bolton? Use the energy of the cosmic cube to create more powerful energy weapons." After watching the other party walk back to the cosmic cube's research table, Nick Fury also raised his voice and spoke. In Nick Fury's view, this time the cosmic cube's riot is both a danger and an opportunity. If they can effectively absorb and transform the energy erupted by the cosmic cube, then how powerful the weapons made of this energy will be, Nick Fury can't even imagine. According to his conservative estimate, at least it can destroy the entire continent. At that time, with this weapon, S.H.I.E.L.D. will leap back to the throne of the world's #1 armed force. Instead of being crushed by a mere technology company like now. Even because of this, the Council's funding for S.H.I.E.L.D. has been reduced again and again. He believes that if he didn't still hold the super killer weapon of the cosmic cube in his hand, then the World Security Council would have given up S.H.I.E.L.D. long ago. But even so, the current situation is not much better, because with Avangard constantly producing technology and selling new weapons products to major countries in the world, S.H.I.E.L.D. is dispensable to them. Even if they continue, Nick Fury feels that even if they successfully develop the cosmic cube to the 3rd stage, those people will not take a second look. So Nick Fury also knows that if S.H.I.E.L.D. wants to survive the next transformation and successfully return to its previous position, then a little radicalism is inevitable. And this is why, in recent years, he has asked his men to vigorously develop the cosmic cube, at least to exceed the extent of Hydra's previous application of the cosmic cube. But we have no way to control it, sir. We are still far from even using it. All along, we have only been using the waste produced by it to make weapons, and there is almost no in-depth discovery of its own exploration. After hearing Nick Fury's words, Dr. Aurora Bolton at this time also spoke ruthlessly. After all, the technological system contained in the cosmic cube itself can be said to have surpassed several huge technological civilization levels for the current Earth. It is simply impossible to crack or use the cosmic cube with only the current human technological system. And what they have done now, including some energy weapons made with the cosmic cube, is just the waste that this thing usually spits out. Even to put it bluntly, It is the excrement of the cosmic cube. For humans, the cosmic cube is more like a living creature, with its own joys, sorrows, anger, and thoughts. They can only appease it according to the cosmic cube's temper so that it can produce more energy. As for wanting to tame the cosmic cube, use it to fight, or even explore the essence of its life existence, it is like asking an ape to fly a fighter jet. This is completely something that cannot happen in this era. It is releasing interference and radiation, low-energy gamma rays, no harm. But after saying that, looking at the shocked expression of Nick Fury in front of him, Dr. Aurora Bolton continued to speak. Maybe there will be harm. Where's Agent Barton? After hearing the explanation of the doctor in front of him, Nick Fury, who realized that something was wrong, began to ask about the existence of another person. Up there. In response to Nick Fury's words, Dr. Aurora Bolton pointed to the fence not far away and spoke. Agent Barton is a transcendent existence in this base. It can be said that the person in charge of the base cannot control it, nor can the armed personnel. He can directly intervene or even stop anything in the base that he thinks involves the cosmic cube. Of course, Dr. Aurora Bolton has no opinion on this. After all, there is such a super agent as a security guarantee, and he himself has no other small thoughts. In summary, the existence of the other party can be said to be the best protection for him, so he is happy to do so. Agent Barton, I asked you to come here so that you can observe the situation at a closer distance better. After hearing Dr. Aurora Bolton's words, Nick Fury immediately looked at Barton, who was standing on the edge of the fence 100 meters away and scanning the entire venue like an eagle's eye, and spoke on the intercom. Standing far away will allow me to see more clearly. After hearing Nick Fury's words, Barton jumped directly down the rope and came down in neatly, then came to Nick Fury and said, "So did you see clearly what activated it?" Nick Fury didn't care how the other party observed the scene, he just wanted to ask about his observation of the cosmic cube. After all, Hawkeye and Black Widow in front of him can be said to be the few super agents under his command who are trustworthy and can play a big role. Doctor, the energy level has reached its peak again. As the two talked, the cosmic cube not far away once again burst out energy, pushing the entire energy field to a new peak. No one is coming in or out, and Dr. Aurora Bolton is also fine. No one is in contact with the outside world or transmitting information. If there's anything abnormal, then according to my guess, it is not from our side, sir. After walking close to the cosmic cube with Nick Fury, Hawkeye Barton, who looked at this small palm-sized thing with infinite energy, also spoke immediately. From us? What do you mean? After hearing Barton's report, Nick Fury, who seemed to have grasped the key point, looked at the other party and asked with a cold sweat. It was not until now that Nick Fury knew what he had overlooked. Yes, the cosmic cube. From the beginning, they only cared about using this thing to make powerful energy weapons, but ignored its own power. It was a powerful artifact used in the legendary Odin's treasure house to teleport in the universe. Of course, according to our information, isn't the cosmic cube a transmission channel to the other side of the universe? Since it is a channel, it means it is two-way. After hearing Nick Fury's question, Hawkeye shrugged and continued as if nothing had happened. Anyway, he was just chatting about these views, he said. After all, he was not a researcher with a doctorate or a mentor. He was just expounding on his own idea. However, for Barton, this was just an idea, but for Nick Fury, it was the key to the problem. Just as he was about to turn around and prepare, the cosmic cube suddenly erupted with a huge energy wave, sweeping across the entire underground research base. The agents in the entire underground base began to look around in worry. After all, they were underground now, and if this intensity of vibration continued, the consequences would not be good for them. Chapter 261 Patton's Rebellion. At this moment, as the epicenter, the huge trembling force even made Nick Fury and Barton on the side start to lose their balance. Fortunately, this vibration did not last long, but the key problem came again. Because the cosmic cube in front of Nick Fury began to accumulate energy out of thin air, just like the energy weapon they developed. The energy accumulated by the cosmic cube began to gather around it at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this moment, everyone present did not dare to move at all. Because they all knew that with the current energy level of the cosmic cube, if there was any instability, they would only become ashes, no, not even ashes, and would be directly evaporated by the powerful energy. At this moment, Everyone could only pray that the cosmic cube could stabilize after this energy accumulation and return to its original state. And the next second, when everyone was concentrating on watching the cosmic cube, which had finally completed the energy accumulation, immediately began to shoot a huge energy ray towards the console not far away. However, to everyone's surprise, this ray did not cause any explosion, but opened a blue space channel on its original place. At this moment, no one knew what was in sight and what would happen next. Everything made everyone present at this moment seem like people waiting for trial, staying quietly in place, not even daring to breathe. Then, waiting for the convergence of this huge portal, accompanied by a sudden energy fluctuation spreading to the surroundings. At this time, when everyone came to their senses again, they found that a figure emitting heat had appeared out of thin air on the teleportation platform not far away. However, when everyone focused their attention on the man, they did not find that the wave energy generated by the spread of the portal was slowly converging on the roof. At this time, the SHIELD agents present, although still confused about the situation, looked at the figure that suddenly appeared, and they all subconsciously picked up their guns, and then, at the signal of Director Nick Fury, they kept approaching the figure that appeared out of thin air. And just like that, in the eyes of everyone, Loki, who had slowly recovered from the initial teleportation sequelae, was holding the Mind Scepter in his hand, showing a dangerous smile, scanning the surroundings with his eyes, and slowly stood up. "Sir, please put down the spear in your hand." At this time, looking at the other party's weird smile, although they didn't know why the smile was so weird, but just holding a spear was not a big threat to them, so Nick Fury immediately spoke. After all, if the other party is really willing to put down the weapon in his hand, it can also be regarded as a way to express peace. But it is obvious that Nick Fury misjudged the man in front of him. At this time, after hearing Nick Fury's words, Loki pretended to look at the Mind Scepter in his hand in a daze. Then, when everyone thought he was going to put down the spear in his hand, Loki drove the Mind Scepter in his hand, suddenly accumulated power, and then turned sideways, and a huge energy cannon shot at Nick Fury. Instantly, a huge explosion sounded at the place where Nick Fury was originally located. Nick Fury himself was pushed out by Hawkeye Barton and his men at the critical moment, and only then he narrowly escaped. With Loki's active attack, other SHIELD agents, after seeing this scene, also started to focus their fire on Loki. But what made them feel desperate was that their hot weapons hit Loki's body like raindrops, and apart from splashing sparks, they had no effect at all. At this moment, Loki had killed several agents in just a short time, and even several guards who were shooting from a distance were shot on the heart by 2 darts thrown by him, and fell straight down. The whole battle lasted only a few breaths. When everything was quiet, there was no movement at the scene except for the broken machinery that was constantly emitting flames and the agents who were knocked down all over the ground. However, Hawkeye Barton, who was not far away, was about to stand up and fight again at this moment, but just as he stood up, Loki directly hit him in the chest with a Mind Scepter. However, in the blink of an eye, Hawkeye's eyes glowed blue, and his entire consciousness was dominated by Loki from this moment on. In the next few minutes, Loki also used the same method to control several SHIELD agents and scientists, such as Dr. Aurora Bolton. At this moment, after watching this incredible scene, Nick Fury first widened his eyes, but in the end he didn't say much, just quietly picked up the cosmic cube placed in the instrument and prepared to run away. "Sorry, please rest assured that the thing in your hand, I still need it." After transforming the last SHIELD agent, Loki turned back and looked at Nick Fury, who had already picked up the cosmic cube not far away, and then spoke. "You have to know that he came here for the cosmic cube in Nick Fury's hand. If he lets the other party take this thing away under his nose, how can he get his own army from Thanos, and how can he go back to compete with his brother for the throne in the future? There is no need to make things so complicated." After hearing Loki's words, Nick Fury's steps that were originally escaping quietly also stopped immediately, turned around and looked at Loki not far away, and then persuaded him to speak. "Of course it is necessary. I came from afar and crossed half of the universe just for it. Of course, I think I should introduce myself. The future master of you Earthlings, and the king who will rule you. I am Loki from Asgard, and I have a glorious mission." After watching Nick Fury not far away stop again, Loki, who already had the overall situation in his control, also spoke with a smug expression, looking at Nick Fury, who turned around and spoke. "There is no grudge between our two tribes. You don't have to do that." At this moment, Nick Fury tried to speak, while trying to pull Loki's vision towards himself, so as to ignore the huge energy on his head. By now, Nick Fury knew that the other party was here to invade, and for the artifact in their hands, Nick Fury would rather drag the other party to be buried together than let the artifact be taken away by the other party. Not to mention that the other party often talked about ruling the Earth. There is no grudge between ants and boots. But it was obvious that Nick Fury's strategy was successful. Loki didn't notice the energy on Nick Fury's head at all, but spoke with contempt. "So you plan to crush us to death first?" Looking at Loki in front of him, Nick Fury asked. "Of course not. As I just said, I came with a glorious mission. For you humans, I brought you good news. Bring liberation to the whole world. Let your Earthlings be liberated from freedom. For a life, freedom is the biggest light in its life. When you accept this concept in your heart, you will be liberated." After hearing Nick Fury's words, Loki also walked leisurely in front of Nick Fury and spoke his own words. "You say liberation, but I think what you mean is completely the opposite." At this moment, Nick Fury could feel the huge energy ball above his head without even looking up. It was on the verge of exploding. But in order to stabilize Loki, Nick Fury still spoke. "Sir, Director Nick Fury is stalling for time. This place is about to explode, and we will all be buried under dozens of meters of rocks. He wants to bury us alive." Although Loki on the side did not notice Nick Fury's delay, Hawkeye Barton, who had already paid attention to all this, came out after seeing that the time was almost up. After coming to Loki, he immediately spoke up to remind him. Like the ancient pharaoh. Seeing that his plan was actually exposed by his capable subordinates, the veins on Nick Fury's temples were extremely obvious at this moment. Nick Fury swore that if the conditions did not allow it, he would definitely kill the traitor in front of him at the first time, but now in order to delay time, Nick Fury continued to speak. "He's right. The portal is collapsing on its own. There are only 2 minutes left before the critical state. We need to evacuate quickly." At this time, as if to confirm Barton's statement, Dr. Aurora Bolton on the side also came to the instrument observing the cosmic cube. After looking at the red interface and the parameters on it that were close to the critical value, she immediately said to Loki, "Okay." After hearing what the two men said, Loki turned his head and looked at Hawkeye Barton on the side. After receiving the other party's signal, Hawkeye Barton also directly pulled out his gun and knocked Nick Fury, who was not far away, to the ground in just a moment, and there was no sound. Looking at this scene, Loki's eyes flashed with great satisfaction. This is why he has always wanted an army of his own. If his father also allowed him to have such a group of men, why can he only hide in the corner and watch his brother ascend the throne? However, all this is no longer important to Loki now. After raising the spiritual scepter in his hand, which symbolizes the kingship, Loki walked towards the distance with a proud attitude. Next, his kingdom and army will start to rule from the planet under his feet, and finally he will lead the universe army to Asgard. He wants to let his father see that not choosing him is his biggest mistake. In this way, under the leadership of Barton, the group can be said to have come to the underground parking lot of the research base without any obstacles. However, at this moment, Hill happened to be here to organize the agents to carry the second phase of weapons and equipment. When she saw Barton coming with a few people, she didn't even wait for her to speak first, and she only heard Barton's words asking for the requisition of vehicles. Who is he? Hill, who was only slightly dissatisfied with Barton's words, saw a man who looked like a circus performer wearing strange clothes and holding a spear. Hill's instinct from the agent made her muscles subconsciously tense up, and then she asked in confusion. Although she seldom came to this underground research base, she had a rough idea of the staff in the base recently. There might be some agents she didn't know, but they definitely didn't include the man in front of her dressed like a clown in a circus. "I don't know either." Although he answered, Barton didn't stop his movements at all, and directly opened the car door and prepared to get in. But at this moment, the voice of Nick Fury, who should have been dead, came from Hill's intercom. "Hill, can you hear me? Barton betrayed. Bang bang!" Exclamation mark. After hearing the second sentence, Hill dodged and rolled towards the gate not far away. Where she was originally, Barton got in the car door and shot her with 2 backhand shots. As a top agent, Barton naturally understood that although Hill's vigilance and agent skills were not as good as his, he could never find out anything. It was impossible to kill the other party with 1 shot unless he prepared in advance. But now Barton just needed time. After Barton fired, The entire vehicle was started by the agent and drove out into the distance like an arrow. They took the cosmic cube, stopped them. After confirming that Hill could hear his orders, this time, Nick Fury could be said to have given orders to all the underground agents. Following the order of the top director, the agents of the entire underground base also began to act efficiently in the blink of an eye. In just a few dozen meters, more than a dozen large armed pickup trucks drove out from the parking lots of the underground base. Chapter 262, Loki in Thor's words. And this is because the base is about to explode, and many agents are running to move supplies. If it weren't for the materials, at this moment, this number would even be several times higher. At this time, Hill also found a car and followed Barton after seeing him drive away. From this moment on, S.H.I.E.L.D. and Loki officially started a fierce tug-of-war in this underground tunnel. However, facing the Asgardian gods with artifacts, coupled with the fact that S.H.I.E.L.D. was unprepared before, and in this narrow tunnel, the pursuit process of these agents can be said to be extremely bumpy, and even the situation is one-sided. On the other side, with the start of the tug-of-war in the tunnel, the self-collapse of the portal in the underground laboratory has begun to collapse, but Nick Fury also walked into the director's exclusive elevator not far away at the critical moment. At the speed of tens of meters per second, it only took a blink of an eye for the elevator to take Nick Fury from the 100-meter underground base to the roof. At this time, looking at the helicopter that had already been in place not far away, Nick Fury also took a staggering step. At the last second, the ground collapsed to his feet, and he got on the helicopter. On the other side, Hill was driving a car to chase Hawkeye and his group not far away, while constantly looking out of the wall with a pistol, trying to interfere with the other party, at least to make them hit the wall and stay. However, in this situation, Loki, who has the body of God, is not afraid of the automatic rifle bullets carried by the agents before, let alone Hill's small pistol. So, ignoring the interference of the other party, Loki used the Mind Scepter in his hand to use the energy in his hand to launch a series of shock waves towards the agents who came. Under the shock wave, it can be said that Loki smashed several cars driven by agents in just a few seconds. And one of them happened to be under Loki's attack, directly across the middle of this narrow road, which can be said to have blocked Hill's vehicle. After watching this scene, Hill was not frustrated. Although she valued the result more, it was obvious that all this did not make her feel that this was the result. After adding enough horsepower to the car under her feet, Hill pushed away the scrapped vehicle in front of her. Hill, who was no longer blocked, continued to chase Hawkeye Patton's vehicle not far away. However, now that the collapse of the base began to spread to the surroundings, the tunnel of the underground garage began to collapse. The vehicle driven by Hill was directly hit by the collapsed stone above her head before she even caught up with Patton. However, in comparison, the only lucky thing was that she had come to the exit of the tunnel, and this was already the limit of the aftermath. The collapse had completely stopped here, and it could be said that her exit was not completely blocked. Looking at all this in front of her, Hill could only get off the car with a helpless look on her face, and just watched Hawkeye Patton and others' vehicles drive out of the tunnel and run into the distance. However, this was only the end of the ground forces. For Nick Fury, he naturally couldn't watch them escape with the cosmic cube, so he immediately asked the helicopter pilot to intercept them. The helicopter pilot did not disappoint Nick Fury. With just an acceleration, the entire helicopter stopped horizontally on the road that Loki and others had to pass. Looking at the helicopter that had already stopped, at this moment, Nick Fury directly opened the door of the helicopter. At this moment of public attention, he had no other preparations, so he took out the small pistol he carried with him and shot at the driving seat of the car under him. For Nick Fury, no matter what, as long as he could kill the driver, he could slow down the opponent's pace, and his subsequent reinforcements would have a chance to continue to entangle the opponent. It was obvious that although Nick Fury's shooting was very accurate, and even went through the glass in front of the main driver's seat several times, the driver had long been replaced by Patton. It can be said that because he often went to the battlefield to perform missions, he had long been accustomed to being in the hail of bullets, and he was very good at dodging bullets. After dodging the bullets shot by Nick Fury several times, Loki also stood up from the back of the car, charged the Mind Scepter in his hand, and shot an energy bullet directly at the helicopter that was like a target not far away. In an instant, as the energy bullet hit the helicopter, accompanied by a loud boom, the helicopter was blown up on the spot and fell to the ground. Sir, according to satellite detection, A strong energy fluctuation reaction occurred at a secret base under the shield just now. The building complex with a radius of more than 10 kilometers collapsed directly, and according to the satellite monitoring data I retrieved, the base was suspected to be invaded by someone. SHIELD engaged in a firefight with these people. The following is the information of the suspected invaders. On the other side, Killian, who was originally entertaining Thor, Jane and others, suddenly heard the report from Baymax at this moment. After thinking for a while, he looked up at Thor, who was holding a glass of wine in front of him and telling the ladies his Asgard story. Killian also directly asked him to project the information in front of him. Ho ha, Thor, was your brother really scared and cried when he first went to the battlefield? At this time, Thor was also talking to everyone present about his most proud brother Loki, and even Daisy beside him couldn't help laughing. After all, in front of Thor, the legendary genuine god, it is indeed very interesting to hear the jokes and scandals of the gods in ancient mythology. Of course, he was very timid at the beginning. He couldn't bear to kill even a chicken. Later, I dragged him to the battlefield and he became a bit manly. To be honest, you haven't seen my brother. Although he is not as good as me, he is also a handsome man. Except for being a little naughty occasionally, there is no other problem. If I have time, I will introduce him to you. It's a pity that I don't have his photo with me. It should be said that he usually wears that green robe. Except that he looks a little ugly to me, but the girls in Asgard all say that he is really good looking. After hearing Daisy's words, Thor wanted to introduce a few people to his brother, but the only pity was that he didn't have something as convenient as a camera on Earth, otherwise he could show them the photos. Thor, does he look like this? While the others were talking, Jane saw the image suddenly projected in front of Killian, and asked curiously. After all, he was wearing a green robe and holding a staff, and he looked like Thor's brother. The only thing that was a little surprising was that he didn't know why he was projected here, but it didn't matter, after all, the gods had come out. So Jane asked casually, even if he looked like him, it was okay. Yes, this is my brother, the god of Asgard, Loki. Huh? How come you have his photo here? After hearing Jane's words, Thor, who was standing by, also looked over through the other person's vision. He didn't know until he saw it. At first glance, Thor even thought that his brother appeared in front of him. Fortunately, he had seen the virtual projection technology on the Earth before, and then after reacting, he also spoke. Well, this is probably because this is the picture of him taken by the satellite. After hearing Thor's words, Killian also spoke while playing the entire video recorded by Baymax. In the video, the scene of Loki riding in a vehicle and firing at the helicopter where Nick Fury was, can be said to be directly recorded by the super satellite. At this moment, everyone present could not help but fall silent. After all, Thor had just praised his brother, how good he was, but now in the video, such a big conflict broke out with humans, even reaching the level of fighting. Loki. Why is he on Earth? And why is he exchanging fire with these people? After watching the entire video, Thor couldn't help but ask with a puzzled look on his face. At this time, Thor's mind was full of questions. He didn't understand why his brother, who should have been in Asgard, appeared on Earth, why he exchanged fire with human armed forces, and why he didn't come to find him since he came to Earth. All these questions were intertwined in Thor's underdeveloped brain, becoming questions one by one. These people seem to be the group that chased us before. What's their name? After seeing the familiar agents inside, Daisy couldn't help but want to say it, but the tongue-twisting name made her want to say it but didn't know how to say it. SHIELD. Jane at the side reminded them very kindly at this time. After all, for her, she would never forget the bandits who took away her research materials in her life. Yes, that's it, thank you. By the way, Thor, your Asgard and SHIELD are really destined to be together. Not long ago, your brother was surrounded and even fought by SHIELD people, and now your brother Loki has fought with SHIELD people again. It seems that he won successfully. You don't have any grudges in your bones, do you? After thanking her mentor, Daisy at this time also looked at Thor at the side with a gossipy face and said, "What grudges do we have? We, the Asgardians, have not been to your Earth for hundreds of years. It was only when we first gained godhood. At that time, there were many gods on Earth. My brother and I often played on Earth and left many legends. But recently, there is no such thing at all, and my brother doesn't like to go far away." After hearing Daisy's words, Thor frowned and said with a sad face. Although he has enough confidence in his brother's strength, he must know that there is not only SHIELD on Earth, like the armed forces under the Vanguard technology next to him. In Thor's opinion, if they really want to fight, his brother who is not good at fighting will definitely be caught. But before that, he still wants to know why his brother came here. No, I want to go find him. When Thor, who has a serious brother Khan, thought that his brother might have been wronged and came to Earth from afar, and was even bullied by the Earthlings, or there were other hidden secrets, Thor could not sit still. The wine glass in his hand was no longer fragrant at this time. After putting down the things in his hands, he stood up and prepared to walk outside. Thor, calm down. Let's not talk about the location of this base. You don't know it. Even if you know it, how can you get there? Drive. By the time you drive there, the person may have disappeared. After seeing Thor so excited, Jane on the side also directly grabbed him and persuaded him. You know, this is still a better situation. Now they are in pioneer technology. If they don't look at their face, then it is estimated that there is no car, and it will be even worse if they run there on their own two legs. After hearing Jane's words, Thor, who calmed down, did not continue to walk outside, but looked at Killian on the side and wanted to say something. According to the information I have, this base is a highly confidential base of SHIELD. It can be said that its confidentiality standards are no less than the initial nuclear bomb plan. Well, if you don't know the concept, you can imagine it as the technical blockade of your Asgard Rainbow Bridge. Half an hour ago, this base erupted with a huge energy shock. Well, according to satellite monitoring, the fluctuation of this power is very similar to my ether particles. After seeing Thor's gaze, Killian also pondered for a while and then spoke. After all, making friends with Thor is actually quite good. Not to mention that the other party does not have the absolute right and wrong concepts of the Earthlings, because he lives in the environment of the kingdom system, so Thor does not have any big heroic habits. As long as he thinks you are a good person, as long as you don't do something crazy like killing thousands or tens of thousands, slaughtering a nation, or destroying a planet, he won't have too many opinions about you. Chapter 263 Cosmic Cube Information. After all, his brother has killed so many people on Earth indirectly or directly, and in the end, it's what he has to do. If it weren't for his attack on his father and collusion with Thanos, which led to his imprisonment in Asgard, if there weren't the last few things, Loki would probably still be like this. After all, for Thor, he is a person who looks at friendship first and then what you do. So for such a person, Killian thinks it is also a good choice to make friends with him. Of course, if it is a pure good person like Captain America, or even a saint, Killian will definitely not do this. After all, like Captain America, as long as he determines that you are wrong, no matter how good your relationship is, the other party will still deal with you, but the only difference is that Captain America is more inclined to let you accept the trial of the law, maintaining justice and means. And Thor, who is on the side, didn't feel much after hearing Killian's words, until Killian described it as Asgard's Rainbow Bridge technology. His whole face changed. Only now did he know why the two could exchange fire. It seems that his brother broke into someone else's safe. This thing, let alone the people on Earth, anyone in Asgard who broke into Odin's treasure house would be sentenced to life imprisonment at the very least. Even if the king was a little tough, he would be crushed to ashes and permanently exiled to another dimension, tortured to death by those creatures in that dimension. And it was not only that made Thor feel bad, especially after hearing Killian say that there were energy fluctuations in it that were the same as the ether particles in his body. Thor at this moment also instantly felt that the whole thing was not good. Although Thor had not yet come into contact with the news of the Infinity Stones, the ether particles alone had made his father so nervous before. If something similar to this appeared, it would definitely bring another huge disaster. And this thing also involved his brother, which made Thor even more worried. Now the people of S.H.I.E.L.D. have issued a global wanted notice for this green man, your brother. According to the news they released, Loki stole the most important top-secret research technology in their base, so you should be careful next time. If those people from S.H.I.E.L.D. can't find your brother, they will probably come after you. Of course, if you were here, they would definitely not dare to come. After seeing Thor looking at him, Killian continued to speak. Of course, this is also the case if Thor is willing to stay here, he will give him protection. If the other party does not stay here, Killian will not be able to follow and protect others. Although he wants to be friends with Thor, there is no need to be so humble. Moreover, Asgard will not even be able to take care of itself in the future, let alone help. Thor, why don't you stay here? Like Lord Killian said, we have contacted the people from S.H.I.E.L.D. before. If they can't find your brother, they will definitely look for you. Maybe they will even put the blame on you at that time. You will be in danger if that happens. After hearing Killian's words, Jane, who had come to her senses, looked at him with a worried look on her face, and then tried to persuade him. After all, she has a lot of say in what the birdmen from S.H.I.E.L.D. look like. If Thor stayed here with them, then the people from S.H.I.E.L.D. would definitely not dare to act with the Avant-Garde Technology Company, but if Thor went out, they would probably catch up with him in a short while. If that happens, Jane estimated that Thor would be the same as Dr. Selvig's missing friend before. Yes, Thor, I know you are worried about your brother. But since he was able to fight his way out of the secret base of S.H.I.E.L.D., there must be no big problem in terms of safety, and his bio-energy bombs look very powerful. If you go now, even if you find your brother, let alone help, he will probably be a hindrance. Daisy, who was standing aside, also echoed Jane's advice. After all, according to the development speed of the blonde man in front of her and her mentor, if the other party really went, then according to Daisy's estimation, the probability of her teacher going is also 100%, and then she will definitely be dragged along. And those people from S.H.I.E.L.D., they are holding guns, to put it more bluntly. Now the two groups are more like fighting, and they are a group of 4 old, weak, sick and disabled people. They ran over. In addition to giving their heads, she couldn't think of any other words to describe this action. So for Daisy, she sincerely didn't want to take risks again, especially now that she had found such a good job. However, despite this, Daisy still knows who is the king and who is the king. She knows that the reason why she can join Avant-Garde is because her mentors Jane and Selvig, 2 authoritative astronomical experts, are here. To put it bluntly, she is just incidental, and her mentor is the key. So no matter what, even if her mentor chooses to dance on the gate of hell, she has to follow for her livelihood. You know, she hasn't graduated yet, and her doctoral graduation is still in Jane's hands. Whether it is for the graduation of the doctorate or for working in Avant-Garde, she has to stand with Jane to the death. Yes, Thor, Jane is right. We don't know what the situation is now. If you really go, everything will be different. After seeing his half-daughter and the other party's little follower talking, Selvig on the side couldn't help but speak. Although he was a little uncomfortable with the other party kidnapping Jane, he still had to persuade her anyway. You don't have to persuade me. Thank you, Selvig, Daisy and Jane. Thank you for taking care of me and helping me along the way. I am sincerely grateful for all this. But Loki is my brother, the kind of blood inheritance. No matter what happens to him, now that he is being hunted by the forces on Earth, there must be safety issues. I must find him. At least I can't watch him get hurt in front of me. I know that although my current body does not have the divine power compared to my brother, I am not facing those gods, but the people on Earth. When I had a body before, I dared to go to war with those gods, let alone now with humans who are also ordinary people. Believe me, I will let them know that even if the gods have no divine power, they still have the pride and fighting power of gods. After hearing the advice of several people, Thor admitted that he wanted to stay where he was, and find a way to attack Killian, subdue him, take back his power, and then spend some time with Jane. It would be nice to live like this, but seeing his brother in the video, he was even shot by the hateful one-eyed dragon with a gun. Thor couldn't calm down at this time. He looked at the people present, especially Jane at the end, and said seriously. After listening to Thor's true feelings, Killian didn't know what to say. Thor was really good to Loki. Killian even felt that he was almost the same as Itachi and Nijiru next door. For Thor at this time, he didn't know that Loki was not his real brother. It can be said that Thor had to share half of everything with Loki. If it weren't for his father's educational philosophy that he had always been a prince of Asgard since he was a child, he must become the king, otherwise the whole Asgard would be in chaos. It is estimated that Thor even wants to give the throne to his younger brother. It can be said that he is simply too good. It is a pity that Loki is not competitive, or too fragile, because Odin's eyes have always been too focused on Thor. So Loki felt that he was favored, and his complete parental love was divided a lot by Thor. In this way, he became rebellious and always wanted to prove himself in front of Odin. It can be said that the first few stages of Marvel mainly tell the story of Asgard family ethics. However, it must be said that Odin's teaching of Loki was also successful. Although what he did was a bit messed up, his heart for Asgard and his parents did not change from beginning to end. He was just a child who could not grow up. Of course, for the Earthlings and those who died because of each other, Loki is a complete demon king. Therefore, as early as when Baymax reported this situation to him, Killian also considered whether to kill Loki at the beginning. After all, keeping such a madman who just wants to prove himself in front of his parents is not a good choice. Sir Killian, could you lend me a car? I will find my brother in my own way. After speaking to Jane and the others, Thor turned around and looked at Killian in front of him with an embarrassed look, and then spoke. To be honest, he was a little embarrassed to borrow someone else's things as soon as he arrived, and even before that, Killian had warmly entertained him. But he also knew that if he didn't have a car, he would have to go to find his brother on foot alone, and it would probably be too late by the time he got there. So he knew that if he wanted to find his brother, he would have to ask Killian, the local snake, for help. Lend me a car. Forget it. Even if I lend it to you, you may not be able to find your brother. The world is so big, how can you find it? Is it like looking for a needle in a haystack? After hearing Thor's words, Killian shook his head and said. He knew that if the plot was correct, what Loki wanted to do next was to lead the Chitauri to invade the Earth. As for Killian, the current Earth has been built by him to be in a state of rapid development. If the plot is allowed to continue, it will not be a good thing for both the people on Earth and him. So Killian has to go down in person. I'll help you find him directly. I also want to meet this legendary god. Dr. Selvig, something like the cosmic cube will emit gamma energy all the time. Can you help? After rejecting Thor, Killian continued to speak to Selvig on the side. After speaking, Killian also directly made a single hand stroke, and then the information about the cosmic cube appeared in front of Dr. Selvig. At this time, Jane and Daisy on the side also surrounded it with curiosity. This thing, so familiar. But only Thor, when he saw this thing, showed a thoughtful look. After all, he always felt that he seemed to have seen this thing somewhere before. Although it was a long time ago, it left a deep impression on him. Only very few special things can give him this feeling. After all, he has lived in the palace of Asgard since he was a child. Ordinary things are not in his eyes. Whatever he sees, they are almost all treasures such as jewelry and artifacts. It's amazing. This thing can emit gamma energy all the time. And the information also says that this thing has endless energy, even far exceeding any known energy discovered by humans today. It even specifically points out that it includes nuclear fusion reactors, which are trillions of times more energy. How is this possible? You know, a nuclear fusion reactor can even be enough for humans to use for decades, and the cost of investment is not large. Such a small thing actually has energy far exceeding that of a nuclear fusion reactor. Isn't this too unbelievable? No wonder, why are those people in S.H.I.E.L.D. looking for people everywhere like crazy? Having such a thing and being robbed by someone, any organization or force would go crazy. At this moment, everyone looked at the projected information and the description of the cosmic cube, and several people present couldn't help but speak with shock. After all, the people here are all bigwigs or senior people in the industry, so they can naturally understand the deeper influence and value of the cosmic cube. If it wasn't for Killian giving it to them, if someone showed it to them outside, they would think the other person was a psychopath. You have to know that in their cognition, such a thing doesn't even exist in the real world. This seems to be a new energy technology. If humans can master the energy manufacturing technology inside, maybe they can really open up a new era. At this moment, Selvig on the side pushed his glasses, looked at the information of the cosmic cube in front of him with a burning look, and spoke. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 264 The Legend of Asgard. You know, for him, such unknown things have unprecedented attraction, even comparable to the love of mortals for goddesses. Oh, yes, I remember, this is the dragon gem that my father once placed in Odin's treasury. At this time, Thor on the side finally remembered, looking at the information in front of him, and said with sudden enlightenment. You mean this thing is in your father's treasury? After hearing Thor's words, Jane on the side also spoke in disbelief. After all, This is too magical. Of course, when I was a child, my brother and I often sneaked into my father's treasury to play with it, and then suddenly one day it disappeared. I thought it was lost, but I didn't expect it to be here. After hearing Jane's words, Thor at this time also touched his head, and then said with an embarrassed look, "After all, it always feels weird to talk about the bad things in childhood now." He's right. According to records, this thing was once in Odin's treasury. At this time, Dr. Selvig took out his mobile phone and showed the information about Norse mythology to a few people, and then spoke. Among them, there are also pictures and texts about the cosmic cube and Odin's treasury. It's just that these are very old, and many people even just listen to them as fairy tales. Hiss, this is actually true. There's only one treasure in Odin's treasury, but it has such a powerful influence. How powerful should other treasures be? At this time, after reading the pictures and texts about the cosmic cube that Dr. Selvig took out, Daisy on the side couldn't help but sigh. Otherwise, how can they be called gods? They always master energy and technology beyond human cognition. That's about right. My father's treasure house contains the most dangerous and special powerful treasures in the universe. Not something that ordinary people can use. Anything that is there will cause a lot of turmoil if it is revealed. I just don't understand why this thing is here. After hearing what the others said, Thor spoke in confusion. After all, he remembered how strict his father's treasure house was. If they were not young and were princes of Asgard, the guards would have turned a blind eye to their entry and exit. But since their father found out, they could no longer enter, no matter what they did. In the end, he even witnessed the fate of some thieves who wanted to invade the treasure house. They were killed by the guards in the dark. They didn't see who killed them until they died. The defense force was so strong that it could be said to be the strongest in the universe. What he didn't expect was that this thing could be lost just like that, which made Thor a little difficult to understand. Hiss. No wonder there is such a powerful force in it. I have to say that your god realm is really powerful. After hearing Thor's words, Jane couldn't help but speak. But in her heart, a different thought also arose. For Jane, the existence of anything is related to technology. The so-called artifacts are just technology that humans cannot understand now. If she could see the artifacts in the legendary Odin's treasure house up close, maybe she could really learn a lot. By the way, Mr. Killian, so what you mean is that you want to locate Loki's location through the gamma energy emitted by the cosmic cube? At this time, Selvig, who finally finished reading the information of both, immediately spoke to Killian beside him. Yes. As long as we can locate the location of the cosmic cube, we can reversely deduce the location of Thor's brother. After hearing Selvig's words, Jane's eyes lit up and said excitedly. After all, it doesn't matter whether Loki is Loki or not. If she can take a look at the cosmic cube with endless energy described in the information, it will be really worth it. Yes, it depends on you, Dr. Selvig and Dr. Jane. If you can locate the cosmic cube based on the energy of gamma rays, then we don't have to look for a needle in a haystack as you think. We can easily find the location of Thor's brother. After nodding, Killian also said with a smile. Although Dr. Banner is the authority on gamma rays, he was arranged by Killian to be responsible for other projects. If it is not necessary, he really doesn't want to transfer him back. After all, compared with the current Loki crisis, the impact of another project is not bad. It should be no problem. It's just using the frequency intensity of gamma rays to reverse the location. It shouldn't be a big problem. After hearing Killian's request, Dr. Selvig on the side did not disappoint him. After thinking for a while, he nodded and said, "After all, this thing is not difficult to say, but not difficult to say. It is nothing more than based on the radiation frequency of gamma rays, and then substituted into the transformation screening search. Although I don't know much about gamma rays, I can give it a try." Jane on the other side also took the initiative to speak. "Okay, then I'll trouble you. The laboratory next to you has all the technological things that can satisfy you. You can use them at will. If you need anything, you can just tell Dabe directly." After hearing what the few people said, Killian also smiled and nodded, and then explained. "Okay, don't worry, Mr. Killian." Seeing Killian's gesture, Jane also politely said, and then pulled Daisy beside him and walked into the laboratory that Killian pointed to. The two people plus Selvig who rushed over immediately started to get busy. I have to say that these devices are all new to me. They are so high-tech. Completely contactless operation makes me feel like it's not 2002, but 2222. In the laboratory, Daisy was operating the completely virtual projection equipment according to Jane's initial instructions, and she couldn't hide her shock. Indeed, I have seen many cutting-edge technologies since I was a child, but I have never come into contact with such a technological method. Moreover, its computer operation speed is also unprecedentedly fast. Many things have just been built and it has completed the test directly. It's no wonder that Pioneer Technology can launch so many advanced technology products every year. With the help of this level of artificial intelligence, even I have the confidence to study nuclear energy. After hearing Daisy's words, Selvig, who was standing by, was also building a framework for searching for gamma energy, and he said with emotion. It can be said that up to now, Selvig feels that his decision to join Pioneer Technology is really the right one. He can no longer imagine how long his future scientific research path will be with the help of these devices, and how big his future will be. Yes, I feel like I've experienced more today than I have in my entire life. It's incredible. After hearing what the two said, Jane also sighed with emotion at this time. After all, first there were aliens, then there were spy organizations that were independent of the ordinary world, then there was the pioneering technology of the light of humanity in the legend, then there was the invasion of aliens, and then there was the brother of the Asgardian god. If Jane hadn't pinched herself before to make sure she wasn't dreaming, he would have felt that all of this was just her imagination. Thank you, Killian. Your help to me is really beyond words. You, a human being, I, Asgard, Odinson Thor, admit it. At this moment, outside the laboratory, looking at the friend in the laboratory who was fully committed to the experiment in order to help him find his brother, and looking at the man in front of him who helped him unconditionally several times, Thor was also deeply moved and said. At this moment, in Killian's eyes, if this was a movie or TV series, it would at least be time to play a BGM. Of course, if the other person was of the opposite sex, it would be even more perfect for Killian, but it was a pity that the other person was a man, and a blonde man of 1.8 meters. You're welcome. This is also a hospitality from the human beings on Earth. I hope you don't have other ideas about the entire human race because of some small details. Looking at the man in front of him, Killian could only pour a glass of expensive red wine that his men didn't know where to buy from and poured it into the glass, while speaking. Come on, cheers. After handing the red wine glass in his hand to the other party, Killian also raised the glass and said, cheers. After taking the wine in his hand, Thor, who loves alcohol, naturally smiled slightly, and then raised his head and drank the red wine in the glass. After drinking it, he threw it directly on the ground. If it weren't for the sound insulation in the laboratory, Jane and the others would probably be shocked. At this time, looking at Thor with an embarrassed face in front of him, Killian couldn't help but feel helpless. He also forgot that there was this part in the movie. In Thor's hometown, the best way to express good wine is to smash the glass. Did I do something wrong? Sorry, in our place, we think a wine is delicious, so we have to smash the glass to express it. After seeing Killian's confused expression, Thor, who had come to his senses, also spoke in a low voice with an apologetic and embarrassed look. After all, after coming to his senses, Thor also found that just looking at the appearance of the glass on the ground, it seemed to be very valuable, not to mention the other party's reaction. For a moment, if the place was not inappropriate, Thor wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. It's too embarrassing for the Asgardians. It's okay, it's just that the habits on both sides are different. In our place, if you think it tastes good, just keep drinking it. In the eyes of us Earthlings, smashing the glass is an act of ruining the place. Unless you want to fight with a boss or you are unhappy with him, don't smash the glass. Looking at Thor in front of him, Killian also waved his hand and then spoke. For him, it's just a cup, which is a small problem. It's just that the ground is dirty, which is not very comfortable for Killian, who is a bit sentimental. But the next second, a cleaning robot came out from the wall on the side, and came to the scene very skillfully to clean up the glass fragments and the liquid on the ground. Is the quality of life of you Earthlings so good? To be honest, I think I should also bring this when I go back later. It's so convenient. After watching this scene where the machine comes out to help clean without the owner moving even a little, Thor on the side couldn't help but sigh and said, although for them in Asgard, there are corresponding cleaning magic or servants to do the cleaning problem, who doesn't want to take a specialty toy from a remote area back home? Of course, this is only for cleaning, and there are also chefs, families, bodyguards. You shouldn't need a bodyguard. After hearing Thor's words, Killian also smiled slightly and introduced it to him. I definitely didn't need it before, but I can't say for sure about the future. I really don't know what my father did to me. The divine power has not returned yet. I may be an ordinary person for the rest of my life. After hearing Killian's words, Thor also spoke with a worried look on his face. After all, it's hard for him to beat a few ordinary people now, not to mention encountering so many things. If he had divine power, he wouldn't need Killian's help like he does now. Just swing the hammer and fly around the world, and you can always find your brother. Don't worry, although I don't know what happened between you and your father, I believe that what belongs to you will always be yours, and it will come back sooner or later. Besides, have you thought about another question? That is why the power that belongs to you was deprived or sealed by your father. Shouldn't it belong to you? Looking at Thor with a worried look on his face, Killian also spoke seriously. You don't understand. My father is the king of gods, the most powerful of all gods. He has sealed the power in my body. No one can open it except him. Unless I can get his recognition. Not to mention that I'm a useless person without even a hammer. I can either do it according to his method, and then after meeting the conditions, I can get my own power back, or I can take back the hammer that belongs to me, and then I can naturally have the power of Thor. Except for these two methods, nothing else is possible. After hearing Killian's words, Thor shook his head with a wry smile on his face. Chapter 265 Thor's Inner Fear. Thor, you are too absolute. In my opinion, the power in your body is more like being locked in your body by your father. It has not disappeared, but is waiting for you to discover and explore it from the inside out, from a deeper level. It's like memory. Even if it is a memory blocking technique, what's wrong? Can you guarantee that all memories can be sealed? As long as the host wants, as long as the memory is unforgettable enough, then no matter how powerful the sealing technique is, it can't seal it. It's just like you now. As long as you have enough understanding and cognition of the power in your body and have further development, then I think you can break even your father's seal, right? Seeing the other party's moving face, Killian continued to speak. To be honest, in the original book, Killian felt that there was a problem. Although why did Odin want to ban Thor's power, and why did he banish him to the earth? Is it really that Thor is too arrogant? Exclamation mark. Not entirely, you know, at that critical moment, there is the prophecy of Asgard Ragnarok coming soon. Killian believes that Odin cannot be unaware of the upcoming crisis of the gods in Asgard. In this case, no matter how arrogant Thor is, facing the crisis of Ragnarok, he will be educated, and he will not even be given the opportunity to be arrogant. Not to mention that when he falls, there is still the threat of Hela. All these are not the reasons for Odin to deprive Thor of his power and exile him. Combined with Thor's strength in the Saka arena of the High Lord, he was also restricted, but he awakened his true power of Thor. Odin has only one reason, that is, to let Thor truly understand the source of his power and let him truly awaken the power of Thor. Instead of relying on a Meow hammer to release lightning. But what disappointed Odin was that in his original arrangement, even until his death, Thor did not awaken the real power of Thor, but relied on the back end of the Meow hammer to become Thor again and revive the defeated destroyer in full state. At this point, Killian can be sure of one thing. That is, in the MCU, the Odin family still borrowed some settings from the comics, that is, each Asgard royal family, that is, the blood of Odin, has the Odin power that belongs to each king. Thor's grandfather, who possesses the Boar power, can release energy that can easily destroy the planet. And Thor's father, who possesses the Odin power, can convert huge mysterious energy into any form for use, and can also temporarily enhance his various physical properties, or give various superpowers to living or non-living things. It is worth mentioning that Asgard's Rainbow Bridge is formed by the dark energy absorbed by Odin through the Odin power. In the plot of Avengers 1, the Rainbow Bridge was destroyed and Thor could not come to the Earth through the Rainbow Bridge. When Loki saw the other party appear, he smiled and said, "How much dark energy did Odin gather to teleport you to the Earth?" From this point, we can see that the power of Odin is powerful. It can control all energy. This is even more true for Thor. With the former two being so powerful, Odin naturally placed his hopes on his son. After all, he was also an experienced person, and naturally knew the difficulty of his own lineage in truly awakening power. It can be said that the royal lineage of Asgard needs to fight their way out of the dead if they want to awaken their own divine power. It is even blunt to say that they will awaken only when they are on the verge of death countless times, or even when they are about to die. And this is why he will let everything Loki does go. No one really thinks that a god king who leads Asgard, unifies the 9 realms, and even drives away countless gods, is completely unaware of what is happening under his nose? All of this is just Odin paving the way for his son, the future king of Asgard. He knows that he doesn't have much time, so like a gambler, he wants his son to awaken in advance. After all, he also knows that facing the upcoming prophecy of Ragnarok, he will definitely not see that time, and if Thor can't awaken the deeper power in his body before then Asgard and Thor himself will eventually be destroyed. So, it's not that Odin wants to watch the show, but the current situation forces him to watch the show. When he thought of this, looking at Thor in front of him, Killian's eyes also flashed with a gleam of light. To be honest, he also wanted to know what the difference was in Thor's physical changes before and after awakening. Of course, this is not the kind seen in the movie, but the changes in the essence of his body. Moreover, just from the powerful divine power of the first two after awakening, Killian felt that Thor's power of thunder should not be much worse. You know, Odin once said personally that if Thor's power of thunder is awakened, it will be more powerful than his. So what you mean is that if I can tap into the power in my body, I can restore my power even without completing my father's test. But this is impossible. You haven't seen my father use his power. His power is so strong that I can't describe it in words. It can be said that there are few people in the entire universe who can be compared with my father. Even if my father hadn't chosen to live in a corner, the entire universe might have been conquered by my father. This is definitely not my boasting alone, but an objective statement. Although Thor could understand what Killian meant, it was obvious that Odin's terror had been deeply engraved in Thor's heart. This was like Einstein's son. Because of his father's talent and glory, they knew Einstein's genius better because they had been with their father day and night. They didn't even want to surpass their father until they died. So after listening to Killian's words, Thor shook his head and spoke. After all, in Thor's heart, his father was sacred and powerful. It's not just him, even the entire Asgard, and Odin's former enemies all view Odin in this way. This is good, as everyone lives in fear of Odin's powerful power, but it's also not good, as it makes his own son lose the idea of surpassing him. Even Thor rebelled against Odin in the end only because he felt that his ideas were not keeping up with the times. It seems that you have been living under the shadow of your father, Thor. Do you know? This is very sad. This is true for both a god and an ordinary person. Do you know? All the knowledge I have learned in my life has taught me to resist and to strengthen myself. What about the legendary gods? As long as he dares to show his fangs to humans, we humans must unite and drive him out. No matter how powerful the enemy is, what does it matter? We believe that we all have one head and 2 arms, and no one is inferior to anyone else. As long as we work hard, we can still defy fate and surpass each other. It is precisely because of the tenacity and unyielding spirit of our human beings that we have the current prosperity. A person's life is nothing more than living to dying. Since we are destined to die, the question is, why do we have to work so hard every day to survive? Just like us now, no race can live forever, and no universe can exist forever. Then this universe is destined to perish, so why are new life and new planets constantly born? It's nothing more than the word meaning. We give meaning to life, we give meaning to the existence of this world, and we give meaning to those creatures that we once regarded as scourges. Nothing is strong and invincible. The only thing that cannot be defeated is your own cowardice and fear in your heart. When you feel that you can't defeat your father, Killian said little by little while looking at Thor in front of him. At this moment, after hearing Killian's words, Thor felt a shock he had never felt before. Yes, for so many years, because of the great power of his father's conquest that he saw in his childhood, that scene had already been engraved in his heart. All along, he kept fighting, just to try to reproduce the scene of his father hundreds or thousands of years ago. But what he automatically ignored in his heart was that, because of this, he already had a great and insurmountable cognition of his father. This is naturally good for an Asgardian or a minister. Even if he is the second prince of Asgard, there will be no problem. A clear self-awareness will prevent him from thinking of overstepping the boundaries. But the mistake is that he is the eldest prince of Asgard, the legitimate heir to the throne, and the crown prince of Asgard. Everyone can be afraid of Odin. But he can't. Because he is the king of Asgard, and this is the Marvel Universe, a dark jungle surrounded by powerful enemies. If he is a little weaker, or even a little imperfect, the enemy will find a flaw, and then devour him and even the entire Asgard. To be king here, the kingdom needs not only a competent king, but also an extremely powerful guardian to protect his country in such a world. When Thor thought of this, his eyes couldn't help but brighten up a bit. However, in Killian's eyes, he knew that all this was not enough. You are Thor, the legendary powerful god of thunder. Do you really want to go back to the time when your father was alive? When you started to fight side by side, do you think you are not as good as your father? If that's the case, you don't have to fight every day, and you don't have to try every way to get your power back. Just kneel outside. I believe your father will take you back. After all, for Odin, it is better to have a king who enjoys himself every day than a tyrant, right? Then, Killian looked at Thor in front of him and continued to speak. After finishing speaking, looking at Thor who had fallen into deep thought, Killian did not continue to speak. He walked to the elevator on the side, pressed the button for the basement directly, and took the elevator to the underground experimental base. For Thor, Killian knew that what he needed now was time. The power of Thor would not be so easy to break through unless he had a great enlightenment or was at the moment of life and death. To be honest, seeing this scene, Killian couldn't help but think of the group of people with red-eye disease next door. It seems that such a powerful power requires the sacrifice of relatives to awaken, which is really strange. After shaking his head, looking at the elevator door that has been opened, Killian also walked out. After passing through several heavily guarded security guards, Killian immediately came to the deepest part of this floor. A newly opened laboratory on the first floor. How is it? Dr. Samuel, is this biological tissue useful? After pushing open the door, Killian asked Samuel who was busy. Useful, and useless. After hearing Killian's words, Samuel at this moment also frowned and said with an expression of wanting to say something but stopping. After all, before seeing this thing, his expectations were very high. But after seeing this, it was like chicken ribs, tasteless and a pity to throw away. It's like, you're walking on the street and see a red banknote on the road. You thought it was $100, but when you picked it up, you found it was a red dollar. Although it has some collection value, it's covered with shit. This is disgusting. You say pick it up, maybe you can exchange it for some money later. After all, many people have said that the old version of the $1 bill is still worth some money. But this thing on it is too disgusting. It's really disgusting to pick it up for such a small amount of money. But don't pick it up, it's money after all. Anyway, it makes people feel disgusted. Huh? What's going on? After hearing Samuel's words, Killian's heart couldn't help but jump, and then he spoke. You know, this biological sample is the blood sample that Killian asked Raven to collect at the scene when Thor's face was scratched by a pistol. Originally, Killian wanted to create an artificial Thor himself. The only difference is that the DNA sample of Thor is gathered in his super tyrant, or super soldier. Chapter 266. A sudden change, Odin appears. By then, the super tyrant, who already possesses multiple terrifying superpowers, will be fused with Thor's DNA, which is equivalent to controlling the authority of God, and its power will be enhanced several times. Not to mention Thor's physical strength, even when facing the Hulk, he is not inferior at all. If the two are combined, Killian can't imagine how terrifying it will be. However, looking at Samuel's expression in front of him, it seems that his perfect idea has some accidents? Exclamation mark. How should I put it? From this biological tissue, I can indeed see that this is a DNA sample that is beyond ordinary people. But if you combine this with a specific description of the body that you gave me, it is too disappointing, and it can even be said that it is completely shit. Because this cell sample does not have the power and vitality that the legendary gods should have. It is even better than the super soldier serum we extracted from the female agent at the beginning, and even this point can be directly ignored. Too weak, and these cell samples look lifeless and have no vitality at all. After hearing Killian's words, Samuel at this time also tried his best to summarize his vocabulary, wanting to make the boss in front of him understand while not being so disappointed. After all, in the previous description, the other party said that Thor has the physical strength of summoning thunder and controlling the weather, and is even comparable to the Hulk. With a full-strength attack, he can even easily destroy a small town. But now, according to Samuel's data, let alone a small town, The other party can summon a lightning bolt to electrocute a small white mouse. Samuel thinks he is awesome. I know, but this shouldn't be the case. After listening to Samuel's words, Killian frowned and then thought about it and said, after all, there were only a few people at the scene, and they had full video recordings from the collection to the pre-event, so it shouldn't be a problem. So, boss, according to the data I have observed now, this Thor from Asgard is actually not that powerful. I even think that many records are just rumors from ancient people. Or, I think the so-called Thor is just a title, just like the president of our country. He does not refer to a single person, but a position after becoming that person. Looking at Killian, who was also frowning in front of him, Samuel on the side immediately spoke. He knew his boss's desire to collect such powerful divine power, and of course he was the same. But sometimes we still have to face the reality. After all, rumors and exaggerated descriptions are not uncommon in history. Even now, some people say they have seen ghosts. No, it's not like that. Since there is no problem with our records and my understanding of Thor is also correct, then it must have appeared on him. So Odin is so powerful? Exclamation mark. He can even seal his own biological cells. This is too scary. After hearing Samuel's words, Killian shook his head. After all, Thor's power cannot be faked, not to mention that he is a time traveler who knows how strong Thor is. After thinking it through, Killian looked up at the ceiling, and his eyes seemed to penetrate hundreds of meters underground and shoot straight into the sky. Then he thought secretly in his heart. He always thought that Odin sealed only Thor's divine power, that is, like a spiritual ability, and sealed it up. Unexpectedly, it now seems that this seal goes directly into the cells. How much power do these gods control? It's incredible. Let me take a look. Then, Killian, who figured it out, took over Samuel's job and looked down at the cells in the culture dish. Through the observation of the advanced microscope of pioneer technology, as expected, the cell readings of Thor and the energy values of various parameters were all digitized on the side. At a glance, this cell is enough to produce serum for super soldiers. But if you want to cultivate more powerful power, then this biological cell is not qualified. But Killian thinks that this cell should be more than what he sees. After all, this is the cell of God. Even if to him, the so-called God is just an alien, but they are a race that can cross the universe in the flesh, so they naturally have their own unique features. So Killian held this idea, and the action in his hand did not stop, and began to constantly control the microscope in front of him to continuously zoom in. At this moment, as Killian continued to zoom in, more and more things began to appear in front of him. The weak electrons in the cells, the strange combination of cells interwoven together like the ancient rune walls. But just when Killian wanted to continue to check, everything stopped here. It was not some mysterious power that stopped him, but the magnification of the microscope had already magnified it to the maximum. But looking at the cells in front of him that had not been explored yet, and there was still more room for exploration, Killian couldn't help but feel frightened. You have to know that the microscope of pioneer technology is the highest level on the market, even far beyond the current era. Usually, other cells, even the cells of the Hulk, can be clearly seen by this thing. But when it comes to Thor's cells, it's like using a bamboo pole to measure the depth of the sea. Although it's not so exaggerated, it's enough to explain the problem. That is, the cell structure of Thor is extremely complex, and the secrets inside are by no means simple permutations and combinations. What's wrong? At this time, looking at Killian, who suddenly stopped and thought with a serious face, Samuel on the side couldn't help but ask curiously. After all, he didn't find anything special about this cell before. Why did his boss seem to have discovered some amazing secrets when he came? Take a look. After hearing Samuel's words, Killian didn't say much, but gave up his position and said, up to now, the secret of the Thor family has become more and more profound in Killian's eyes. Samuel on the side didn't care what Killian was thinking at this moment. After hearing what he said, he also came up and operated the microscope. But this time, he also understood why Killian wanted him to see it. Because from the first-person perspective, he found something wrong. After being magnified to the extreme, these cells seemed to be arranged in a disorderly manner at first glance, but when he looked carefully this time, he suddenly found that the inside was more like some kind of runes with special meanings. It was just like the human DNA food chain, except that this thing was even more complicated. Moreover, even the human food chain, they had not yet been able to completely decipher it, let alone something more complicated like this. It seems that we have another research project in the future, but it's a pity that the value is not very great. Soon after, Samuel, who had finally observed it, said with a sense of unsatisfaction. Apart from other things, the complexity of the DNA food chain of this biological cell alone has exceeded the difficulty of the sum of other projects that Samuel has been responsible for. But the more this happened, the more excited Samuel felt. As a genetic biologist, for him, this kind of project that hid his old profession, it was too exciting. The only thing that made him regretful was that the vitality of this thing was too low and the energy index was too low. Otherwise, he could really use this as a main project for research and development. No, its value is greater than you think. After hearing what Samuel said, Killian also spoke immediately. After finishing speaking, before Samuel could continue speaking, Killian's hand glowed red, and then a stream of water-like substance, the chaotic power that belonged only to the reality gem, continued to appear in his palm. Then in Samuel's shocked sight, he saw that the biological cells originally under the microscope also quietly floated into the red water-like substance in Killian's palm. Then when it entered the center, he saw that the red water-like substance began to shine continuously. From this moment on, in Killian's brain, countless knowledge about the cells in his hand began to appear in his mind continuously. At this moment, Samuel on the side could even clearly see that the originally red blood was now beginning to disappear at a speed visible to the naked eye. Although Samuel didn't know what happened, he knew clearly that his boss should have found that technology was not working, so he thought of using superpowers to go. For a moment, Samuel's eyes also showed uncontrollable envy. If he had the ability of his boss, he would be able to study these mysterious creatures with more power and make rapid progress. Unfortunately, there is only one copy of this thing. Just when Samuel thought that this time it should be stable, something unexpected happened. The blood, which had already faded by half, burst into powerful lightning at this moment. As the person involved, Killian secretly said, "Not good." In this case, he knew without thinking that Odin must have left some restrictions in Thor's cells. But just when he wanted to cast a spell to resist, he suddenly trembled. When he came to his senses again, he felt that he appeared in a beautiful place like a paradise. But if that was all, Killian might ignore the fact that he was suddenly teleported or appeared here. But the most fatal thing was that there was an old man in front of him who was white-haired but had a patch covering his right eye. At this moment, Killian knew without thinking that the old man in front of him was the world-famous God King, Odin. The only thing that made Killian feel at ease was that the other party was not wearing his God King armor. He was even standing not far from him in a simple uniform. "I can see from your eyes that you should know who I am, so I don't need to waste time introducing myself. Young man, it's a good thing to be curious. But I'm still alive, not dead. You're going too far by delving into my bloodline." Looking at the young man in front of him whose pupils shrank when he saw him, Odin's mouth corners also rose slightly, and then he spoke. "I'm sorry, King Odin, you have to know that for an ordinary person, when he knows that he has seen a god, he will feel worship and admiration from the bottom of his heart. And everything I did was because I was too curious about the gods, so I wanted to study them. If I am being presumptuous, please allow me to make amends." After hearing the other party's words, Killian was extremely honest at this moment. After clearing his mind of distracting thoughts and making sure that the other party would not have any mind-reading skills, after seeing his other thoughts, Killian was stunned at this moment, and then said with an apologetic face. Although Killian said before that Odin was going to die, that was only based on not seeing the other party. In Marvel, except for the few great gods of creation, other people would feel extremely strong pressure even if they saw Odin. Not to mention Killian. He knew that the current Earth, no matter how fast it developed and how powerful it was, in the eyes of the old man in front of him, it was just an existence that could be wiped out with a wave of his hand. With Heatermule's all-seeing clairvoyance and the rainbow bridge that can strike the entire universe, these two powerful weapons can become the sword of Damocles hanging over many people's heads. No country or civilization can withstand such an attack from Asgard. Not to mention, the rainbow bridge can also send troops to your homeland at any time. Haha, it seems that what my son said is right. You are indeed a talent. It's a pity. Since you said the word make-up, how about we talk about a condition? As long as you promise, I will no longer pursue your sin of blasphemy, and I will also unseal this drop of blood. Looking at the young man in front of him, who was completely different from what he had observed before, Odin immediately spoke with interest. Chapter 267, Facing Odin. It has to be said that at this moment Odin had a thought of cherishing talent, but just as Thor said, he was too conservative. Although Thor only saw the surface, it was true. His existence represented the conservative gods. As long as he existed, the interests of the conservatives would be there. Those ancient gods and families would also stand with Asgard. This is just like the ancient dynasties on Earth. Every emperor has his own direct forces and confidants. Asgard has been developing in an orderly manner for thousands of years. Now that turmoil is coming, let alone that he doesn't want to reform again, making this seemingly powerful, but actually already in the sea, even weaker. Even if it really needs to be changed, it is the merit left to the new king. Each generation has its own mission. He only needs to ensure that the interests of the old gods will not be damaged while he's alive, and ensure that they are of one mind with his kingdom. That's enough. As for the rest, it's the new king, that is, the future of Thor. Of course, before that, he had to help his son pave a smooth and unparalleled road to heaven as much as possible. What conditions? After hearing what Odin said, Killian couldn't help but smile bitterly. The other party didn't say what would happen if he didn't agree, but now, do you still need to make it so clear? Exclamation mark. If you don't agree, you will be held responsible for the crime of blasphemy, and such actions as exploring the secrets of the gods have been extremely serious among gods in any civilization and system since ancient times. Even in the Olympus pantheon next door, Athena thought that her maid was blasphemous because she was flirted with by her uncle, and then turned her into the famous Medusa in history. This is just one example, and there are countless similar cases. Of course, if the conditions offered by Odin are acceptable, then Killian can still agree, but if they are too outrageous, then he, Killian, will have no choice but to fight. Feeling the ether particles constantly hovering around him, Killian couldn't help but feel much more at ease. Although Killian knew that he could not defeat the God King in front of him with the ether particles, he was confident that he could survive and not be killed. At that time, he could hide in the quantum universe. He did not believe that Odin could catch up with him. It's very simple. Although I don't know where you know the mystery of our Asgard royal family, you are right. Our Asgard royal family has the innate power of God. This power will give birth to the most suitable and powerful power for each heir. But the stronger the power, the greater the price to pay. The power in Thor's body is the most powerful I have ever seen, and it will even be far greater than mine in the future. Therefore, his awakening will be extremely difficult. My request to you is just like what you said to my son. Help Thor complete his awakening. As long as he can complete his awakening, I can even give you a chance to enter the world tree and choose the godhead. Looking at Killian's vigilant look, Odin just smiled slightly. After all, this time he only approached him for a simple chat. However, this little bit of vigilance was not enough for Odin. However, looking at the young man who was relieved in front of him, Odin continued to put forward his own requirements and generous conditions that made Killian feel breathless. At this moment, after listening to Odin's words, Killian even felt that he was knocked unconscious by happiness. You know, what kind of concept is it to go to the world tree to choose a godhood? The simple point is that in the East, the entire conferred god list is handed over to you, and you can choose a god yourself. Moreover, the Western godhood does not have the weakness of the conferred god list. It can be said that once you are selected, you have the ability and authority of the selected godhood. It can be said that this thing is a first-class good thing whether you use it yourself or give it to others. However, although the benefits are so great, the corresponding difficulty is unimaginable. In the original book, Thor was able to awaken because he was beaten to death by his elder sister, and Asgard was about to be destroyed because of her existence. Unless Killian can find a similar dying scene for Thor, and add the debuff of the extinction of the race. Otherwise, Killian estimated that it would be extremely difficult for Thor to awaken. Even before this, Killian just wanted to do a favor and enlighten Thor's inner confusion. Let the other party know that the key to the problem lies in him, not in the seal of his father. But what he didn't expect was that all this was heard by the lib in front of him. Even at this moment, Killian was extremely suspicious whether the other party was really going to die. Of course, no problem, but I can't figure out why you chose me. After hearing the other party's words, Killian immediately responded, but in the end he still asked. After all, if he didn't ask this clearly, Killian probably wouldn't be able to eat at ease. Do you want to ask me why I chose you to help Thor, or why I chose you to enter the world tree to choose the godhead? After hearing Killian's words, Odin smiled slightly and asked back. Seeing Killian nodded, he continued, "For the former, I see a lot of possibilities in you, which I have not seen in many people. For the latter, I think you should know. Okay, that's it, young man. The seal of this drop of blood will be unsealed with the unsealing of Thor's forces. As for deeper research, there are no other constraints, but I think your technology should not be able to research anything unless you are willing to continue to spend your life force. I hope you can fulfill our agreement. I'll look forward to seeing you in the Temple of the Gods." After explaining the last thing, in front of Killian, Odin just disappeared slowly in this world with the end of the last sentence. When Killian came to his senses, he once again returned to the original laboratory. The only difference is that Killian at this moment has been surrounded by layers. Samuel originally wanted to ask Killian after watching it, but after seeing the blood in Killian's hands suddenly change, the whole person fell into silence. Except for the red liquid water that continued to float beside Killian, Killian did not make any other movements. Even Samuel, who was standing by the side, shouted at the top of his throat, but there was no reaction at all. So for a while, after a few minutes, seeing Killian still had no reaction, Samuel, who was afraid that something might happen, immediately deployed the emergency armed forces on this floor, fearing that something unexpected would happen. But now it seems that everything is still stable. "Boss, are you okay?" After watching his boss recover, Samuel also called the guards aside and came to Killian, and then said with concern, "It's okay, it's just that, forget it, there's no point in saying this now. Withdraw them all. No need to stay here." After hearing Samuel's words, Killian just waved his hand and spoke. After all, facing such a bizarre thing as the God King Odin, regardless of whether Samuel believed it or not, even if he believed it, it would only add to his troubles and would be of no use. So it's better not to say anything. Okay. Looking at the look of his own boss in front of him, Samuel at this moment also knew the seriousness of the matter, and naturally did not want to offend the other party. After agreeing, he directly dismissed all the super tyrants present. And the whole person was standing quietly not far away waiting for Killian's instructions. "Should I say, you are worthy of being the legendary God King? I really didn't expect that there is a backup plan in my son's blood." As his right hand was spread out, the blood that originally belonged to Thor was now floating calmly in Killian's palm, just like at the beginning. However, only Killian knew that the forbidden seal in the deepest part of the blood still existed. Although he could continue to explore, unless he was willing to spend a huge price to remove the power of Thor from Thor's blood, otherwise, it would be just a drop of ordinary blood. Now in front of Killian, this blood is equivalent to having two seals. One is the seal from Audi, so that Thor can feel the feeling of losing power, so as to better explore the power in his body. The second is the seal from the blood. When Thor unlocks the second seal, it is the time for the real Thor to descend. And now, even if Killian wants to unlock the first level, according to his estimation, he will need decades of life as a sacrifice to drive the ether particles to unlock it. After weighing it for a long time, Killian finally gave up the idea of continuing to explore. After all, it would not be worth it for Killian to continue. Although his lifespan is much longer than that of ordinary people, it can even be called long, but it is not a waste. What's more, for Killian, it is just a normalized Thor, and the effect of his blood is not very big for him. Then, with Killian's one-handed move, the blood that was originally floating in Killian's hand also slowly floated up and returned to its original position. "Boss, this." At this time, seeing that his boss actually put the blood back to its original place, Samuel on the side couldn't help but ask, "Forget it, let's put this project on hold for now. You can return to other research. Just like you said, this drop of blood has no research value now. He is just an ordinary person now, not a legendary Thor. Let's talk about other things when the time is right." After hearing Samuel's words, Killian turned around at this time, looked at the drop of blood not far away with a complicated face, and then spoke. For Killian, this feeling is like an ordinary person has won $10 million, but the prize redemption center tells you that you must give it to you $1 a day. It's just scrambled eggs. Okay. As for the order of his boss, Samuel on the side did not continue to ask. After all, the power of the drop of blood just now and the abnormality of his boss just now, no matter which one, made Samuel feel abnormal. And he didn't think this was something he could explore now. So after hearing Killian's words, Samuel also walked out honestly. Continue his research. No, of course not. Odinson Thor, will never be weaker than anyone in my life. Even if that person is my father. I will let all Asgardians and even the people of the entire universe know that I, Thor, will one day rely on my own power to make the name of the god of thunder resound throughout the universe. On the other side, Thor, who is on the top floor of the Pioneer Technology building at this moment, finally figured out his heart. He took a step forward with great enthusiasm and spoke loudly to the sky. At this moment, along with Thor's oath, even the lightning in the sky seemed to be touched and began to emit low roars. However, this feeling did not last long, and it disappeared again, and everything returned to normal. Killian, thank you, you made me understand. Huh? Where's the person? After coming to his senses, feeling the seal in his body starting to loosen, Thor was extremely excited at this moment. Just when he wanted to turn around and thank Killian, he couldn't help but freeze in place and said blankly. After all, he just realized that he was the only one left in the living room, and everyone else had disappeared. Sir Thor, Mr. Killian has important matters to deal with, but when Mr. Killian left, he said that he would try his best to meet your requirements, so if you have any needs, you can tell me and I will do my best to deal with it. At this time, after hearing Thor's words, the voice of Dabe was heard from the speakers in the hall. Wow! You are the artificial intelligence, Baymax, right? It's amazing. I think you are even smarter than the will and some ancient artifacts I have encountered. After hearing Baymax's voice suddenly, Thor was still frightened, but in order to ease the embarrassment, he still spoke. At this time, a figure appeared in front of Thor. Chapter 268 Thor's Challenge, Odin's Pressure. And to be honest, objectively speaking, during the time Thor was here, Baymax acted like a life with a mature will. Like the old artifacts he had encountered or touched before, no matter how old they were, they only had a certain consciousness. Even more often, he acted like a child. Apart from other things, his Meow Meow hammer also had consciousness. Except that he couldn't speak like Baymax in front of him, he could still communicate with him. It was just like those artifacts. Although Thor had used Meow Meow hammer for thousands of years, the consciousness in Meow Meow hammer still remained like a child. In short, Meow Meow hammer was more like a child in Thor's eyes. But it didn't cry or to make a fuss. The communication between the two was completely based on the bond created by their long-term companionship. Thank you for your compliment, Lord Thor. I will keep your little episode a secret. After hearing Thor's flattery from the Asgardian god for the first time, Baymax felt happy and started talking. Thank you, but can I ask what Jane and the others are? After hearing Baymax's words, Thor realized that the scene that frightened him just now was recorded by the other party, and his face turned red. Then he began to change the subject. They are in the laboratory next door, locating the location of the cosmic cube. But I don't recommend you to go there now. Their research has reached a critical moment. After hearing Thor's words, Baymax started talking. Really? Okay then. Do you have any place to exercise here? I want to exercise. After hearing Dabe say that Jian and the others were doing key research, Thor's original idea of going to find them was put aside. After all, although he didn't know much about these research issues before, he also knew that when those top mages were doing array research in the palace, they hated to be disturbed by others. To put it more harshly, they would go to find others when they were doing research. In serious cases, they would even fight to the death. So after putting it aside, Thor asked Dabe in the living room. Since he couldn't go to find Jian and the others, he didn't want to be idle like this. Yes, the holographic virtual battle room next door can meet all your requirements. In response to Thor's request, Dabe also thoughtfully provided him with a place where Killian had trained before, based on Killian's instructions when he left at the beginning. Really? Then I'll go and see. After hearing Dabe's words, Thor's eyes lit up and he spoke excitedly. It has to be said that Thor has only been on Earth for a day. Although he still doesn't know much about this place, through a brief contact, he discovered a biggest feature, that is, no matter what it is, as long as it is touched by virtual projection, it will definitely be very powerful. Just like the royal family of their Asgard. Thor felt that these words must also represent the pinnacle of human civilization today. Since the previous projections gave him such a big surprise, then this one, which is called a battle room, must not be much worse. In this way, following the guidance of Dabe, Thor came to a huge room that was completely blank. However, what he saw was not what Thor thought. With all kinds of high-tech equipment he had never seen, or well-equipped fitness equipment, and even a few super tyrant-like monsters he had encountered before. Everything was gone. All that was left for him was a clean and tidy room. This is. Looking at the room that was cleaner than his own, Thor didn't know what to say for a while. Sir Thor, this is a holographic virtual battle room. As long as you wear the brainwave helmet next to you, I can project any enemy you have ever seen here according to your memory and requirements. You can fight with the real ones, but because this virtual battle room has been upgraded, there may be a little danger in the process. After hearing Thor's words, as if knowing the other party's doubts, Dabe immediately introduced the special features of this room to him. Directly projected. And it's a real battle? Is it so magical? After hearing Dabe's words, Thor couldn't help but get excited again. You know what he lacks most now is fighting. Since he discovered a seal in his body, he knows that if he wants to successfully break the seal left by his father, he can only break through intense battles again and again. This is not only an impact on the restrictions in his body given to him by his father, but also a polishing of his own body. Yes. Then, after getting Dabe's affirmation, Thor also put on the helmet in front of him. Then, Thor saw all kinds of opponents or friends he had seen before appear in front of him. Sif, the three warriors of Asgard, Loki, frost giants, dwarves, etc. These characters floated in front of Thor one by one as if they were real. For a moment, even Thor couldn't help but feel shocked by the special technology on Earth. This kind of magic that makes the characters in a person's memory reappear in the human world in a physical form, is it definitely not a taboo spell? Exclamation mark. At this moment, Thor felt doubtful for the first time about the Asgardian education he had received for thousands of years. It was after seeing these that Thor realized that it seemed that it was not their Asgard technology that was the best. In the entire universe, there were many races and civilizations with better technology than them. But Thor didn't think too much. After seeing these familiar figures appear in front of him, Thor's eyes couldn't help but flash a gleam of light. Since his friends, brothers and even enemies can be materialized. Then, since Killian had told him before that nothing is impossible, a person's life is nothing more than resistance. So this time, Thor wanted to personally face the pressure of his father, the king of the gods, Odin, as his opponent. Just like that, with Thor's confirmation, the brainwave extraction instrument he was wearing began to emit blue light at this time and began to operate at an ultra-high speed. As the brainwave extraction instrument was running, Thor at this moment also felt the most intuitive. At this moment, he only felt as if a scorching sun appeared in front of him. The powerful pressure came directly to his face, and it seemed to hit his soul directly. The invisible huge force was like an invisible giant hand, tightly strangling his throat, and the whole person couldn't help but stagnate. Then the pressure from the supreme pressure of the God King surged like a tide, making Thor feel unprecedented heaviness and oppression. At this moment, no matter how hard Thor's feet tried to support his body, the force seemed to completely crush and conquer him. Thor's knees also began to bend slightly, and his back gradually bent under this heavy pressure. At this moment, his feet seemed to be firmly nailed to the ground, unable to move. And every inch of his muscles were shaking uncontrollably, as if he was making a silent protest. If someone could see it closely, at this moment, they could also see the blue veins on Thor's face and the extremely ferocious expression. Sweat continued to flow down like a waterfall in the night market, and Thor's clothes were soaked in just a few seconds. Is this the pressure from my father? At this moment, feeling the blood in his body that had almost stopped flowing, and his limbs that were difficult to move even a little, Thor couldn't help but grit his teeth, and then spoke stubbornly. He really didn't expect that his father would suppress him to the point of being breathless with just a face-to-face and a pressure. Although he has no divine power now, you have to know that the father in front of him is just the person in his memory hundreds of years ago. And the Asgardians have the absolute advantage that their divine power increases by 1 point with each year of aging. With such growth, it can be said that Thor is now facing Odin with his divine body. But even so, facing the overwhelming pressure from his father, he even seems to be asking for a breath. However, the more this is the case, the more unacceptable it is for Thor. You know, after hearing what Killian said to him before, although he could not fully understand the intention of his father Odin, he roughly guessed that the other party should have tempered himself or, as he thought at the beginning, this is the experience of becoming a king. And no matter which one it is, no matter what, for Thor, it is something he must face. If he can't even face the pressure from his former father now, how can he take over his father's throne and protect Asgard? With this belief, Thor gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and tried to resist the pressure. However, no matter how he struggled, the gravity seemed to laugh at his powerlessness. His body continued to bend as the pressure continued, and then as time passed, it was gradually pressed to the ground, tightly fitting the cold and hard floor. At this moment, Thor felt as if his chest was pressed by a huge rock, making it almost impossible for him to breathe. Gradually, he even felt that his eyes began to blur, and only his heavy breathing was left in his ears. Under the destruction of this gravity, his limbs seemed to lose consciousness, and only the heavy pressure was constantly eroding his body. At this moment, an inexplicable fear surged in his heart. For the first time, Thor felt his own insignificance and his consciousness began to blur. It was as if he was about to be completely swallowed by this power. "Sir, your pressure has reached the upper limit. Do you want to cancel this simulation?" Just when Thor's consciousness was about to be completely devoured, the voice of Baymax echoed in his mind. With the appearance of Baymax's voice, Thor's consciousness, which was about to be devoured, regained its light at this moment. "No." After hearing Baymax's words, Thor, who regained consciousness, flashed a firm light in his eyes, and then clenched his teeth and spoke in a firm but weak tone. After he finished speaking, a strong will to resist suddenly surged in Thor's heart. Although his body was still tightly pressed on the ground, his heart was full of unyielding faith. He knew that only after such a tempering could he become stronger, and only the strong were worthy of being the king of Asgard. No matter what, Thor, must conquer this phantom and this pressure in front of him today. Boom! Exclamation mark. At this moment, his cells seemed to be responding to him. With the opening of a seal in his body, the power that originally belonged to him began to flow out from the cells of his body. In the end, even Thor's eyes could not help but have arcs of electricity passing through them. As more and more power flowed out of his body, Thor's muscles began to tighten. At this moment, Thor's resistance began. As time went by, Thor also felt his strength recovering little by little. His hands, which had been suppressed by the pressure, gradually became aware. Under such changes, Thor began to try to move his legs. Afterwards, Thor's legs trembled slightly in his constant attempts. Although the amplitude was small, for Thor, who had been infinitely suppressed, he could feel even the slightest change. It was because of this that Thor could feel that every time he trembled, it seemed to take away a trace of gravity. Gradually, his toes began to move slightly. Although the movement was so small that it was almost imperceptible, it was a ray of hope for Thor. His hands, which had been almost numb from the pressure, seemed to be injected with new strength, and his fingertips began to regain some flexibility. Chapter 269 Thor's desire to perform. As time went by, coupled with the thunder power flowing out of the seal in his body constantly tempering his body, Thor could already feel that his body was gradually adapting to this strong gravity. At this moment, his muscles, bones, and even every nerve were experiencing unprecedented sharpening and reshaping. Although these brought Thor deep pain and fatigue, relatively speaking, for Thor, it was also accompanied by an indescribable sense of accomplishment and satisfaction. He knew that this was his new hope. Then, Thor's expression condensed. The whole person also gritted his teeth and began to try hard to stand up. Feeling the constantly surging and beating thunder power in his body, at this moment, although these powers were extremely weak, even compared to his heyday, they were insignificant. But for Thor, these were also precious. At this moment, Thor began to control these thunder powers, traveling throughout his body, and after converging to his legs, the whole person also began to stand up slowly. Although the speed was very slow, just like the crawling of a snail. But for Thor, all of this meant that he began to face his father directly, and it was also evidence of surpassing his father little by little. Then, after repeated efforts and attempts, Thor felt that the strength in his body seemed to have reached a critical point. It was at this time that Thor took a deep breath, then he clenched his teeth, pushed his hands hard, and his legs also exerted force. Driven by this force, his body began to slowly rise up. At this moment, Thor's eyes flashed with a firm light, and every muscle on his face was tense, as if announcing his indomitable spirit and courage to the world. Ha! With a last impact, after Thor screamed, his whole body exerted force again, and Thor successfully stood up at this moment. The powerful pressure completely disappeared at this time. At this time, although Thor only felt that his body was still trembling slightly under the previous pressure, His eyes were full of victory at this moment. He looked up at the figure that was as dazzling as the sun not far away. At this moment, Thor's heart was filled with pride and satisfaction. "Father, did you see that?" Exclamation mark. "I finally beat you." Looking at the familiar figure so close, Thor's heart was filled with excitement and ecstasy at this moment, and he kept talking in his heart. Although he knew that the other party was just a figure he imagined, for Thor, the feeling of pressure was the same as the real thing, and he really surpassed his father once. From this moment on, for Thor, he finally had the courage and capital to face his father. After that, no matter how difficult or dangerous it was nothing to Thor. As long as he surpassed once, he believed that he could surpass his father countless times until he truly became the God King of Asgard and protected his family and people. What Thor didn't notice was that the shadow in front of him, after seeing Thor's performance, actually had a look like a real person, which contained complex meanings, but it was understandable that there was a mixture of satisfaction and pride in that look. But this look didn't last long, and it flashed away in a short time. Even when Thor first saw this look, he was only stunned for a moment. When he recovered again, he just thought it was because he missed his father too much in his mind. At this moment, the old man in the Asgard palace at the other end of the universe was holding up the king's scepter, looking at the starry sky from afar on the balcony of the palace with a look of satisfaction. "Are you peeking at Thor again?" As a cloak made of luxurious needlework was draped over the old man's shoulders, a woman with a dignified and beautiful face and white skin like jade, as if she had been carefully polished by the years, appeared beside the old man and spoke in a reprimanding tone. The person who came was the wife of the king of the gods of Asgard, Frigga, an elegant and majestic goddess. Yes, if the situation was not serious, which father would not want his son to be by his side and be exiled to the earth? After hearing his wife's words, Odin was just slightly stunned, and then turned around to face his wife who had been with him for a long time. Then, he saw that the God King, who had always been known for his seriousness and majesty, also showed a kind smile to the other party, and his eyes revealed a hint of helplessness and pampering. "I understand you. These are Thor's fate. He is not only our child, but also the future king of Asgard. These are the missions he has to face. It's not your fault." After listening to Odin's words, Frigga's face gradually faded, replaced by a gentle smile. She walked to Odin's side, gently took his arm, and then spoke softly. "Yes, I just hope everything goes well for him. I saw a good little guy on Earth. He should be able to help Thor." After hearing Frigga's words, Odin couldn't help but sigh at this time, and then spoke. Although he, as the God King of Asgard, can conquer all opponents, but facing time and an unknown future, he can only wait quietly like an ordinary person. The only thing he can do is to try his best to improve his trump card before the upcoming unknown. "Is it the little guy you mentioned before who led the Earth into the interstellar age?" After hearing Odin's words, Frigga, who suddenly became interested, asked curiously. "Yes, he made a lot of interesting little things. He helped Thor a lot. He's capable and ambitious, but also greedy." After talking about Killian, Odin, who had just seen Killian before, couldn't help but smile. After all, to be honest, he hadn't met a little guy who dared to trade with him or even dared to resist him for a long time. Has it been hundreds of years, or thousands of years? Exclamation mark. Suddenly met one, and for a moment Odin didn't feel angry about the provocation of the majesty of the king of the gods, but felt interesting. For a moment, even he couldn't help but feel that he might have been worn away by time. The original diamond-shaped corners became like round stones. Really? It seems that if there is a chance, I have to thank this young man. After hearing her husband praise a mortal on Earth like this, especially after hearing that the other party helped her son, Frigga on the side couldn't help but smile from the bottom of her heart and spoke. For Frigga, she didn't care much about other things. She cared most about her husband and 2 sons. To be honest, if she didn't know the doomed things and hardships that Thor would face in the future, she really didn't want her son to be exiled to the human world as a mortal. She would rather stand up herself. But all this is impossible after all. Asgard needs a real king to protect it. And this king can only be Thor, who has the blood of Odin. Without the power of the gods, no one can bear the many super disasters in the future. There will be a chance. And I have a feeling that all this will come soon. It's just that I hope that when we meet again, Thor can truly understand the meaning of being a king and the responsibility. After hearing Frigga's words, Odin also stroked the face of his lover in front of him with his palm, and then spoke gently. I believe he will, he is the pride in my heart. At this moment, Frigga spoke with incomparable firmness and confidence. It was as if she could see Thor's future. Of course, he is also the pride of my heart. Looking at the determination of his lover in front of him, Odin smiled and said at this moment. At this moment, their hearts were filled with warmth and affection. In this seemingly combat-turbulent era, their smiles seemed to become a warm sunshine, illuminating each other. On the other side. At this moment on the Earth. With the awakening of Thor, the electronic equipment on the entire top floor began to be affected. Even Jane, Selvig and others thought it was a precursor to the coming earthquake. What happened? After walking out of the laboratory, Jane said anxiously. Although the frequency of earthquakes here is not very frequent, there have been cases of large earthquakes. So for a while, everyone couldn't help but panic. In addition, this is a high-rise building. If an earthquake really happens, there will be no escape. Dr. Jane, Dr. Selvig, Ms. Daisy, Mr. Thor is exercising in the training room next door. These are all magnetic field disturbances caused by him. Please don't panic. After sensing that several people came out, Dabe in the main control room immediately reminded them. Exercise can actually cause magnetic field disturbances. Really? After hearing Dabe's words, Daisy couldn't help but speak with a surprised look on her face. After all, it has been a short time since they last saw each other. You know, they just separated not long ago. They just went in to do a research and didn't even have lunch yet. As a result, they told her that Thor made such a big noise. Jane and Selvig on the side were also shocked by Dabe's words for a while. After all, they really couldn't imagine that Thor, who said he was an ordinary person before, could actually make such a noise. Yes, Mr. Thor has finished his training. You can go in and see him. After hearing the doubts of several people, Dabe did not explain too much, but with a beep sound, he directly opened the door of the virtual training room. As the door opened, everyone saw Thor in the center of the room. At this moment, the other party seemed to have experienced a war. Sweat all over his body was like a waterfall, constantly flowing down his strong muscles, and his strong chest was constantly rising and falling. For a moment, the two girls at the door of the room couldn't help but be fascinated. After all, for European and American girls who are already open-minded, their resistance to this kind of muscular man can be said to be almost zero. The only difference is that Daisy knows that there is no possibility between her and Thor. So she is just a pure appreciation of a nympho. Jane on the side is different. At this moment, she just feels that her heart is about to jump out. If someone can put a stethoscope on her chest, they will find that Jane's heart is beating at a very fast speed of hundreds of beats per second. You are here. Are you done with the research? At this time, Thor, who was still feeling the changes in his body, heard the sound of the door opening, looked at the three people standing at the door, and said with joy, "No, not yet. We felt a movement here while we were researching, and then we came to take a look. But don't be disappointed, the progress is very fast. Now the main program has been built, and the system will conduct the final search. It won't be long before we can officially locate your brother." After hearing Thor's words, Dr. Selvig shook his head and said, "Really? Thank you so much, Selvig, and Jane, thank you for your help." Although he didn't hear the news that his brother had been found, after hearing the meaning of Selvig's words, Thor looked at the few people with gratitude and said, "No, this is the result of everyone's hard work. Besides, Dr. Selvig and I really want to take a look at this legendary dragon gem. As long as you promise to find your brother and let him lend it to us when the time comes." After hearing Thor's words, Jane smiled calmly and said, "Well, of course, no problem." Thor agreed to Jane's words without thinking. Although he was very straightforward and sometimes even stupid, he knew that these were just excuses made by the girl in front of him to avoid having too much psychological burden. He believed that even if his brother didn't get the dragon's gem, she would still help him. Chapter 270 The Peculiarity of Divine Power. Thor, you can do it. It's just exercise. It affects our electronic equipment. You didn't recover your power, did you? Just when Jane wanted to say something, she was interrupted by Daisy's untimely voice. Daisy jumped in front of Thor with excitement, and then looked at his strong muscles and sweat stains, and said curiously. After hearing Daisy's words, the faces of several people beside her also changed. Dr. Selvig's eyes lit up, because Thor's power was restored, which meant that he had no reason to stay here. His half-daughter didn't have to jump into the fire pit anymore. Jane's eyes darkened. She believed that if Thor really recovered his strength, he would definitely prepare to go back. When Jane thought that she might not see him again, she felt as if she was about to lose something. It has not fully recovered yet, but I can already feel that the seal in my body has opened a little. As long as there are more battles later, I believe it won't be long before I can recover to my original divine body. But the last expression belonged to Thor, but unlike the previous two, Thor at this moment was half embarrassed and half excited. After he finished speaking, as if to make the few people believe him, Thor began to try to use his power in front of them. Everyone present saw Thor's whole body began to close his eyes as if he was accumulating strength. Then his veins bulged and his face instantly turned red. Then, in the surprised eyes of everyone, Thor opened his eyes that flashed with arcs of electricity. Then he began to raise his palms. "Pew-pew!" Exclamation mark. Just like that, in front of everyone, arcs of electricity like hair continued to flow at the tips of Thor's two fingers. For a moment, everyone present didn't know what to say after seeing this scene. How, Thor, is there a possibility that I have also recovered my divine body? After watching Thor's performance, Daisy on the side couldn't help but complain with a black face. After all, this thing, not that she said, even a high school student can make Thor have the same effect. Huh? You are also a descendant of the gods. But it was different from what Daisy thought. After hearing Daisy's words, Thor, who was standing in front of her, was embarrassed by the effect he caused, but he still looked at her and asked curiously. After all, if there is a descendant of the gods with the same identity as himself in such a foreign land, it is also good news for Thor. But obviously he has never taken a human physics class. Of course, you see. After hearing Thor's words, Daisy also showed it to Thor directly. She first rubbed her hair with her hands, and then in Thor's curious eyes, accompanied by the touch of two fingers, it actually produced an arc effect. This discovery even made Thor doubt whether the other party was a branch of his family. Ahem, Thor, don't listen to her nonsense. What she just did was just a simple physical phenomenon, frictional electricity. You will know it after you stay on Earth for a long time. Anyone who understands this phenomenon can do it. Seeing Thor's expression of doubt about life, Jane on the side rolled her eyes at Daisy, who had successfully played a prank, and then stood up to explain. Huh? Is that so? I thought she was really a descendant of the gods and had a divine body. But I have to say that your things are really amazing. You have researched so many interesting things. After hearing Jane's words, Thor, who realized that he had been pranked, did not get angry, but observed Daisy's fingers with interest, and then spoke. Even after he finished speaking, Thor touched his head and tried it himself. The whole person looked like a child weighing more than 100 pounds. It seems that the powers of these gods are all unique. I have to say that Thor's power of the god of thunder is really strong. With special protection against lightning interference, it can still affect our servers. Although it is only very weak, you have to know that Thor's power has only just been unlocked a little. On the other side, after seeing Thor's movements through the monitoring, Killian also spoke immediately. You have to know that on the top floor, these are all the equipment he uses, so whether it is as large as a machine server or as small as a screw, they are all specially produced and strictly checked before installation. Moreover, these devices also have measures to prevent current interference, but what I didn't expect was that they were still affected by Thor's power. Sir, after data analysis, when Lord Thor first awakened his power, his divine magnetic field was permeable. We did not take any defensive measures against this magnetic field. That's why the equipment on the floor was affected. According to my data processing and analysis, the magnetic field stabilization device is the best solution at present. Next, I can make a magnetic field stabilization device to balance the magnetic field stability in the laboratory and the floor. After data analysis and simulation, if a similar situation occurs again, at least it can suppress and stabilize the tens of thousands of times the intensity of Lord Thor's divine magnetic field explosion. After hearing Killian's words, Dabe at this time also spoke very considerately, and after speaking, he projected the model and parameters of the so-called magnetic field stabilization device in front of Killian. Dabe, I have to say that you are getting more and more considerate. Looking at these in front of him, Killian looked at Dabe on the screen at this moment and couldn't help but say with relief. This is the advantage brought by artificial intelligence. As long as you survive the painful data feeding period at the beginning, the artificial intelligence that grows up, As long as you have enough time to run in with it, then it can almost solve any problem you encounter. Even in many cases, it can be done directly for you. Just like now, if there is no Baymax, Killian may still think of making a magnetic field stabilizer in the end. But whether it is the initial inspiration, experimental project establishment, data testing, and later manufacturing, it takes a long time. It is not an exaggeration to say that it will take several months. And now, all of these have been done by Baymax in just less than a few minutes. Even Killian is sure that if he gives Baymax a certain degree of autonomy to allow it to produce itself, then he probably has seen the magnetic field stabilizer appear in front of him now. This is, sir, your trust in me. After hearing Killian's words, Baymax at this time is also sincerely grateful. After all, before this, as an artificial intelligence life, although it has various things to do every day, these are just casually done for it. And it can also constantly split its own program and let the sub-programs with consciousness help it share the burden. So often, when Baymax is free, he will travel and observe in the world of the internet. As one of the few artificial intelligences, Baymax naturally often focuses on Ultron and Jarvis. It must be said that after seeing the development of Ultron and Tony's Jarvis next door, Baymax found that his boss really trusted it. After all, even for Jarvis, Tony has left a backup plan in his program. As for Ultron, let alone. Just do it, I believe in you. I'll go up and take a look first. After hearing Baymax's words, Killian just waved his hand, and after speaking to Baymax, he pressed the elevator floor on the top floor. Then this exclusive elevator in the laboratory downstairs carried Killian to the top floor. What's going on? After entering the room, Killian saw that Thor and his group had already arrived in the laboratory, and Killian asked at this time. It's done. According to the location of the gamma energy data I produced, the person is at 28 Baylen Street in Stuttgart, Germany. After hearing Killian's question, Daisy on the side pushed her glasses and looked at the location on the map in front of her carefully. Great, let's set off now. I have a feeling that if we go too late, someone might get there first. After seeing that even the address was accurately reported, Thor on the side also spoke excitedly. For Thor now, there is no more exciting time than now. Not only does he have the possibility of regaining his divine power, which allows him to break through his father's seal, but now he is about to meet his brother in this foreign country. Thor simply feels extremely nostalgic. Okay. After hearing Thor's words, Killian looked at the other party deeply, and just nodded and spoke. After all, although the timeline is now advanced, there is no plot in which Loki sends the destroyer to try to kill Thor. But Killian believed that once the two brothers met, Loki, who had been obsessed with the throne, would definitely find a way to kill his brother. If that time really came, poor Thor would be hurt. For a moment, Killian looked at Thor, a big and strong man, and his eyes couldn't help but reveal a trace of sympathy. It was really sad that his younger brother, who had grown up with him, wanted to kill him. But Thor didn't see Killian's eyes. Now he was immersed in the joy of meeting his brother, and he walked out without looking back. If he hadn't lost his divine power now, Thor would have flown out long ago. Jane on the side saw the flash of sympathy for Thor in Killian's eyes, but she wanted to ask something, but she looked at the excited Thor and Killian on the side, and was finally pulled out by Daisy, who was jumping. In this way, the group came to the balcony outside the top floor. Then, in the eyes of the crowd, a sci-fi style fighter that they had never seen before appeared out of thin air. Is this the legendary stealth fighter of the chairman of Pioneer Technology? It's amazing. According to some gossip on the forum, some people have even calculated that the speed of this thing can exceed Mach 10 through the leaked footage of the fighter flying. You know, the fastest fighter now has a speed of only Mach 2. It can be said that this thing can circle the equator in 11 hours. I didn't expect to see it with my own eyes now. After seeing the spaceship that only exists on the internet, Daisy on the side was also excited to look left and right, and the whole person was excited to speak. After all, for her, before this, let alone this spaceship, even some videos were only circulated in a small range. Although Killian did not deliberately block the information of his own fighter, it can be said that the Earth Federation cannot ignore it when it comes to the 4 words Pioneer Technology. Especially since this is Killian's vehicle, so with the tacit consent of all countries, these materials and videos involving Killian's personal safety have been blocked to a certain extent. And this is why it is so difficult for Daisy to find the information. After all, under the deliberate blockade of various countries in the world, Even knowing this news, let alone finding it, is considered very impressive. Ms. Daisy, in fact, your words are old news. My body has been upgraded, and the maximum speed can reach Mach 30, and it also has a pulse drive, and the maximum acceleration can circle the Earth in 10 seconds. However, after hearing Daisy's words, before Killian could speak, the artificial intelligence belonging to the spacecraft itself also spoke to correct Daisy's mistakes. For it, a speed of only 10 Mach is simply an insult to it now. This is. After hearing this voice that is completely different from Daisy's and the intelligent voice that is slightly dissatisfied in the words, Daisy's whole person is not good at this time. She pointed to the place where the sound came from not far away, and then looked at Killian, with a puzzled but at a loss face. God knows she didn't mean to look down on this thing. In her opinion, this was already the most exaggerated. You know, this is several levels beyond the current level of human technology, and she was still not satisfied? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 271 Alien Octopus. Besides, should it be Dabe who should say it? Why did she suddenly change her tone when she arrived here, as if she had changed into a different person? Okay, Isa, you know, she didn't mean to say anything bad about you, and you're not a child anymore, don't be angry. In fact, as you can see, this is the intelligent system of this smart ship, you can call it Isa. Each smart ship of Pioneer technology has its own intelligent system with an independent personality. This can not only prevent the risk of the driver being unable to operate the ship due to various dangerous situations, but also monitor well and provide suggestions to the personnel on the ship when performing tasks in some places where the signal is lost. After seeing Daisy's eyes that seemed to be asking for help, Killian, who was walking in front, couldn't help but shook his head, and then began to explain. Isa. Artificial intelligence system, is it so generous? After hearing Killian's words, Jane on the side also looked at the ship up and down with curiosity, as if she was looking at a person. Impulse drive. This is the next research plan proposed by scientists for space exploration in the aerospace field. I didn't expect you to even make this. Unlike Jane, after hearing Killian's words, Selvig, who reacted, walked to the engine room not far away, observed the situation inside, and then spoke with a look of amazement. After all, this is his main focus, and it can be said that few people have more say than him. Is the pulse drive amazing? However, after hearing Selvig's exclamation, Daisy on the side pouted and asked curiously. After all, she had never heard of this thing before. And let alone the pulse drive, Pioneer technology has also developed the ability to jump into space. It's just a pulse drive. What's so amazing about it? I told you to read more books so that you can know how to lose me at the critical moment. The pulse drive is another technology proposed by humans when they cannot fly at the speed of light. Through this technology, humans can use pulse power to fly in the universe at sublight speed. The only pity is that whether it is light speed flight or sublight speed flight, there is still a gap like a chasm for early human civilization. After hearing the stupid remarks of his own researcher who didn't know these simple things, Jane on the side also looked at the other party with a look of disappointment and said, yes, sublight speed flight, it can be said that even if there is no space jump technology, with this thing, it is completely enough for humans. You can't imagine how great the influence of this technology is. But, indeed, now that space jump technology has come out, the influence of this thing is not that great. After hearing Jane's words, Selvig nodded and spoke, but at the end, he couldn't help sighing. With the rise of pioneering technology, the entire human civilization can be said to have ushered in an unscientific development of several levels. Chemical fuel rocket technology, pulse drive technology, light speed flight, gravity ejection, jump technology. Many of these technologies should have taken hundreds or even thousands of years for humans to fully discover and master. Just like that, they all appeared in just a few years. All of this seemed like a dream to Selvig. Okay, don't be sad, let's go quickly. The map here is already showing that there are abnormalities. If we don't go, people may run away. After hearing the confusing conversation of several people, Thor on the side didn't understand it all. However, after seeing the virtual map projected in the cockpit, The red dots on it began to move, and Thor hurriedly urged several people to say, "Yes, don't hesitate, go over quickly." After hearing Thor's words, a group of scientists no longer bothered about the technological problems of this spacecraft, but after Selvig finished speaking, they all walked into the cockpit of the spacecraft. After Killian sat down, the entire fighter plane began to take off slowly. After rising to a height of 100 meters on the platform, with a sound of whoosh, the entire fighter plane disappeared in an instant and shot straight into the distance. On the other side, in the underground facilities of Bellon Street in Stuttgart, Germany, under the influence of Loki's scepter, dozens or even hundreds of high-end talents and agents from different fields have gathered here. And these people are just like worker ants in an ant nest, each of them is busy with their own work attentively. And Dr. Aurora Bolton, who was controlled by Loki with a mind scepter before, is also building a cosmic cube channel experiment in a simple and sloppy workshop. Looking at these teams that he had built in just a few days, Loki, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground not far away, couldn't help but smile slightly. Then the whole person closed his eyes, and then accompanied by the light of the mind scepter. After the whole person's consciousness was emptied, Loki opened his eyes and could clearly see that the environment around him began to change. From the dark room underground at the beginning, he appeared on an abandoned planet in the universe. From the potholes on it, it is not difficult to see that this is also a planet that has been baptized by war. But these have nothing to do with him. From the beginning, Loki's eyes were on the alien with a cloak not far away, the leader of the Chitauri, the other translated as Zeta. This is also the person in charge brought to him by his partner, the universe overlord Thanos. The Chitauri can't wait. Seeing the first moment Loki appeared, the leader of the Chitauri, the other, couldn't help but say excitedly. After all, for them, invasion means plunder, and the high and mighty universe overlord never cares about the ownership of the plundered materials. So basically, as long as there is an invasion and a war, after each end, these materials are divided by their subordinate races. Now, they are about to invade a planet. Although it is just a backward and remote planet, it is of great value to them. After all, if it doesn't work, they can still sell slaves. They believe that many aliens would like to have a slave pet that is completely different from their own race. Get your army ready. I will lead them to fight a glorious war. After hearing the other party's words, Loki stood up at this moment and said proudly, "After all, no matter what, according to the agreement, as long as he gets the cosmic cube, the other party's army will be ruled by him. And then, he will be the real monarch. War against those weak earthlings. You think too highly of them." After hearing Loki's words, the other not far away said with contempt. Although he had not known about the Earth before, it was just a small force in a remote place. It's like you are already an international company with a market value of hundreds of billions, and now someone asks you to acquire a small store in the deep mountains and forests. No one would think that this small shop would make a company with a market value of hundreds of billions of dollars suffer. After all, in everyone's subconscious mind, remote places are poor and backward. I like a saying from an ancient country on Earth, knowing yourself and knowing your enemy, you can fight 100 battles without danger. You don't even know your opponent, but you arrogantly and casually give your hasty definition to the other party. I have to say that you are lucky to have developed to this point. Your army is in your hands, and I feel sad for them from the bottom of my heart. After hearing the other party's contemptuous and self-righteous words, Loki, who had secretly observed the whole process of the Dark Elves being defeated before, also looked at the other in front of him and said sarcastically, "However, there is still hope. As long as your army is as strong as you said, after they come to my hands, I will lead them to build a new glory." After saying that, without waiting for the other party to speak, Loki continued. As for the other, Loki can be said to have no regard for him at all. If he didn't have a strong army in his hands, he could even deceive such a fool 10 times. You actually questioned us. You have to know that the person you questioned was the one you took the initiative to seek cooperation with, and who did not kill you despite your repeated provocations, but gave you the scepter, and gave you ancient knowledge and a new goal. After hearing Loki's contempt and doubt about himself and the army, the other couldn't help but speak loudly. "I am the king. The second prince of Asgard, the son of Odinson, the king of the gods. If it weren't for the ignorant prejudice of that group of people, who only knew to follow the old-fashioned etiquette and follow the rules, I could have become the king long ago with my ability." After hearing the other party's words, Loki at this moment also said in a serious voice, Haha, you are short-sighted and full of childish ideas. We have long set our sights on the boundless universe and starry sky beyond the Earth, which will be opened up by the cosmic cube and the entire universe. The other on the side just disdained Loki's words, and then spoke to himself. To be honest, he couldn't think of why he had to come to such a small place. According to his idea, even sending a random spaceship could easily sweep the entire Earth. But there was no other way. In comparison, his master believed more in the guy in front of him who hadn't even grown all his hair. It's a pity that the cosmic cube is still in my hands. I'm not threatening you, but as long as the portal is not opened and your army is not under my command, everything you say is just empty talk. After hearing the other party's wishful thinking, Loki couldn't help but remind him. You will get the war you want, Asgardian. But I need to remind you that if you fail and let the cosmic cube fall into the hands of others, there will be no country, any planet, any force, even a gap for you to hide. At that time, no one can protect you, including your father. Do you know the taste of pain? That person will make you experience the real pain of wanting to die. After hearing Loki's almost tangible threats to him, the other, who had long been domineering and overbearing in the universe, how could he not fight back? He appeared behind Loki in a flash, and spoke in a low and hoarse voice, word by word, coldly. After all, this is the task given to him by that adult. No matter what, he must complete it. As the other's harsh words came to an end, Loki felt a disgusting big hand ruthlessly wiped his face. Then, accompanied by a little starlight, he dissipated on the spot. Loki woke up from the long-distance communication with a look of disgust on his face. This damn alien octopus. Feeling the disgusting touch on his face, Loki couldn't help but curse. He claimed to be a superior god in Asgard, but he had never been humiliated by such a cosmic street kid. If he had his own army in Asgard, even if it was just a team of 100 people, he would have the confidence to wipe out these disgusting races. It was never their turn to be arrogant in front of him. However, at this point, Loki had no choice but to say that garbage also has its uses. No matter how disgusting this alien octopus is, the army under his command has enough combat power for him. Thinking of this, Loki couldn't help but stand up, and then looked at Dr. Aurora Bolton, who was conducting experiments not far away with fiery eyes. According to what the other party had said to him before, after a short test, it would only take a few days to open the portal. And by that time, he, Loki, will also have an army that truly belongs to him. But before he could continue to imagine, he felt a sudden vibration not far away, and then he saw Dr. Aurora Bolton's face was also smiling happily. After seeing this scene, Loki strode towards them. What's going on? After walking in, looking at Dr. Aurora Bolton, who was looking at him excitedly, Loki also asked. Chapter 272 Loki's Sneak Attack. Master, you are here. It's the last step. I only need one last key thing. I can make a device to maintain the stability of the channel. The cosmic cube has taught me too much knowledge. No, not only knowledge, but also truth. After hearing Loki's words, Dr. Aurora Bolton also spoke excitedly. For him, it was like a gift from God to be exposed to the profound knowledge of information from advanced civilizations in the universe that he had never been exposed to before. I know. What do you need? Looking at Dr. Aurora Bolton, a fanatical believer who was worshipping God in front of him, Loki smiled slightly, then just glanced at Hawkeye Barton beside him, and then began to ask. Iridium. It's in meteorites. It can form antiprotons. The only problem is that this thing is not easy to find. If SHIELD knew that we still needed it, it would be even more difficult. After hearing Loki's words, Dr. Aurora Bolton spoke directly. But he also knew that this thing was a little difficult to obtain, not to mention that he had to get it first while avoiding SHIELD. Then this mission depends on your agent Barton. What do you need me to do? After hearing the doctor's request, Loki nodded, then looked at Barton on the side, and then spoke seriously. Fade to the east and attack in the west, and there is another eyeball. After adjusting his bow and arrow, accompanied by a burst of pull, the cold weapon bow and arrow that was directly deployed also showed the style of human weapons in front of the Asgardian god, and Barton said it simply and decisively. After all, the advantage of S.H.I.E.L.D. is here. Senior agents have independent query methods outside the S.H.I.E.L.D. supervision system, and they are completely two sets of systems. He can query the internal information of S.H.I.E.L.D. at any time. But S.H.I.E.L.D. doesn't know. This is also what Nick Fury thinks of as his masterpiece. One person is responsible for one place, isolated from each other, and does not negotiate with each other. Even if there is a member of a place who is not loyal, it can be well isolated in that place, so as not to spread throughout the entire shield. It can be said that each branch base of shield is equivalent to the enthronement of a king in an ancient oriental country. It is a self-contained system. Except for the emperor's orders, no one can care about it, and no one can control it. The system inside shield is the same. Okay. Just after Loki finished speaking, a sudden vibration sounded above their heads. After feeling this movement for a while, the people in the entire underground base couldn't help but stop what they were doing, and then all subconsciously looked at Loki not far away. After all, they all acted according to Loki's will, and now there is a situation. No matter what it is, they will continue to do it as long as Loki gives an order. It's very heavy. According to the frequency of the vibration, it should be a human. The body is very strong, but the movement of the source is not right. The vibration is about 300 kilograms, which doesn't look like a human body. After seeing Loki looking at him, Hawkeye Barton, who was next to him, frowned, and then began to speak based on the vibration he just heard. Something is not right. After saying this, feeling the modeling of the vibration in his mind, no matter what it is, the vibration coming at this juncture is definitely not a good thing, so Barton looked at Loki in front of him and gave his own judgment. You two, come with me to see what happened. Barton, you continue to do what you should do. Dr. Aurora Bolton, you lead the others to evacuate here. No matter what happened up there, it is no longer safe. Move quickly. After hearing Barton's words, Loki thought for a while, then pointed to a few brainwashed agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., and then directly and decisively ordered everyone present. After all, he also valued the human in front of him. The other party's unique fighting skills and the fighting consciousness that can be said to surpass many races of warriors are the main reasons why he values the other party and recruits him as his subordinate. He knows that he is not good at fighting, so professional matters and suggestions should be analyzed by professionals. Now that the other party has put forward this analysis suggestion, Loki still decided to respect the other party's field judgment. At one point, with Loki's order, this underground base, which had just been established and not even completed, was directly abandoned by them. At this moment, all the staff began to urgently carry some important documents and equipment and ran towards another evacuation exit. Loki nodded after seeing his men busy, and then walked up with a few people. However, just after opening the door, he saw a figure that surprised him. Hey, brother, I finally see you. Long time no see, I really miss you so much. You don't know what happened to me in such a short time here on Earth. At this time, Thor, who was outside the door, originally wanted to break in directly, but saw the door suddenly opened, and then the figure of his brother who had not seen him for a long time appeared in front of him. Then Thor looked at Loki with joy and spoke. Even if it weren't for Jane and the others who were still by his side, Thor would probably not be able to help but hug his brother tightly. Thor, you actually came here. However, unlike Thor's happy expression, after seeing the other party, Loki frowned at this moment, and then spoke in a deep voice. After all, before this, he wanted to kill his brother while getting the ether particles, so that he could become the heir to Asgard. For him, as long as his brother died, the throne that was far away from him before would be his. Everything would be within reach. However, at that time, Thor was in the base camp of Pioneer Technology, and the combat power of those big monsters even made the Dark Elf King Spicy Chicken Shreds, who was once a big worry for Asgard, fall into the sand. So Loki gave up this idea for the time being. But what he didn't expect was that he didn't find a chance to kill the other party when he went to his house, and the other party actually took the initiative to run to him to die. For a moment, Loki didn't know what to say. Should I say, he is worthy of being his good brother? Exclamation mark. Before dying, he wanted to solve the problem for him. When he thought of this, Loki's expression became strange. Let me introduce you to my brother, Odinson Loki. Like me, he is from Asgard. After hearing Loki's words, Thor came to Loki with excitement and began to introduce him to the people behind him. However, at this time, no one noticed that after a brief flash of scarlet in Loki's eyes, Loki's face turned cold at a speed visible to the naked eye. As Thor continued to speak, the jealousy and hatred for his own brother, coupled with his parents' preference for his brother since he was a child, all surged into Loki's brain. As soon as he thought of this, Loki felt as if he was in a hell of fire. Then, As the mind scepter in his hand slowly lit up, the gem at its tip began to gather tremendous energy. In just a blink of an eye, after the energy was gathered, Loki fired an energy bomb directly at Thor, who was facing away from him. Be careful, Thor. After seeing this scene, Jane, who was one step behind not far away, also widened her eyes and said with a look of fear. She really didn't expect that the brother that Thor had found with so much difficulty would want Thor's life at this time. And just by looking at the resentful look that the other party had just given Thor, Jane seemed to see a murderous demon. Just a glance at the past made Jane feel chilled. She couldn't imagine what kind of hatred there was between the so-called two brothers that would make this brother hate and want to kill his brother. At this moment, after hearing Jane's reminder, Thor was instantly alert. At this time, Thor thought that the people from SHIELD had found this place and had even started to attack. At this moment, Thor was also fully alert. His eyes swept towards the place behind him that Jane reminded him. But it doesn't matter if he doesn't look at it. As soon as he saw it, Thor's heart froze. He actually saw his brother, who was actually trying to kill him. The energy power on the Mind Scepter was an attack that he had to be careful of even if he had a complete divine body. But now, his brother was constantly accumulating power and attacking him. Thor was so shocked that he didn't even have the consciousness to resist for a moment. He really didn't expect that his own brother would one day become the one who wanted to kill him. If it were someone else, even if he was immortal now, he swore that he would make the other person pay the price. However, now that person was his beloved brother. Just like that, while Thor was stunned, Loki's attack came suddenly. After seeing his brother's reaction like a fool, Loki felt a great satisfaction for the first time in his heart at this moment. That's right, how can such a waste be worthy of being his brother and the king of Asgard? Only he, only Odinson Loki, is qualified to lead Asgard to build their glory and create the splendor of Asgard. For a moment, Loki's face became more and more ferocious under the reflection of the energy bomb. Just when the attack came to Thor and was about to hide him, Thor only felt that his whole body suddenly became lighter, and then he was pulled into the air by an invisible force, and narrowly avoided the attack. Just after Thor dodged, accompanied by a loud boom, the original ground was also blasted into a several-meter-long pit in the powerful energy attack. For a moment, everyone who was watching not far away couldn't help but feel a chill on their backs. This intensity of attack, once hit, let alone Thor is just an ordinary person now, even if he has a body, they estimate that he will be disabled if not dead. At this time, under the power of Killian, Thor was slowly put down. As early as the moment the two met and their eyes met, Killian knew that Loki was definitely going to kill his brother Thor. And he did not expose it at the beginning, but was thinking about the deal with the god King Odin. In Killian's mind, he was attacked by his brother at a critical moment, and then the attack came in an instant, and the whole person was facing a great threat of life and death. In such a situation, no matter how much he loved his brother, let alone killing the other party, at least he could follow the desire for life in his heart, and constantly awaken, and then break free from the seal, break through the shackles in his body, and awaken the true power in his body in the great threat of life and death. But what Killian did not expect was that in this situation, even if it was an ordinary person, Killian was sure that the person would definitely have adrenaline soaring. According to records, even a mother in a country, in order to save her child, at a critical moment, she even lifted a car abruptly, so that her child was not run over by the car. And even if Thor was not so bad, it would be easy for him to break through Odin's seal and take back his own power, right? Exclamation mark. In the end, reality seemed to give Killian a big slap in the face. Not only was he laughing at him, but he was also dancing back and forth on his face like crazy. He really didn't expect that Thor would be like a computer crash in this situation, without any reaction at all. Not to mention awakening the power of Thor in his body, he didn't even have the desire to survive. Killian naturally didn't dare to let him stay any longer. So he pulled him back. However, looking at Thor who was not doing his best, Killian was also angry at him for not fighting. Now, Killian really understands why Odin wants to deprive Thor of his power and then send him to Earth for training. Compared to a king, Thor is still too immature now. Not to mention how ruthless and decisive you should be as a king, but the defense against close people and the suspicion of everything are also things that must be experienced and maintained. Chapter 273 Trapped. Because only with precaution and suspicion, the king will be alert and vigilant at all times. For the king, there is no comfortable home, no cradle port. At any time, The king's every move will be magnified and used by others. Not to mention that Thor has such an eagle-eyed and wolf-watching brother by his side. If Thor can't see through this, even if Odin really hands his throne to Thor, because of Thor's emphasis on friendship and unreserved love for his brother, the country will be weathered and even destroyed. After all, the struggle for the throne, whether it is gods or humans, has always been the key to the fall of a dynasty. Even a small mistake may cause a powerful dynasty and country to disappear. And now, Odin can take advantage of the fact that he can live for another 2 years and can control the country for Thor for a while. He must do everything possible to make Thor, the simple prince, grow into a qualified king in a short time. Otherwise, everything is a question mark. For Odin, only when Thor can truly face Loki, even if he can't kill Loki coldly, he must be able to suppress him forever. This is what a qualified king should do. And only at this time will Odin be satisfied. How can you be like this? Isn't he your brother? At this time, Jane also ran to Thor's side. After checking that the other party was not injured, Jane, who was barely relieved, looked at Loki not far away and said angrily, "I know you, Aldrochi Killian, the chairman of Pioneer Technology, the behind-the-scenes controller of the Earth Federation. If you had stayed in your park quietly, with the protection of your monsters, I would not have planned to touch you for the time being. But since you came to seek death, then leave your life with Thor." Loki directly ignored Jane, the Earth woman's incompetent rage, and looked at Killian, who had just taken action not far away, with a gloomy face, and then spoke with a vicious face. If the other party had not attacked just now, Thor would have definitely died under his full-strength attack. And as long as his brother died, he would not even have to cooperate with a damn alien octopus to return to Asgard and tell others that the Earthlings and Thanos had killed his brother. Then he could ascend the throne smoothly and pave the way for the throne of the king with the corpses of the Earthlings and Thanos. However, all this was because of the action of the damn Earthlings, which made his dream, which was so close at hand, turn into a bubble. For a moment, Loki even wanted to eat Killian. Haha, even if there is no super tyrant, you are just a waste. After hearing Loki's words, Killian just smiled slightly and then said contemptuously, "After all, at this time, Loki, except for his superb skills of changing his shape and shadow, his other fighting skills can be said to be shit. Even the human special forces soldiers on Earth can't compare with him." Buzz! Exclamation mark. After saying this, Killian bent slightly, and his huge mental power began to burst out like a tide. At this moment, sand and stones were flying, and countless small stones and paper scraps were blown away by this powerful force. The people present only felt that a strong typhoon was blowing in their faces, and everyone subconsciously covered their front with their hands. After seeing Killian's powerful scene, Loki, who was standing not far away, also showed a solemn look on his face. He really didn't expect that under the protection of those powerful monsters, this person hiding behind the scenes would have such a powerful power. But even so, for him, it was just a mere earthling, and he could solve it with a little effort. And Loki was holding up the Mind Scepter, and the sharp part of the scepter began to accumulate power continuously. The battle between the two would begin to break out as soon as an opportunity was needed. But when Killian was about to make a move, he was interrupted by Thor on the side. "Wait, Killian, let me say something." After Thor finished speaking to Killian, he came to Killian and faced Loki. Seeing Thor's posture, Killian couldn't help but feel speechless for a while. This was how afraid he was of attacking Loki, so he blocked Killian with his body, completely blocking the possibility of Killian attacking Loki directly. Of course, for Thor, this was also to prevent Killian from hurting his brother, and to prevent his brother from attacking this friend he had made on Earth with great difficulty. Even though he was immortal, he was confident that even if his brother Loki really wanted to kill Killian, he could use his body to block the attack. And this was why Killian just sighed secretly and didn't attack. Because Thor was not like those saints, who just stood by and said how pitiful the other party was and told you not to do it, let the other party go. Thor is really using his life to protect both of them. As long as one of them has a problem, it is his life that will bear the price. Brother, I don't know what happened between the two of us that made you want to kill me. But I just want to tell you one thing, that is, no matter what, you will always be my brother. I admit that sometimes I am a little arrogant and ignore your feelings. But I will always love you. So tell me what happened, let's solve it together, okay? At this moment, looking at the familiar but extremely unfamiliar figure in front of him, Thor's whole face was sad and comforted. In one day, He was exiled by his biological father and assassinated by his brother. He was really tired. But no matter how tired he was, he still had to persuade his brother to turn back. After all, if this matter was really reported back, or if Hindal saw it and his father knew it, his brother would definitely face severe punishment. And just now, he could even explain that someone from S.H.I.E.L.D. wanted to assassinate him, and his brother was trying to protect him, so he did this urgently. It was just a momentary mistake. Yes, it was a momentary mistake. When Thor thought of this, his eyes were full of desire when he looked at Loki. However, what made him doomed to be disappointed was that Loki, his younger brother, had always looked at him with a calm and cold look. It was as if what he had said before was just for other people. At this moment, looking at Loki's eyes, Thor's heart sank deeply. He really couldn't figure out what hatred and resentment he had with his brother, and why the other party treated him like this. Humph. Want to know the reason? Go to hell and ask Satan. After hearing Thor's words, Loki didn't want to explain at all. He just snorted coldly, and then drove the energy attack in his hand towards Thor without any mercy. After seeing the other party's attack coming, Killian didn't wait for Thor's ridiculous act of trying to sacrifice himself to continue. The void clenched its hand, and then pulled hard. Thor was pulled back by a huge force, and was directly knocked onto the car next to it, creating a huge pit. For a moment, everyone present couldn't help but twitch their lips when they saw Killian's actions. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Killian's move was definitely based on personal grudges. Even Loki, who was standing opposite him, was stunned and didn't know what to say. Humph, it seems that you also hate my stupid brother. But even so, it can't change your fate of death. After being stunned for a while, looking at Killian's actions in front of him, Loki felt more like he saw a confidant at this moment. All this happened when he and his brother fought together before. From time to time, he also attacked the other party like this because of his brother's stupidity. But no matter what, the two are still enemies now, which is an unchangeable fact. So after a cold snort, Loki said coldly, "Haha, you. A fledgling who can only hide under his brother's wings and is helpless and furious, have you ever thought that after leaving this identity, you will be nothing? I'm afraid that the scepter in your hand was given to you by others because of your identity." Looking at Loki, who looked up to him, Killian couldn't help but sneer. After all, to be honest, apart from the Time Management Bureau that was sent in the later period to whitewash Loki, Loki's ability to act and the way he handled things before this were just a rebellious child who wanted to prove himself in front of his parents. It's just that this is a child in the eyes of the Asgardians, but for the Earthlings and those civilizations that were tortured or killed by Loki, it is an out-and-out demon. So for this kind of person in front of him, Killian didn't have a good face at all. "You lowly mortal from the lower world. I will let you know what blasphemy is." After hearing what Killian said, Loki, who was completely enraged, no longer maintained the demeanor of a god from the upper world. After speaking to Killian in a rage, he began to use the Mind Scepter in his hand to shoot at Killian one after another. Looking at the energy bombs coming from the other side, Killian was full of momentum and his mental power was booming. For a moment, under Killian's control, a huge azure mental shield appeared in front of everyone. And Loki's energy attacks hit it, and only splashed a few waves. "What? Where is your blasphemy? Don't you think your so-called blasphemy is just to let me see the splash?" Looking at Loki, who was helpless and furious not far away, Killian also pretended to be contemptuous and spoke. "Damn it. You lowly reptile." Looking at the reptile jumping back and forth on his face, Loki couldn't help but feel a surge of anger in his heart. For a moment, countless attacks shot straight at Killian like raindrops. At this moment, Killian saw what an Asgardian melee mage was. Daggers, energy bombs and various spells were endless. "Time's up. Be suppressed." Seeing Loki in front of him still casting spells at him, Killian couldn't help but sneer in his heart. Then after he finished speaking, he saw that a huge barrier suddenly appeared around Loki's body, just like a big bowl, tightly covering his upper mouth. "Damn it, you lowly mortal." At this moment, looking at the energy barrier that suddenly appeared beside him, Loki couldn't help but hit the energy barrier with both hands. Looking at the barrier that didn't move at all, Loki also roared angrily. Looking at Loki, who had been trapped in front of him, Killian couldn't help but reveal a relieved smile. Because the opponent was Loki, although Killian had been mocking the other party as just a fledgling, he knew the other party's ability well and knew that Loki was best at escaping. Once something went wrong, the other party could be said to run faster than anyone else. Loki, A character who could be said to be wandering back and forth among the major villains in the Marvel Universe, could guarantee his immortality and was doing well. It had to be said that the other party was indeed capable. And this was why Killian had to constantly insult and provoke Loki. He not only needed time to use his mental power to control a suppressed space and trap Loki, but also to track the other party so that he would not run away directly because the situation was not right. After all, in order to release the suppressed space, Killian also needed to continuously release his mental power around him, which could be said to be a big challenge for Killian. Fortunately, it was finally completed. Next, you will have a good experience of our prison. Looking at Loki who was in his telekinetic cage, Killian smiled and said, haha. However, Loki, who was originally very angry, only showed a weird smile in response to Killian's words. Seeing the other party smile, Killian couldn't help but feel a little nervous and secretly said that it was not good. He still underestimated Loki, the lib. It is estimated that when he first angered the other party pretended to be incompetent and furious and attacked crazily, leaving behind this clone, and the real body had already run away. Chapter 274, The Fall of Mjolnir. At this moment, Killian really thought about why he felt that something was wrong with the other party. The other party no longer used the scepter to attack, but used various Asgardian magic and dagger attacks. It should be from here that Loki has replaced himself. Thinking of this, Killian looked at the other party with a solemn look. It seems that Loki is much smarter than he thought. Or is his intuition when facing a crisis stronger? Exclamation mark. Dabe. Thinking of this, Killian couldn't help but knock on his headset and said in a low voice. Haha, it seems you already know. That's right, I had already run away long before this, and what's left in front of you is just a clone. Do you think I'm my stupid brother, a guy who only knows how to use brute force? Do you think you're the only one who is stalling for time? I'm also stalling, and I need this time more than you, so I'm staying here to cooperate with you. Wait, when we meet next time, you bring your army and I bring mine, and we'll have a real fight. Looking at Killian in front of him, Loki at this moment was completely different from the anger and madness at the beginning. Now Loki was more like a resourceful wise man. He looked at Killian with a smile of victory on his face and spoke. Sir, I'm sorry, the smart device you carry currently has no means to deal with similar clone enemies. So there is no way to distinguish the figure in front of you. After preliminary means of detection and analysis, the energy value of the figure in front of you is low. In the future, you can equip energy reading instruments to distinguish it. After hearing Killian's words, Dabe at this moment also began to read and analyze Loki's clone in front of him through Killian's smart device, and even connected to the super satellite to scan Loki's phantom, and then spoke. Next time you won't be so lucky. After taking a deep look at Loki's phantom that began to dissipate in front of him, Killian spoke. As the phantom of Killian disappeared, Loki, who had already escaped from the city, couldn't help but cover the pain in his heart, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Damn mortal, if my army hadn't arrived yet, how could I let you be so arrogant? After wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with his hand, Loki stopped and supported himself on a thick tree trunk with one hand. He panted and tried to calm his heart that was overdrawn by using forbidden magic, and spoke viciously. If he hadn't noticed something wrong in the other party's words before, and used his true spirit clone to escape, he might have really died there. Just through the consciousness transmitted after the clone dissipated, he already knew the general process of the scene. It can be said that Killian was more cunning than he thought. Obviously he had a strong strength, but he deliberately angered him and wanted to lure him into the trap. If he didn't have other things to do, it would be difficult for him to implement his subsequent plans. Wait until I get the last thing. Once my army arrives, I will make you kneel at my feet. Loki said viciously after taking a deep look at the direction of the city. After that, Loki leaned on his scepter and headed towards the other end of the city, where he still had what he wanted. Thor, are you okay? Thor, who was heartbroken at this moment, collapsed in front of the car he had smashed, and then looked at the place where Loki's shadow disappeared not long ago. He really couldn't understand why his own brother wanted to kill him. What did he do wrong? Because of this problem, Thor even didn't listen to Jane's concerned calls at the side. Hey, Jane, let Thor stay quiet for a while. As the eldest prince of Asgard, I was just exiled by my father, and now my brother wants to kill me. These are like a blow to a normal person, not to mention that he is a legendary god. After such a long time of companionship, They naturally attach more importance to the feelings of family affection. Seeing Jane on the side anxiously wanting to call Thor, but not knowing how to comfort him, Dr. Selvig also walked to Jane's side and spoke in a heavy tone. After all, what happened to Thor was indeed a sad and shocking thing. Now all they can do is to let Thor adjust himself. As an outsider, saying something like empathy and comfort is just bullshit. But after hearing Selvig's words, looking at Thor in front of him, and then looking at Selvig, Jane couldn't help but want to say something. But it must be admitted that Selvig's words do make sense. But in Jane's heart, looking at this big guy in front of her who was only the same age as herself, and who had to endure so much, Jane couldn't help but feel distressed for him. Sir, a meteorite was detected falling in Mexico. According to the video analysis, the object dropped looks like a hammer. And according to my comparison in the database, it looks a bit like the legendary weapon of Thor, Mjolnir. At this time, Killian, who was looking at Thor who was deeply shocked, was also worried about how to comfort him, but suddenly heard the voice from Baymax. For a moment, Killian's eyebrows couldn't help but frown deeper. Although I don't know why Thor's weapon came to the earth so slowly, it was after all an insurance and test given to Thor by Odin. Killian hesitated whether to tell Thor about this matter. According to Thor's current performance, there is a 90% chance that Mjolnir can't be lifted. The only 10% uncertainty is that Thor has awakened a little bit of lightning power with his help. If this little bit of power can make Mjolnir, the hammer of Thor, recognized, then Killian has nothing to say. But Killian estimated that the other party could not pick it up, because if he picked it up, Odin's seal on Thor would be lifted. And now Thor has just started to practice, and the effect has just appeared. Even if Killian puts himself in Odin's position, he will not let Thor successfully get his power back. So if you tell Thor, let him have a glimmer of hope, and then go to get it, what you will face is definitely incomparable despair. After all, 3 blows in one day. It can only be said that Thor can be said to be the most miserable protagonist king of Marvel. For a moment, looking at Thor in front of him, Killian couldn't bear to tell him that his weapon had come to Earth. Thor, cheer up. There's a good news you want to hear. Then, after thinking for a while, Killian walked to Thor's side. After looking at Thor who was sitting on the ground, Killian half knelt and patted his shoulder, then spoke. What good news? After hearing Killian's words, Thor also rarely came back to his senses. His eyes, which were originally scattered and empty, once again became bright, and then he asked, Your weapon Mjolnir, according to the news I received, it has arrived on Earth. The landing place happens to be just a few kilometers away from the place where you landed before. If you are interested, I can take you to find it first. Of course, if you want to find your brother, I actually know what he should want, so you can find your brother first. But this will take time. After looking at Thor who came back to his senses in front of him, Killian also spoke immediately. If he remembered correctly, what Loki lacked now was the iridium from the meteorite. With this thing, we can complete the key to open the space gem transmission device. And this thing, it is a lot, it is hard to find. The reason for the abundance is that this thing comes from meteorites, and it can be said that basically as long as it is in a meteorite, it is there. And looking back over the past few decades, it can be said that many meteorites from outside the universe have fallen on the Earth. According to the conclusion drawn from DABA's statistical data analysis, there are about 6,100 meteorites falling on the Earth every year, of which about 1,800 meteorites fall on land, and the rest fall into the ocean. Meteorites with a diameter of 10 meters will enter the Earth's atmosphere every 6 to 10 years on average. Putting aside some meteorites that fall in the ocean and are difficult to explore, the others that fall on the ground can be said to have been taken by the governments of major countries for experimental research. And some of the few that have not been discovered have almost all been collected by those business leaders or museums in their collections. Meteorites that are difficult for ordinary people to obtain can be said to be one for each of those wealthy and powerful businessmen. It is also because of this that in the original book, although the people of S.H.I.E.L.D. found out that Hawkeye Barton was trying to get iridium, they did not stop him. Because this thing is too much for the whole country or even the whole world. It's like a drug dealer wants to trade at a place where cigarettes are sold. You can't monitor all the places where cigarettes are sold. First of all, apart from the large amount of manpower and material resources required, this is simply unrealistic. The same is true for Killian. Although he knows that Loki is going to collect iridium, he can't collect all the meteorites in the world. Even if he can do it, Loki can just use the space gem to cross the void and go directly to the universe and not play with you. Or to put it another way, that is, Loki has now completed the task assigned to him by Thanos. And the reason why he still keeps it is just to use this task item to seek greater benefits for himself. So Killian naturally can't force Loki to be anxious, and it's better not to even do a large-scale blockade. After all, it's not just Thanos who wants the cosmic cube, Killian also wants this thing. You have to know that the ability of the cosmic cube can not only be used as an infinite energy source, but its key ability is that it can teleport the user to the other side of the universe alone. It can be said that as long as he gets the cosmic cube, he will not only have another super escape prop across the universe. As far as his army is concerned, it has obtained a super transmission channel similar to the Asgard Rainbow Bridge. Although it does not have the power of the Asgard Rainbow Bridge to destroy the target across the universe, it is just for transmission. In the plot of the Avengers, its effect can allow the Chitauri army far away in the depths of the universe to open the transmission channel, allowing them to come to the Earth easily, and know its ability. And the most important thing is that, even so, for the cosmic cube, its power has no loss at all. It can be said that when the 6 infinite gems are used together, if the reality gem realizes its wishes by absorbing the power of the user, then the cosmic cube is the existence that provides energy on behalf of the user. In addition, the power gem amplifies the energy, the mind gem strengthens the user's thoughts to make it calculate like an AI, and the soul gem stabilizes the user's mind and soul. In addition, the time gem makes up for all the mistakes after the restart and builds a stable channel. It can be said that the infinite gems complement each other, which is not without reason. Even the ether particles plus the cosmic cube, if there is an infinite gauntlet as a carrier, if the two are used together, it is enough to be equivalent to a simplified version of the complete infinite gauntlet. When he thought of this, Killian knew that he had another indispensable reason to get the cosmic cube. Mjolnir. It's coming too. I know that my father also loves my brother. He means that I should go and get my power back myself, and then pull my brother back. Unlike Killian, who was brainstorming, Thor thought about it after hearing Killian's words at this moment, and the whole person seemed to have figured something out, and spoke excitedly. Father, I understand you. At the end, he even shouted to the sky to show that he completely understood Odin's hidden meaning. However, after watching Thor's crazy imagination, Killian couldn't help but feel ashamed. Although he didn't know why Thor's hammer had only come to the Earth now, Killian was sure that this was definitely not what Thor understood. Chapter 275, Poor Kelson. Sir Killian, although I know this may be a bit presumptuous, please help me one last time. Send me to where Mjolnir landed. I want to get it. As long as I get it, I don't have to worry about the seal in my body anymore and can directly get back my own power. At that time, I can also stop my brother myself and ask him what he wants to do. After coming to his senses, looking at Killian on the side, Thor's eyes were full of pleading, and he looked at Killian and spoke directly. No problem, but I still suggest you don't have too much hope. After hearing Thor's words, Killian just nodded and then reminded him. But it was obvious that Thor didn't take Killian's reminder to heart. After all, that was his hammer, which had been with him for thousands of years. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was his second wife. How could there be other accidents? Sorry, everyone, I just lost my composure and made you worried. But don't worry, this won't happen. When I go to Mexico, get my weapons back, and restore my divine power, I will take you all to Asgard if I have the chance. So Thor set his sights on the people on the side. Thor, who had regained his spirit, looked at the people present and Jane, and then spoke seriously. Wow. Asgard. The place where the gods live in legend. After hearing Thor's promise, Daisy on the side also widened her eyes, and then asked with expectation. After all, if she could really go to the place where the gods live in legend, even if it was just a sightseeing trip, it would be enough for her to brag about in her life. Of course. After hearing Daisy's words, Thor also nodded. Now he is in high spirits as if he had restored his divine power before coming here. Looking at Thor in front of her, although Jane seemed happy for him on the surface, she didn't know why. She always felt that the development of the next thing might be different. That's a deal. You must take us there if you have a chance. I've been listening to the legends of you gods all my life, and I've never thought of going to the place of gods. However, looking at Thor in front of her, Jane still didn't attack him. After all, Thor's absent-minded and miserable look just now was still vivid in her mind, and then she smiled and said, "Now Jane only hopes that Thor won't have any more surprises when he sees her weapon again. I hope the goddess of luck will be kinder to this stupid guy." At this moment, Jane thought in her heart after taking a deep look at him. After all, it's too tragic for someone to experience so many tribulations that ordinary people would hardly encounter in their lifetime in just one day. Asgard. A place in mythology. It seems that an old man like me can also open my eyes when I come to the end. After hearing Thor's words, Dr. Selvig on the side also laughed and said, "After all, he is now in his 40s and will soon be 50. Although he feels that he can still work for a few more years, his energy is destined to decline. If he can see it when he is most energetic in the past few years, maybe he can get some inspiration from the journey to Asgard." After seeing that everyone on the scene had said almost everything, Killian also took everyone on the spaceship and flew directly to the distance. After a while, in a deserted desert in Mexico, a gust of wind suddenly came from above his head. Then the spaceship that Killian and others were riding on also arrived in the territory of Mexico. This is too fast. It's like riding a rocket. No, it's faster than a rocket. At this moment, Daisy looked at the spaceship under her feet that had arrived in Mexico from Germany in just a short time, and the whole person also gave a heartfelt praise. It can be said that this is the fastest aircraft in the history of human vehicles. If pioneer technology popularizes this thing, traditional aircraft will probably be eliminated. Selvig, who was also deeply touched, said with emotion after feeling the feeling of time being stretched during the flight. In a short moment, from the darkness on the other side to the destiny on this side, the passage of time seemed to be materialized around them at an extremely fast speed. This feeling can be said to have a strange feeling that has never been experienced before. Is that someone from S.H.I.E.L.D.? How come they are everywhere? My goodness, this movement is faster than a rabbit. At this time, Daisy accidentally saw the place under the spaceship that had been surrounded by a group of men in black. She couldn't help but wrinkled her nose and said with dissatisfaction, "After all, the information they took away also contained her hard work. And like this, anyone who has worked on research data for several years and has it directly snatched away by others will feel resentful. That's Mjolnir, I saw it." After hearing Daisy's words, everyone present came to the observation glass of the spacecraft and looked down. Thor, among them, said excitedly after seeing the familiar hammer. He completely ignored the men in black. For him, let alone Killian, even if Killian was not there, as long as he got Thor's hammer, he could easily deal with him. So at this moment, those S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were completely out of Thor's sight. "Sir Killian, will this have some bad effects on you?" At this moment, Jane, who was standing aside, looked at the excited Thor, and then looked at Killian, and couldn't help asking with concern. "It's okay, it's just a S.H.I.E.L.D. You know, they are using the money of the Earth Federation to do things. In simple terms, they are using my money to do things. If they don't stab them, it's fine. If they do, I will make them an illegal organization." Killian answered Jane's words at this moment with great ease. Not to mention the difference in military strength between the two sides, which allows Killian to ignore S.H.I.E.L.D. directly, just the fact that S.H.I.E.L.D. is now using the money of the Earth Federation, Killian can be said to have strangled S.H.I.E.L.D.'s neck. As long as S.H.I.E.L.D. or Nick Fury does not want to fall out with the Earth Federation, he will have to endure these things. After all, although S.H.I.E.L.D. has other ways to make money, the funds it spends to afford such a large-scale organization covering the whole world can be said to be an astronomical figure. Even if Nick Fury has saved a lot of small coffers over the years, he can't stand his willfulness. So Killian is also sure that they will not conflict with him. Of course, even if it happens, he is not afraid. In this way, the spaceship that the group was riding on gradually flew down to the open space below. "Sir, what should we do now? This seems to be another A-Tech spaceship, and it seems to be the same one that the legendary A-Tech chairman rode." At this moment, the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents who also discovered a spaceship that suddenly appeared in the sky, one of the bald agents also came to Callson's side with a complicated expression, and then asked. God knows how he could have experienced so much in just one day. Originally, in his hands, the person was snatched away by the big move in front of him, and then they went back to accept the review and punishment, which was already very tragic. Then they received a report that a secret base near Mexico was taken down, and all of them had to be sent out for investigation. Halfway through the investigation, they found that something happened to fall near them. And the headquarters seemed to remember something, and told them to take good care of the things this time, and wait until S.H.I.E.L.D. dealt with it. Just when he took the task with full confidence and was ready to prove himself again, the damn A-Tech people came again as if they were against them. At this moment, the bald agent couldn't help but start to wonder if it was his birth year, as they said in the East. He was thinking that he would put on the red underwear when he went back this time. Before this, he had heard from a colleague from the East that wearing red underwear in the birthday year would be favored by the goddess of luck. He decided that it was time for him to have another belief. It's not like, it's confirmed. It looks like we have to prepare to take the blame again this time. MD, can't someone else do this next time? You know, I was on vacation in Bali before this. After hearing what his subordinates said, Calson was also speechless at this moment. He was even worse off than the bald agent next to him. It can be said that he was originally on vacation, but was suddenly pulled to Mexico for a business trip. Not only did he not get any benefits, but he also took the blame in the end. Then he went back to the base next to him to take a look. Oh my god, the base was gone, and the people were almost dead there. When he got here, he had another mission, and now he might be facing the chairman of Avangard Technologies, who was extremely unfriendly to S.H.I.E.L.D. At this moment, Calson felt that he was overwhelmed. A person of this level, let alone him, even their director would have to treat him with caution. And how could he have the honor to meet such a person? Now Killian could only pray that this was just a senior figure in Avangard Technologies. Maybe it would be easier to talk to him then. However, with the landing of the spacecraft, when the hatch of the spacecraft opened, Calson's hope was completely wiped out. Fuck. What you think is what you get. After seeing the hatch open, Calson immediately saw the man who was at the top of the list of people that S.H.I.E.L.D. asked everyone to remember and treat with special respect and caution. He couldn't help but break down and said. To be honest, he really didn't want to deal with the man in front of him. Hello, I'm Calson, an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., the person in charge of the scene. I don't know why Chairman Killian came here specially. I guess he came here for this alien object. Why don't we explore it together? However, no matter how upset he was, Calson knew that he would have to face it sooner or later, so after adjusting his mood, Calson restored his image of a good guy at the beginning, walked to the door of the plane where Killian was, looked at Killian and said warmly and politely. It can be said that for Jane and others who had just experienced Calson's smiling robbery before, Calson now, although he still had the friendly smile, his attitude was completely different from when he met them. At this moment, Jane couldn't help but sigh that only if you are powerful will others take you seriously and look up to you. Otherwise, if they came here alone, it is estimated that the other party would not only welcome you with a smile, but also arrest you and interrogate you for why you approached here, which would be considered kind of S.H.I.E.L.D. Tisk, a bunch of people who bully the weak and fear the strong. If you have a temper, just fight him like you do to us. At this moment, looking at the people in front of him, Daisy couldn't help but mutter in a low voice. Daisy. After hearing what her assistant said, although Jane felt very happy, it was almost in the face of others. In order to maintain the politeness of herself and others, Jane still pulled Daisy's clothes and scolded in a low voice. But this scolding sounded more like encouragement to Killian. For a moment, Killian had a further understanding of the problem of women holding grudges. It doesn't matter, you can arrange it yourself, as long as no one is blind to disturb me. After shaking his head, Killian also said indifferently to Calson, who had already walked in front of him. There was only this Thor's hammer here, and it was the owner's thing. Not to mention Thor was present. Even if he was not there, it was estimated that no one on Earth could lift it. So Killian didn't have much idea about this Thor's hammer. Of course, if it can be studied, it's also good. After hearing what Killian said, Calson on the side nodded and relaxed a lot. After all, if the other party really drove them away, then the prestige he had built up in the bureau for so long would be gone. Okay, then I'll arrange it right away. After saying this respectfully to Killian, Calson turned around and walked quickly towards his team. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone, see you in the next video.